Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 301 The Empress Dowager regrets it. She should have spent 100 million to buy Lin Quan back then. Coach, what brings you here? Lin Quan was a little surprised to see Pellegrini. I came to see you and also to ask what your thoughts are on the team signings this summer. Pellegrini didn't directly ask Lin Quan if he was planning to transfer, but instead probed for his opinion indirectly. The club will just follow its own plans for signings. I don't have any particular thoughts. Lin Quan didn't know much about the team's transfers and didn't want to get involved, lest he give the impression of being overstepping his bounds. As a player, his primary responsibility is naturally to play well. Excessive interference in the club's transfer operations is not a good thing, as Mbappe later demonstrated. It's alright, feel free to speak your mind. By the way, let me explain our signing strategy for this summer. Pellegrini patiently explained which players Manchester City might need to bring in this summer. Strengthening the defense is definitely necessary. Lescaut's contract expired, and he didn't accept the club's offer to renew. He tweeted, "I'm so excited and happy to have won the Champions League. Thank you to everyone at the club. This has been a wonderful time in my career and life." While he didn't explicitly say he wanted to leave, his refusal to sign a contract extension suggests he's considering leaving. Lescaut has played for Manchester City for 5 years, but in the last 2 seasons he's gradually become a substitute, making few appearances each season, which is probably his biggest complaint. Now that his contract is expiring, leaving Manchester City for a free transfer could allow him to secure a better deal. Pellegrini sees Lescaut as an important rotation player and won't promise him a starting position, so he finds it difficult to keep him. Forcing him won't work. If he wants to leave, let him go. Manchester City isn't a heartless club. Besides Lescaut, backup goalkeeper Pantilimon also wants to leave due to limited playing time. Although his contract hasn't expired, Pellegrini intends to let him go for free. Pantilimon's ability doesn't meet Manchester City's requirements, and his mentality isn't stable enough. With Pellegrini planning to buy a new starting goalkeeper, his staying with the team wouldn't benefit either side. Regarding goalkeepers, I plan to bring in either Navas or Bravo. Bravo seems close to reaching an agreement with Barcelona, making it difficult to acquire him, so Navas is the most likely candidate. In midfield, Javi Garcia also wants to leave. Being left out of the Spanish national team was a big blow to him, and he wants to compete for a starting position at another team to try and make a run for the national team. Javi Garcia isn't a guaranteed starter, only an important rotation player, but unlike other players, he, like Lin Quan, is from Spain and considered part of the Spanish contingent. If the club wants to sell him, they have to inform Lin Quan, the leader of the Spanish contingent, beforehand, otherwise, misunderstandings could easily arise. Lin Quan nodded. Garcia had already approached him about this at the end of the season. He understood Garcia's thoughts and respected his decision, so he wouldn't hold a grudge because the club was selling Javi Garcia. Ahem, Negrito also wants to leave, Pellegrini added after mentioning Javi Garcia's transfer. This news genuinely surprised Lin Quan. Negrito had made a considerable number of appearances for Manchester City, and his performances in both the league and the Champions League were quite good. Lin Quan had assumed he would stay, but it turned out he wanted to leave, and Negrito hadn't told him about this decision. Where does he want to go? Last season, Negrito made 47 appearances for Manchester City, scoring 23 goals, a very good scoring rate. His departure would significantly impact Manchester City's attack. He wants to return to La Liga. According to him, he can't stand the cold and damp weather in Manchester, Pellegrini said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Lin Quan, who had originally planned to call and persuade Negrito, completely abandoned the idea. Sigh, the terrible weather in Manchester is truly torturous for Spanish players. Spain is warm and dry, while England is cold and damp. The sudden change from Iberia to England is generally disorienting for Spanish players. Negrito only joined Manchester City a year ago and already wants to leave. While there are certainly other reasons, the weather is definitely a significant factor. Oh well, let him go if he wants to. This summer, as many as 7 or 8 players will leave Manchester City. With so many leaving, the team naturally needs to bring in reinforcements to fill the gaps. Pellegrini plans to buy a backup striker, a backup midfielder, and a starting goalkeeper. If Joe Hart doesn't want to stay, he'll be put on the transfer list, and another backup goalkeeper will be bought. Pellegrini doesn't actually need to go into too much detail about these signings, but out of respect for Lin Quan, he outlined the work he knew or planned. Regarding defense, we plan to buy a taller, younger defender to solve the team's problem with defending against high balls. Navas's height isn't enough, which makes Pellegrini somewhat worried that the team will be vulnerable to aerial attacks from opponents in the new season. Upon hearing Pellegrini's request, Lin Quan immediately thought of someone, a ruthless player who almost snatched a Ballon d'Or from Masia as a defender. There's a young defender named Virgil van Dijk at Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. He should fit your requirements. Celtic? I'll keep an eye on him when I have time. Pellegrini hadn't heard of Van Dijk, but since Lin Quan recommended him, he'd definitely look into it. Lin, the team's goal for the new season is to defend the Premier League and Champions League titles, but achieving these goals will be extremely difficult. Therefore, we need to maintain the stability of our starting lineup as much as possible, don't you agree? Finally, Pellegrini couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Quan looked up at him and said with a smile, "Coach, you're not trying to ask if I'll leave Manchester City, are you?" Seeing that the other party had made his point clear, Pellegrini stopped trying to subtly probe. "Yes, you are very important to the team. If you weren't here, we definitely wouldn't be able to achieve our goals next season." Given Manchester City's current tactical approach, Pellegrini couldn't even imagine what the team would be like without Lin Quan. Seeing Pellegrini's frank attitude, Lin Quan didn't bother beating around the bush. He told him directly, "Then you and the club can go back and prepare for the new season with peace of mind. I won't leave Manchester City this summer." Relieved by Lin Quan's promise, Pellegrini quickly became anxious again. The other party only said he wouldn't leave this summer, but what about next year? After parting ways with Pellegrini, Lin Quan thought for a moment and simply released a statement on social media to completely quell the transfer saga. "I woke up to find my private messages exploding. So many friends were asking me where I'd be going next season. Of course, I'd stay at Manchester City. See you at the Etihad Stadium next season." He also posted a photo of himself enjoying the cheers of the entire stadium after scoring a goal, demonstrating his enjoyment of his time at Manchester City. The club's and Lin Quan's own denials and statements completely put Manchester City fans at ease. "I knew it. Lin Quan wouldn't leave Manchester City. Exactly, those unscrupulous media outlets, they've lost all shame for clicks. Phew, now we can finally relax." PSG's €200 million offer had truly made many Manchester City fans incredibly anxious. There was no way around it, the offer was simply too high. Lin Quan's denial disappointed many clubs closely following the transfer. Madrid, Spain. Upon receiving the news, Real Madrid president Florentino Perez sighed. "PSG spent €200 million but couldn't buy Lin Quan. We probably won't be able to get him anytime soon." His chief assistant, Manuel Redondo, nodded. Manchester City's reluctance to let him go is one issue, but the key is that the player himself doesn't want to leave, making it very difficult for any team to poach him. This is precisely Florentino's headache. Watching Lin Quan lead Spain to victory in the World Cup, his individual performance completely overshadowing Ronaldo and Messi, his market value has skyrocketed. More and more clubs are eyeing him, making him increasingly difficult to acquire. It can be said that the major clubs were just as eager for Messi before, and now they are just as eager for Lin Quan. Moreover, because Lin Quan is younger, there are even more clubs eyeing him than they were eyeing Messi back then. Florentino is no exception. He admired Lin Quan when he was at Werder Bremen. Last season, Lin Quan's performance for Manchester City was nothing short of perfect, even shattering Real Madrid's Champions League dreams. This left Florentino Perez both furious and deeply impressed with Lin Quan, while also filled with regret. If he hadn't bought Gareth Bale and instead made the difficult decision to bring Lin Quan back to the Bernabeu, Real Madrid wouldn't have had to worry about their core players for the next decade or so. Unfortunately, considering Cristiano Ronaldo's feelings and fearing Lin Quan's reluctance to join Real Madrid due to his association with Barcelona, they didn't take the initiative enough in contacting Lin Quan and his agent. ultimately failing to reach an agreement. If they had shown the same level of commitment as Manchester City, Real Madrid's status and influence in football would have greatly increased their chances of attracting Lin Quan. While Ronaldo is incredibly strong, he's getting older. Born in 1985, he'll turn 30 next year. After 30, a player's form begins to decline, meaning that in 2 or 3 years, Real Madrid will have to consider who will replace Ronaldo. Players of Cristiano Ronaldo's and Messi's caliber are truly hard to find. There are very few players in the football world capable of reaching that level. Among current young players, only Lin Quan has reached that level, the others are far behind. Moreover, almost all of these players are already signed. Neymar is at Barcelona and can't be poached. Guts is at Bayern Munich and won't leave easily. Hazard is considered a gem by Chelsea and is highly sought after. Only James Rodriguez is a contender, but many clubs are interested in him. Barcelona, Manchester United, Liverpool, Juventus, and other teams have all joined the bidding war. Even if Real Madrid manages to acquire James Rodriguez, it will be a huge financial burden. Frankly, spending hundreds of millions of euros on a player far inferior to Lin Quan is less worthwhile than spending 200 million euros to bring Lin Quan back. Unfortunately, PSG tried this approach, and it didn't work. Thinking of this, Florentino Perez sighed. The initial reason for buying Bale was primarily his immediate impact, hoping to fulfill Real Madrid's dream of lifting their 10th Champions League trophy. However, the actual results seem less than ideal. Even in terms of immediate impact, Lin Quan completely outclasses Bale. The two are not even on the same level. Concerns about Lin Quan's youth, lack of immediate impact, and uncertain future now appear to have been unfounded. If given another chance, they would definitely buy Lin Quan without hesitation. Unfortunately, there's no going back. I wonder if Manchester City's contract with Lin Quan includes a release clause. If it does, perhaps we can activate it next time. Real Madrid sporting director, Pedesa, wasn't so pessimistic. Lin Quan's current reluctance to leave doesn't mean he won't leave in the future. Besides, his contract with Manchester City will eventually expire. If they can persuade him to join Real Madrid before he renews his contract, Real Madrid still has a chance to bring him to the Bernabeu. It seems not. Lin Quan's contract with Manchester City is for 5 years, expiring in 2018-2018. Florentino Perez paused upon hearing this year, instinctively asking, does our contract with Cristiano Ronaldo also expire in 2018? Yes. Real Madrid renewed Ronaldo's contract last year, signing a 5-year deal that expires in June 2018. Ronaldo and Lin Quan's contracts expire in the same year. Does this mean they could? After Lin Quan issued a clear statement, the speculation surrounding his transfer gradually subsided. People's attention returned to the World Cup and the transfer rumors surrounding James Rodriguez. After Colombia eliminated Uruguay, France cleanly defeated Nigeria 2-0, becoming the second European team to advance to the quarterfinals. Next up was France's neighbor, Germany. As one of the favorites to win this World Cup, everyone expected Germany to easily defeat Algeria. However, the course of the match was somewhat unexpected. Germany performed poorly, while Algeria played admirably. After 90 minutes of regular time, the score remained 0-0, with Algeria tenaciously holding Germany to draw. German fans were worried after watching the match. Those who had favored Germany before the game began to reassess their strength. Could they go far in the knockout stages given their current form? However, not everyone was worried. Host nation Brazil fans were overjoyed after watching the match. Brazil and Germany were in the same half of the bracket, and if they advanced to the semifinals, they would meet. If Algeria could eliminate Germany, Brazil's chances of advancing to the semifinals would greatly increase. Even if Germany managed to reach the quarterfinals, given their current form, wouldn't they be easily defeated by Brazil in the semifinals? Brazil's path to the quarterfinals was arduous, but they defeated the previous World Cup runners-up, the Netherlands, while Germany faced Algeria, a team that had never reached the knockout stage before. The gap in strength between the two teams was too great, leading Brazilians to believe that Germany was nothing special. However, after being dragged into extra time, Germany seemed to wake up. Their attack became sharper, and in the second minute of extra time, Schürrle, replacing Götze, scored to give Germany the lead. 18 minutes later, Ozil added another goal, securing the victory for Germany. Although Algeria pulled one back in the final minute of extra time, it wasn't enough to change the outcome. Ultimately, Thanks to the 2 extra-time goals, Germany narrowly advanced to the knockout stage. While they won the match, their poor performance significantly lowered their odds of winning the World Cup. After Germany, other teams seemed to be infected by their slump. Argentina, another title favorite, surprisingly drew 0-0 against a relatively weak Switzerland. Had it not been for Di Maria's crucial goal in the 118th minute of extra time, Argentina would have been forced into a penalty shootout. Messi's performance was abysmal, offering little in the way of highlights. Argentina's 2 key forwards also failed to score, continuing their goalless streak. Compared to Argentina and Germany, Belgium fared slightly better. Facing a relatively weak USA team, they launched a fierce attack from the start, taking 37 shots in total, 27 of which were on target. With so many shots, one would expect a dramatic scoreline, right? However, after 90 minutes, the score remained 0-0, with neither team scoring a single goal. This scoreline was absurd. The spectators witnessed both teams relentlessly attacking and shooting, yet unable to find the net. USA's goalkeeper, Howard, is notoriously inconsistent. His performances can be utterly disastrous, or phenomenal, like a god on the pitch. Just like a top laner who rolls the dice and becomes invincible, Howard went on a rampage in this game, making 19 spectacular saves and leaving the Belgian strikers helpless. Under Klinsmann's guidance, this relatively mediocre American team managed to keep pace with Belgium through teamwork and discipline. Throughout the match, the US team had several excellent opportunities, but they were all wasted. In the 90th minute, Belgium made a crucial substitution, bringing on Lukaku, who had performed well at Everton. This substitution became the final straw for the US team. In extra time, the US team began to struggle with fatigue, and after Lukaku entered the game, their defense finally crumbled. Facing the energetic and physically strong Lukaku, the US defenders were simply no match for him. In the 93rd minute, Lukaku dribbled down the wing, was bumped by a defender, and remained motionless, while the American defender who made the bump fell to the ground. Lukaku seized the opportunity and quickly dribbled into the penalty area. Facing the opposing defender's block, he cleverly passed a ball to De Bruyne. There were 4 defenders in the penalty area, but only 2 Belgian players. But after receiving a pass from Lukaku in the penalty area, De Bruyne didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he calmly turned and evaded the goalkeeper, adjusting his position and angle before aiming for the far corner. Howard had no chance against the shot, failing to save the decisive goal for the US team. 10 minutes later, it was De Bruyne again, delivering a crucial pass to assist Lukaku and scoring again. Although the US team pulled one back in the 107th minute, it still couldn't change their fate of being eliminated. Ultimately, thanks to these 2 goals, Belgium successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. De Bruyne was awarded the MVP of the match. The Werder Bremen duo still shines on the World Cup stage. Note, there was an error in the schedule. The Brazil vs Germany match was in the semifinals, not the quarterfinals. This has been corrected. Chapter 302 Countdown to Victory begins. Quarterfinals begin. In this World Cup, apart from the 4 Asian teams, the gap in strength between the other teams seems to have narrowed considerably. 5 of the 8 knockout matches went to extra time, including 2 penalty shootouts. Apart from Spain, the remaining title favorites, Brazil, the Netherlands, Argentina, Germany, and Belgium, were all dragged into extra time. The Netherlands suffered a particularly humiliating elimination, failing to even reach the quarterfinals, let alone avenge their loss to Spain. This has made the teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals extremely cautious, no longer daring to underestimate any opponent. Before the quarterfinals, the Spanish coaching staff specifically studied the characteristics and tactics of Costa Rica's players, and held meetings with the players to discuss how to limit their attack and how to break through their defense. As they get closer to the World Cup trophy, the players are focused, eliminating all distractions and concentrating entirely on the World Cup matches. For many players, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win a championship. If they fail to seize this opportunity, they will live the rest of their lives in regret. Costa Rica's defense is very solid. They mainly rely on counter-attacking tactics and play cautiously. However, their transition from defense to attack is very fast. Therefore, when defending, it's crucial to mark their midfield maestro, Brian Ruiz, closely and limit his passing to effectively reduce or even suppress their quick counter-attacks. Besides Ruiz, their goalkeeper Navas is also quite good. From the group stage to the knockout stage, his performance has been consistently strong. He's a goalkeeper with extremely fast reflexes, keen anticipation and insight, and a knack for coming out of his goal. When facing him, shots must be decisive and without hesitation, otherwise they'll easily be saved. Overall, Costa Rica's squad doesn't have many noteworthy stars. Compared to Spain's star-studded all-star lineup, their squad is relatively modest. Of Costa Rica's 11 starting players, only 3 come from the top 5 European leagues: forward Campbell, number 9, midfielder Ruiz, number 10, and goalkeeper Navas, number 1. Of these, Campbell, though an Arsenal player, was constantly on loan and unable to establish himself at the club. Ruiz, playing for Fulham, also struggled for playing time and was loaned to PSV Eindhoven in the Dutch Eredivisie. The only one who could establish himself and perform well in one of the top 5 leagues was Navas. In the recently concluded 2013-2014 season, Navas, with an exceptionally high save percentage of 80.1%, beat out more famous stars like Casillas and Courtois to be voted La Liga's best goalkeeper. His performances in the group stage and knockout stages of this World Cup proved that his La Liga Best Goalkeeper award was well deserved. On paper, the gap between the two teams is obvious. The combined value of the entire Spanish team is roughly equivalent to more than 20 Costa Rican teams. However, the World Cup isn't about player value, but about who scores more goals and concedes fewer. On July 5, the quarter-finals officially kicked off. The first match was between Germany and France, an all-European clash. The two teams have met 25 times in history, with France holding the upper hand with 11 wins, 6 draws, and 8 losses. However, in their most recent encounter a year ago, France lost 1-2 at home to Germany. In terms of accolades, France has only won 1 World Cup, while Germany has won 3. Besides their title, France has 1 runner-up finish, 2 third-place finishes, and 1 fourth-place finish. Germany, on the other hand, boasts 4 runner-up finishes, 4 third-place finishes, and 1 fourth-place finish. Germany's World Cup record has always been outstanding. Since 1954, they have never missed a World Cup and have reached the quarterfinals in every one. This is why they have consistently been considered favorites to win the World Cup. Their performance has been remarkably consistent. Of course, since 2014. Before the match, the outside world favored Germany. Since Deschamps took over the French national team, France's performance has indeed improved to some extent. However, a full recovery is still a long way off, and Lowe's German team is perhaps the strongest in the last decade. Therefore, France's chances against them are slim. Both teams took this match very seriously. Both fielded a 4-3-3 formation, with veteran Klose as the lone striker for Germany and Lahm returning to right back. For France, Benzema led the attack, with Griezmann replacing Giroud in the starting lineup. At the start of the match, both teams played aggressively. In the 3rd minute, Kroos attempted a long-range shot from outside the box with his right foot, but it was blocked by a French defender. In the 7th minute, Valbuena turned and chipped a pass from near the left byline, and Benzema shot directly with his right foot inside the box, but it went just wide of the left post. This was France's best chance of the game, but Benzema's shot lacked accuracy, missing a golden opportunity to change the score. After missing the goal, Benzema was visibly dissatisfied with his performance, muttering incessantly, seemingly unsure of what he was saying. In the 12th minute, Germany won a free kick. Kroos's free kick from the left was floated into the penalty area, and Hummels shrugged off Varane to head the ball into the goal. Germany got off to a dream start. Upon seeing Hummels' goal, Löw clapped excitedly, his palms turning red without him noticing. Before the match, he had studied France's weaknesses and discovered that they seemed poor at defending set pieces. 3 of France's last 4 conceded goals were from set pieces. Therefore, Germany practiced set-piece tactics specifically before the match, and the results were unexpectedly good, scoring just 12 minutes into the game. After taking the lead, France tried to equalize but were overwhelmed by Germany's counter-attacks. In the 24th and 33rd minutes, Klose and Müller both fell in the French penalty area, but the referee did not award penalties. This angered German fans because the fouls were committed by the same person, France's left-back Debuchy. If either of those fouls had resulted in a penalty, Germany would likely have secured the victory much earlier. France also had a chance to equalize in the first half. In the 34th minute, Griezmann beat the offside trap, reached the edge of the penalty area, and passed a ball to Valbuena. Neuer reacted quickly to Valbuena's close-range shot, making a one-handed save. Benzema rushed a follow-up shot, but Hummels blocked it with his knee. After missing this opportunity, Germany didn't give France another chance, and the 1-0 score remained until the halftime whistle. In the second half, Germany's defense became more solid. France struggled to break through Germany's defense, while Germany frequently launched threatening attacks. Unfortunately, Müller, Schürrle, and others squandered excellent opportunities, failing to extend the lead. In the final minute of stoppage time, Giroud, holding off an opposing defender in the penalty area, laid the ball off to Benzema. Benzema's shot was saved by Neuer with one hand, and France's comeback was futile. Benzema's performance in this match was poor, wasting several opportunities, which led to attacks from some extreme French fans after the game. Benzema, already accustomed to being the scapegoat, did not refute or comment on the criticism, but silently endured it all. Not only Benzema was criticized, but France's coach Deschamps also faced attacks, with accusations that his conservative tactics and poor player selection led to France's defeat. Actually, compared to the South Africa World Cup, France's performance in this World Cup was not bad. However, the crucial point was that they lost to Germany. Due to historical animosity, French fans found it difficult to accept their team losing to Germany, hence the widespread criticism and emotional outbursts. It remains to be seen what impact this defeat will have on the rebuilding of the French team. As for Germany, with this victory, they achieved the feat of reaching the semifinals of 4 consecutive World Cups. This is the first time in World Cup history that a team has achieved this feat. Germany, having already secured their place in the semifinals, can now rest easy as they await their opponent. Following Germany's match against France, the other match in the upper bracket took place, Brazil vs Colombia. This was an all-South American clash. Fueled by the cheers of their home fans, the home team, Brazil, was in red-hot form. Just 7 minutes into the game, Brazil took the lead from a corner kick. Neymar's free kick was of high quality, neither side could contest a near post, and the ball fell to the far post where an unmarked Thiago Silva used his body to deflect it into the net. Thiago Silva's goal sent the 60,000 Brazilian fans in the Castelao Stadium into a frenzy. This is Brazil's fastest goal of the tournament, and this early lead put the Brazilian fans, who had watched the previous match with bated breath, at ease. However, they couldn't afford to be complacent. Their opponents also had a powerful star like James Rodriguez, and a moment's inattention could lead to an equalizer. One more goal would have made it even more secure. The Brazilian fans' prayers seemed to have worked. In the 67th minute of the second half, David Luiz scored directly from a free kick, extending Brazil's lead to 2-0. This goal practically guaranteed Brazil a place in the semifinals. So after David Luiz's goal, the Brazilian fans in the stadium erupted, Brazilian fans online erupted, and fans all over Brazil were ecstatic. They saw hope of winning the championship on home soil. In the semifinals, their opponent would be the newly qualified Germany. Given Germany's performance in the 2 knockout matches, wouldn't Brazil dominate? However, Brazil's joy was quickly short-lived. Their captain, Thiago Silva, received a yellow card while defending, accumulating yellow cards and suspending him for the next match against Germany. In the final stages of the match, James Rodriguez, who had scored in 4 consecutive games, delivered a brilliant pass, giving Baca a one-on-one opportunity, but he was tripped by the on-rushing Brazilian goalkeeper, Cesar. The referee decisively awarded a penalty and gave Cesar a yellow card. In the 76th minute, this penalty made the seemingly decided game unpredictable again. James Rodriguez took the penalty, calmly using a change of pace to deceive the goalkeeper and score. This was James Rodriguez's 6th goal in this World Cup, and the only player in the tournament to score in 5 consecutive matches. After scoring the penalty, James Rodriguez didn't waste time celebrating, but quickly rushed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and ran towards the center circle. His action showed that Colombia hadn't given up. They wanted to upset Brazil and create a miracle. In the final stages of the match, Colombia's attack was incredibly relentless. To slow down the opponent's attack, Scolari opted for tactical substitutions to disrupt their rhythm. Brazil made several substitutions, with Paulino and Hulk being replaced, both choosing to leave the field slowly to give their teammates more breathing room. The Colombian players were clearly dissatisfied, and their actions became increasingly aggressive. In the 85th minute, Colombian defender Zuniga kneed Neymar from behind, causing Neymar to fall to the ground in pain. The foul was extremely serious. If his knee had struck a few centimeters higher, Neymar could have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Unable to continue after the impact, Neymar was stretchered off the field. Zuniga, who committed such a severe foul, only received a verbal warning and didn't even receive a yellow card. This sparked outrage among the Brazilian fans, who booed loudly throughout the stadium. Neymar was later diagnosed with a fractured vertebra and will miss at least 2 to 3 weeks of matches. This means he will also miss the next game. Although Brazil ultimately defeated Colombia 2-1 thanks to goals from 2 defenders, advancing to the semi-finals, the absence of 2 key players cast a shadow over their World Cup journey. Following the conclusion of the first half of the bracket, the second half of the bracket kicked off the following day. The first match was Argentina versus Belgium. Argentina got off to a dream start, with Gonzalo Higuain finally scoring in just 8 minutes after failing to score in his previous 5 matches. Belgium had bad luck. Di Maria's pass, intended for a late run by the full-back, was deflected by a Belgian defender and ended up at Higuain's feet. Higuain reacted quickly, unleashing a shot that caught Courtois completely off guard, leaving him no chance to react. This was the only goal of the match. De Bruyne, Hazard, and Lukaku made numerous attempts and efforts over the next 80 minutes, but none could change the score. Ultimately, Belgium fell short against Argentina, failing to reach the semifinals and face Spain. After the loss to Argentina, De Bruyne sent Lin Quan a message: "Beat Argentina." Lin Quan, who was preparing to go on the field, smiled upon seeing the message. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." De Bruyne frowned upon receiving Lin Quan's reply. Something about it felt off. It made it sound like they were dead. Oh well, never mind that, just cheer him on. At 5 p.m. on July 6, the final quarter-final match of the World Cup, Spain versus Costa Rica, officially kicked off. Note, the previous chapter contained a basic error. The match between Germany and Brazil was in the semifinals, not the quarterfinals. Chapter 303: A Global Challenge, How to Restrict Lin Quan. Inside the Arena Font Nova in El Salvador, the defending champions Spain and Costa Rica are currently playing. Costa Rica is playing very cautiously, fielding a 5-4-1 formation. This choice is arguably quite wise, as Spain is currently the most potent attacking force in this World Cup. They have scored 16 goals in their last 4 matches, averaging 4 goals per game. Facing such a formidable attacking force, failing to focus on defense and instead engaging in an all-out attacking battle would be disastrous. From the start, Spain didn't rush into attacks. Instead, they patiently passed and combined to probe Costa Rica's defensive weaknesses. Most of Costa Rica's players play in their domestic league, which isn't considered a high-level league, so their individual abilities are certainly inferior to Spain's. Spain has a good strategy for dealing with this type of defense: speed up the pace. The reason the top 5 European leagues are superior to other leagues is primarily due to the abundance of star players and their high level of skill and tactics, allowing them to maintain a fast pace in their matches. In lower-level leagues, the pace of the game is generally slower due to the individual abilities of the players. Limited by stamina, passing skills, awareness, and vision, players in lower-level leagues struggle to play fast-paced games. Once the pace is increased, their error rate rises significantly. This is evident in the annual Club World Cup matches between top European clubs and champions from other continents. Guangzhou Evergrande, having won the AFC Champions League, couldn't adapt to Bayern Munich's pace in the Club World Cup. And Guangzhou Evergrande is capable of defeating the champions of Central America. These weaknesses had been analyzed and summarized by the Spanish coaching staff before the match. The Spanish players were well aware of their own strengths and the opponent's weaknesses, so they planned to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. In this match, Lin Quan finally experienced the treatment of a superstar. Of course, it wasn't a good thing. The Costa Rican players considered him the #1 threat in the Spanish team, assigning him a dedicated marker throughout the game. Whenever he got the ball, multiple players would immediately double-team and press him, even resorting to fouls to deal with him. Only 20 minutes into the first half, Lin Quan had already drawn 3 yellow cards. The referee for this match, Iramadov, is from Uzbekistan and is known for his strong sense of control. In his matches, situations rarely spiral out of control. He usually intervenes as soon as the game shows any signs of this happening. Before the match, he had anticipated that the Costa Rican players might use fouls against Lin Quan. This tactic isn't inherently wrong, but it comes with consequences. Otherwise, the continued use of such fouls would inevitably escalate the anger of the fouled players, potentially leading to a brawl on the field. His 3 consecutive yellow cards calmed the Costa Rican players considerably. They became less likely to foul in the remainder of the match, giving Lin Quan more room to maneuver. In the 21st minute, Spain launched a quick counter-attack. Lin Quan received the ball, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, then looked towards the center of the field before backheeling the ball to David Silva on the wing. The pass was very subtle. The Costa Rican fullback couldn't keep up with David Silva in time, allowing him to dribble down the flank and deliver a cross. To avoid interception during the flight, David Silva's pass was quite powerful. Torres was a little slow to react, his outstretched foot failing to reach the ball, and Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas also failed to collect it. Unfortunately, there was no second Spanish player at the far post, causing the ball to slide across the goal untouched. On the sidelines, Spain's coach, Vicente Del Bosque, stood up and applauded his players. Although the attack didn't result in a goal, it successfully created a threat. And most importantly, Lin Quan's form had returned. In the 25th minute, Spain launched another attack. This time, they changed direction, attacking from the right flank. Lin Quan dribbled forward, observing the positioning of the opposing defenders. Seeing Lin Quan's attention elsewhere, the opposing fullback thought he had an opportunity and suddenly stretched out his leg to intercept. However, after his foot extended, his other foot kicked the ball away with even greater speed. Gamboa was dumbfounded. Hadn't he been ignoring the ball? How could his reaction be so fast? No, it couldn't be purely based on reaction. Could it be that this was a trap, a deliberate act of feigning inattention to lure him into intercepting? The more he thought about it, the more likely this seemed, but even if he figured it out now, it was too late. Lin Quan had already broken past him, leaving the right flank and cutting into the penalty area. Seeing Gamboa get beaten, the Costa Rican defenders retreated in unison, and their central midfielder Borges immediately rushed towards Lin Quan. He intended to stop Lin Quan, or if that wasn't possible, use a foul to stop him. Borges had luckily escaped a card when his teammate fouled Lin Quan earlier. This means he hasn't received a yellow card yet, giving him some leeway. Lin Quan noticed Borges approaching, but he didn't stop dribbling forward or pass the ball immediately. His teammates hadn't created space, and passing at this point would likely lead to a positional battle, losing the element of surprise and a quick attack. Reorganizing the attack would be difficult, as the Costa Rican defenders weren't already in position, making it hard to break through their defense. Therefore, the best option was for him to continue dribbling, drawing more attention and interceptions before passing. At that point, there would be more Spanish players in the attacking third, giving him more passing options. Borges, overjoyed that Lin Quan hadn't passed immediately, charged at him without hesitation. He figured being a head taller than Lin Quan would be easy, right? However, to his surprise, Lin Quan was like a small tank, refusing to be knocked down after the initial collision. Instead, he himself was knocked back several steps and landed hard on his backside. Borges was shocked and incredibly surprised by his defeat in the physical confrontation. Not only him, but the fans and coaches of both teams were also astonished by the result. After getting past Borges, Lin Quan was immediately double-teamed. Instead of holding onto the ball, he decisively passed it out. Iniesta received the pass and surged into the penalty area, unleashing a high-quality shot. Unfortunately, Navas continued his excellent performance from the previous match, making a difficult save to deny Iniesta's shot. Seeing Iniesta's shot saved, Lin Quan couldn't help but glance at Navas in front of the goal. This guy's skill is truly impressive, he almost wanted to applaud him for that save. Iniesta couldn't help but shake his head. He had taken a decisive and well-executed shot. With a different goalkeeper, it might have gone in. But the opponent was La Liga's best goalkeeper, and this level of shot seemed insufficient. While the Spanish fans at the stadium felt sorry for Iniesta's shot, they were still very happy that their team had launched several threatening attacks in a short period. The fans who came to Brazil to watch the game were mostly die-hard fans of the Spanish national team. They had watched many of their national team matches and were very confident in their team's strength. If Spain played well and maintained this momentum, a goal was only a matter of time. Compared to Iniesta's shot being saved, fans watching at the stadium and online were more concerned about the comical and ridiculous incident where Borges tried to collide with Lin Quan but ended up knocking himself down. Haha. Costa Rica's number 5 was trying to dribble past Lingard. Too bad, he failed. Not only did he fail, he also embarrassed himself in front of the whole world. If I were him, I'd want to crawl into a hole on the field. Haha, stop talking. I can practically imagine how embarrassed he was, wanting to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the pitch with his toes. Lingard's small frame doesn't look impressive, but he's surprisingly strong. Back when Fulham's defender Richardson tried to dribble past Lingard, he got taught a lesson by Lingard. Don't let his height fool you, Lingard's physical strength is impressive. I checked, Lingard weighs about 74 kilograms, 1 kilogram heavier than Borges on the other side. Plus, his short stature and low center of gravity mean that in a collision, Lingard might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Lingard is 173 centimeters, that's not short, right? Normal height, right? A tiny bit taller than Messi. If we're talking about height, a certain player who likes to stand on his tiptoes for photos would have something to say. Putting Ronaldo, Messi, and Lingard together to compare height is just too unfair. Exactly, what kind of heroes compare height? Let's compare goals, like World Cup goals. Fun fact, Messi has participated in 3 World Cups, and so far, his total World Cup goals are 5. Ronaldo has also participated in 3 World Cups, and his current total goals are 4. Here's the important part, Lingard only participated in this World Cup, and his current total goals are 6. He's also the top scorer of this World Cup. After James Rodriguez was eliminated, the only players who can threaten him on the top scorer list are Messi and Müller. You don't know until you compare, and the comparison is startling. Fans know that Lin Quan performed exceptionally well in this World Cup, scoring many goals. However, because Lin Quan also scores prolifically in the league and the Champions League, many people don't know what these goals mean. When fans listed Messi and Ronaldo's records across 3 World Cups, they realized just how terrifying Lin Quan's 6 goals in 4 games were. The game isn't over yet, and Lingard might score again. If he scores another goal, he'll overtake James Rodriguez and take sole possession of the top scorer spot. Wow, is Lingard really that good? I've always known he's great, but he seems even better than I imagined. To be honest, I feel the same way, but why is that? Why? It's because Lingard is relatively young and hasn't been on the professional stage for very long, so he hasn't accumulated enough fans. Therefore, everyone subconsciously assumes Messi and Ronaldo are better. That makes sense. It might also be related to the league and team Lingard plays for. After all, Messi and Ronaldo both play in La Liga, and Real Madrid and Barcelona are among the world's top teams. The buzz generated by their clashes is naturally much higher than the buzz surrounding Lingard playing for Manchester City. So, not only do fans pay more attention to Messi and Ronaldo, but the news media also prefer to report on their clashes. This is probably the most convincing explanation, and fans generally agree with it. Let's use this World Cup to show those who underestimated Lin Quan just how much he's grown. Charge, Lin Quan. Borges was indeed embarrassed. When his teammates helped him up, he couldn't help but explain, "I slipped and lost my balance. I won't do it again." His teammates looked at him suspiciously. "I didn't blame you, why are you explaining so agitatedly?" Borges failed to recognize his mistake, but Costa Rica's coach Pinto on the sidelines noticed, "Spain's number 30 seems to have stronger physical strength than we expected." He had assumed the opponent was short, the type with agile footwork but weaker physical strength. That's why he had deployed a strangulation tactic against Lin Quan. Judging from the results of the first 20 minutes, this tactic seemed to have some effect. However, the incident of Borges being knocked down by Lin Quan told him that what was effective wasn't entirely the strangulation tactic itself, but rather a combination of strangulation and fouling. Without enough fouls, it would still be difficult to limit him. The problem is, 3 players on the field already have yellow cards. If they continue with the fouling tactic, given Armadov's officiating habits, he certainly won't tolerate Costa Rica's fouls. Before the game is even over, they might have several players sent off. So, this method won't work, they need to think of other solutions. However, it's too much to ask him to come up with a solution in such a short time when even coaches of so many top European clubs haven't been able to figure it out. Therefore, the final result is that there's no solution. Costa Rica can't contain Lin Quan. Thank you all for your concern. Here's an update on my mother's condition at the hospital. Her condition has improved since admission, and she's currently in a relatively stable state. The doctor has scheduled a coronary angiography tomorrow to determine the extent of any blockage in her heart vessels, and then they'll consider whether to perform a stent or bypass surgery. This chapter was typed on my phone at the hospital. Typing on a phone is a bit difficult, so it's slow. I don't know if I'll be able to write tomorrow's update. Updates may be very unstable during this period, so please bear with me. Thank you. P.S. If you find any typos, please help correct them. I wrote this in a hurry and didn't have time to check. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Giving Football Fans Around the World a Little Shock from Lin. After creating 2 threatening attacks, the Costa Rican players sensed danger. They began to tighten their defense further, aiming to avoid mistakes rather than make any significant impact. If they could force a draw against Spain and drag the game into a penalty shootout, they might still have a glimmer of hope. However, if they continued playing at this pace, they were likely to be completely overwhelmed by Spain. With Costa Rica's defense tightened, Spain's attacks became significantly more difficult. Lin Quan tried to use his individual skills to break through a few times, but the opponent's defense was very tight, giving him few good opportunities. Dribbling too deep risked being surrounded and cutting off passing lanes to teammates, making it difficult to get the ball out. Faced with such a dense defense, Spain began to try long-range shots from outside the penalty area, hoping to score. However, Navas' performance was simply too outstanding. With him guarding the goal, long-range shots were difficult to penetrate his defenses. In the 37th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from his teammate, feigned acceleration to attract the attention of the opposing defenders, and then passed the ball back to the center. Iniesta, following up, unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Just as Iniesta shot, Lin Quan moved away from him, creating a shooting window. The defender marking Lin Quan, in his movement, obstructed the shorter Iniesta, preventing Navas from seeing the shot immediately. However, under these circumstances, Navas, with superhuman reflexes, made an almost impossible save. With a resounding thud, he swatted the ball away with one hand. Seeing that his shot had been saved again, Iniesta clutched his head in disbelief, clutching his dwindling hair. He couldn't understand how his opponent had made such a miraculous save without prior notice. Lin Quan glanced at Iniesta with some concern, not so much about the impact on Iniesta's mentality, but mainly about his receding hairline. He had often seen Iniesta back in his La Masia Youth Academy days. Back then, Iniesta's hairline wasn't this high. Over the years, it's steadily receding. In a few more years, he might end up bald like Guardiola. Lin, you should next time. Iniesta's mentality was somewhat affected. Even a striker whose primary goal is to score would start to doubt themselves after missing several shots in a row. Okay. So, upon hearing Iniesta's request, Lin Quan readily agreed. When Pellegrini told him that Manchester City was interested in and planned to sign Navas, he didn't think much of it. Although he'd heard of Navas's reputation, after all, he was the one who took Casillas' starting position after joining Real Madrid. Someone who could displace Casillas couldn't be mediocre. However, he'd only heard of Navas's name. The two had never faced each other directly, so Lin Quan lacked a direct understanding of how good Navas was. This match was a perfect opportunity for them to have a good spar. Previously, Bravo had left a deep impression on Lin Quan during the match against Chile. It remains to be seen whether Navas can reach Bravo's level. With the first half drawing to a close, the Costa Rican players became increasingly united, desperately trying to hold on to the 0-0 score. However, after choosing to retreat and defend, the Spanish players pushed into the opponent's half, beginning to play possession-based football. Thanks to the large number of attacking players committed, Spain's possession-based tactics remained effective despite the tight defense. Ultimately, the individual strength of the Costa Rican players was somewhat lacking. If a team from one of the top 5 European leagues adopted this tactic, Spain would likely find it difficult to break through their defense. But for Costa Rica, this seems unlikely. The only variable lies with a goalkeeper. Navas's ability is undeniable. In this match, as Spain's shots increased, his form improved during saves, making him increasingly difficult to deal with. In the 42nd minute, Spain executed a brilliant combination play just outside the penalty area. Despite the opponent's tight defense, they managed to tear a gap in Costa Rica's defense with an extremely quick pass. Lin Quan dribbled into the penalty area and passed the ball to Torres in a tight space. Torres, under pressure from the opposing defender, adjusted his position and passed the ball back to Lin Quan. This pass highlighted Torres' tactical value. Compared to Villa, a pure striker, Torres, a traditional center forward, could act as a pivot in the opponent's penalty area, setting up his teammates. He didn't pass the ball directly to Lin Quan's feet but gave him a slight lead, allowing Lin Quan to accelerate forward without slowing down. Great pass, Torres. Lin Quan praised inwardly, accelerating and receiving the ball before the opposing defender could clear it. He then pulled the ball to the right, dribbling past the last defender and creating a one-on-one opportunity. Navas came out. If it were another player, like Torres, he might not have come out. However, before the match, the Costa Rican coach showed him 5 hours of Lin Quan's shooting highlights, from his early days at Werder Bremen to his shots in the latest World Cup group stage and knockout rounds. It had everything. After watching these videos, Navas was greatly wary of Lin Quan's abilities. This guy's shooting skills were incredibly diverse. Aside from headers, he was proficient in every other skill. Especially his one-on-one success rate, it was ridiculously high. Although it was easy for him to get past you if you went out of your goal, if you stayed inside the goal, it was almost impossible to save his shot. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Going out of your goal had a higher success rate and allowed you to control the game. Seeing Navas move, Lin Quan wasn't surprised at all. A good goalkeeper usually prefers to take control of the game. They don't like to passively follow the opponent's rhythm. Coincidentally, Lin Quan also liked to take control. He dribbled the ball sideways, attempting to use his speed to create distance, bypass the onrushing Navas, and gain an open goal opportunity. Navas, of course, wouldn't give him the chance. He pounced like a hungry tiger, lunging at the ball at Lin Quan's feet, forcing Lin Quan to shoot immediately, otherwise, the ball would be cleared. Even if Navas failed to steal the ball from Lin Quan, forcing him to make a significant adjustment would buy time for the defenders to complete their defensive play. Goalkeepers are never alone, they have many teammates fighting alongside them. Seeing Navas's choice, Lin Quan's expression turned serious. The opponent's intention was clear, but even knowing his purpose, he had no other choice but to follow Navas's script. This guy, it seems, is not only very strong, but also has a strong mentality. This almost gambling-like save, if successful, would bring glory, but if it failed, he would become the scapegoat for the team's loss, becoming the target of public condemnation. And Navas did it without any hesitation. Lin Quan could only secretly admire his courage. He wasn't one to hesitate either, and without a second thought, he aimed for the top left corner of the goal and took a shot. Navas immediately swung his right arm, attempting to intercept Lin Quan's shot in midair. The two were very close. Navas had ample space to block, but his reaction time was too short. Whether his save would reach the ball was entirely a matter of luck. The fans in both stadiums, seeing Lin Quan and Navas locked in a close quarters battle, held their breath, their eyes glued to the goal. Would the ball go in? Navas was lucky. As he swung his arm, he felt his forearm touch the ball. The ball's trajectory changed slightly, from flying straight towards the goal to soaring into the air. Feeling the touch on his arm, Navas made the save, losing his balance, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. In his duel with Lin Quan, it seemed he had the last laugh. However, his joy was premature. Although the ball was deflected by his forearm, it didn't completely go out of bounds. Because his arm absorbed some of the force, and because Lin Quan didn't use much power when he shot, the ball didn't fly very high and quickly began to fall back. Just as the ball was falling, Navas felt a shadow fall over him. Falling to the ground, he instinctively looked up and saw Spain's number 30 leaping high and, with a perfect header, heading the ball into the goal. Boom! After a moment of silence, the New Font Stadium erupted in deafening cheers, like a volcanic eruption. The Spanish fans were ecstatic. They were not only happy for Lin Quan's goal that broke the deadlock, but also surprised and excited to see Lin Quan score with a header for the first time. Did I see that right? Lin Quan seems to have headed the ball into the goal? Damn, Lin Quan can head the ball? Even Messi can score with a header, and Lin Quan is 3 centimeters taller than Messi, there's no way he can't. But I don't think I've ever seen him score with a header before. This is really rare. I remember he scored with a header in the Bundesliga, but it was very rare. Definitely rare. I've watched so many of Lin Quan's games, and I've never seen him score with a header before. This is truly an eye-opener. Judging from Lin Quan's movements, he must have secretly practiced. That lion head swinging motion looks quite convincing. If Lin Quan were 10 centimeters taller, he might be another header powerhouse. Are you talking about Ramos? Steamed bun, aren't you holding back? Ramos is the second highest scorer in the Spanish team. That header was absolutely amazing. Ramos isn't very tall, only 1.84 meters, but his heading ability is impressive, far superior to Pique's 1.94 meters. Because Lin Quan's header was so rare, the Spanish players couldn't help but ask with concern as they ran over to celebrate. Lin, when did you secretly start practicing your heading? You scored a header on the World Cup stage without a sound. You're amazing. I practiced whenever I had free time, just in case, but it actually came in handy. Practiced randomly? That perfect form doesn't seem like random practice. Did you secretly learn from a heading master? Before Lin Quan could answer, Ramos proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, he learned from me. No one would disagree that my heading skills are the best in the Spanish team, right? On the sidelines, Del Bosque excitedly embraced Coach Tony. In his excitement, he couldn't help but ask curiously, when did this kid start practicing headers? Coach Tony was also baffled. I don't know. Logically, with his height, it's difficult for him to get to the ball in the penalty area, so practicing headers is basically a waste of time. That's why we didn't arrange any header training for him. Could it be that he trained at Manchester City? Del Bosque didn't recall arranging any header training for Lin Quan, so he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Because both Navas and Lin Quan were playing, Pellegrini arrived at the stadium early. Seeing Lin Quan score a header, he, like Del Bosque, couldn't help but mutter to himself, with Lin's height, the Spanish team actually arranged header training for him? I don't understand what that old man Del Bosque is trying to do. He also felt that Lin Quan was wasting time practicing headers because it was too impractical. Instead of wasting time training headers, it would be better to improve other weaknesses and further enhance his overall strength. Navas stared blankly at the ball in the goalposts. He had guessed the beginning, but not the end. Who knew this guy had a hidden trick up his sleeve, scoring with a header he'd never seen before in the videotapes? It was truly bad luck, because Lin Quan rarely used headers. His header in the Bundesliga was practically a fluke. His form was completely unorthodox, showing no signs of heading ability whatsoever. So, when the Costa Rican coach was reviewing the videotapes, he deliberately omitted Lin Quan's header. This left Navas unaware of Lin Quan's tactical advantage, a significant intelligence disadvantage. Navas quickly adjusted his mindset. Being down by 1 goal wasn't the end of the world. Trust his teammates, trust his coach, they might be able to turn the game around in the second half. As long as he continued to guard the goal and prevent the opponent from extending their lead, there was still a chance to win. Now that Costa Rica had made history by reaching the quarterfinals, why not dream of the semifinals? With little time remaining in the first half, the referee blew the final whistle shortly after the Spanish players finished celebrating and the game restarted. Taking the lead before halftime was a very good result for Spain. This goal made their second-half tactics much more predictable, giving them the initiative to counter Costa Rica's strategies. Chapter 305 Lin Wang, who plays football with his brain. During halftime, Vicente Del Bosque indeed adjusted the team's tactics. While he wouldn't necessarily resort to a defensive counter-attacking strategy just for Costa Rica, he opted to substitute Xavi for Xabi Alonso to strengthen midfield control. As for the attacking adjustments, if Spain could score again before the 70th minute, he would substitute Torres for Pedro, switching to a strikerless formation. This strikerless formation is a tactic Spain has long used, but recently Germany has also started to imitate it. However, Del Bosque feels that Germany's strikerless formation is somewhat incongruous. They lack so many top-class midfielders like Spain, and they also lack a striker like Lin Quan. Forcing a strikerless formation would only cause Germany to lose its own fine traditions. It's unclear what Lowe was thinking. Spanish and German football ecosystems are different, and their tactical philosophies are also very different. Isn't forcibly imitating Spanish tactics a recipe for disaster for Germany? He speculated that the German Football Association, seeing Spain's dominance with possession-based football on the world stage, was extremely envious and, yearning to win the World Cup again, could only forcibly imitate them, recklessly taking a gamble. To this, Del Bosque could only say that the Germans didn't even know the meaning of death. Possession-based football was indeed powerful a few years ago, but it's clearly not as effective now. After being specifically studied for so long, its strengths and weaknesses have long been exposed to the world. After this World Cup, Spain's golden generation will gradually fade from the national team, and even Del Bosque himself doesn't know if Spain will still have such a strong dominance. Under these circumstances, the German team actually abandoned its own tradition and came to imitate the Spanish team. Del Bosque finds this hard to understand. Play well in the second half, don't be careless, don't underestimate our opponents. We're only 45 minutes away from advancing to the semi-finals, which is why we need to be extra vigilant and not fall before dawn. Spain's run in this World Cup has been too smooth, so Vicente Del Bosque had to repeatedly emphasize this to his players, telling them not to relax and not to underestimate their opponents. Once a mistake is made, there's no chance to make amends. Therefore, emphasizing this 1,000 times before the match is never too much. Meanwhile, in the Costa Rican locker room, Coach Pinto repeatedly pulled at his hair. The opponent's number 30 was simply too troublesome. If they couldn't contain him, they were hesitant to use many tactics. Because they were behind, Costa Rica would definitely need to intensify their attack in the second half. However, his biggest concern was how to prevent Spain from launching counterattacks. Spain had used the defensive counterattacking tactic in the group stage, and under this tactic, their counterattacks were very effective. With excellent passing, their fast counterattacks were both quick and ruthless. 1 second they were besieging the opponent's goal, the next the ball was on the edge of their own penalty area, and a moment's inattention led to goal. Costa Rica's squad isn't particularly strong, but their success was due to effective tactics and the players' united efforts, amplifying their strengths and compensating for their weaknesses through teamwork. However, in this match, their strengths couldn't be utilized, while Spain relentlessly exploited their weaknesses. This was a difficult situation. We'll play like this. Ultimately, Pinto chose the least risky attacking tactic from several options. The 15-minute halftime break quickly ended, and both teams returned to the field. Costa Rica indeed intensified their attack, launching a full-scale offensive from the start. It seemed they wanted to catch Spain off guard at the beginning of the second half, before the Spanish players were fully engaged. For teams that start slowly, being caught off guard at the outset and then suddenly attacked can easily lead to goal. Spain is known for its slow starts. In major tournaments, they typically begin poorly, only improving as the game progresses. This was evident in the South Africa World Cup 4 years ago. However, Costa Rica clearly underestimated this Spanish team. Under Vicente Del Bosque's tutelage, while Spain hasn't completely shaken off their slow starting tendency, they've undoubtedly improved significantly. Moreover, the tournament has now reached the quarterfinals. At this stage, Spain's form should be high, and hoping to win by exploiting their poor performance is wishful thinking. As expected, a strong opening attack, the coach really guessed it. Seeing the opponent's aggressive attack, the Spanish players looked on with certainty. They focused on defense, intensifying their pressing and interceptions, giving Costa Rica no chance. Costa Rica's attacking ability isn't strong, and with Spain prepared, their pressing tactics quickly became ineffective. A few minutes passed, and the Costa Rican players' initial momentum began to fade. The Spanish players took control of the game, bringing it back to their familiar rhythm. On the sidelines, Spain's coach, Vicente Del Bosque, glanced at the time. 5 minutes had passed since the start of the second half. He was somewhat skeptical. Would the Costa Rican coach give up so easily? From the looks of the game, they seemed unwilling to continue attacking, yet they were currently trailing. If they didn't attack, victory would be theirs. There must be some other preparations waiting for us, so we can't be careless. Del Bosque wasn't complacent about his team successfully thwarting the opponent's initial counterattack. On the contrary, the opponent's unusual behavior made him uneasy. The players on the field didn't care about the opponent's tactics. Once the game found its rhythm, Spain's attack became increasingly sharp. In the 53rd minute of the second half, David Silva dribbled down the wing and delivered a high-quality cross near the byline. Torres, lurking in front of the goal, finally got a touch on the ball, but unfortunately, his shot was too straight and went straight into Navas's arms. Navas quickly rushed out with the ball and threw it to his winger. He wanted to capitalize on Spain's attacking opportunity and launch a counter-attack. However, Spain was prepared. Alba rushed in and, using the opportunity of challenging for the ball, disrupted the Costa Rican attack, preventing it from succeeding. The Costa Rican coach frowned. He had just observed that when Spain's attacking players launched their attacks, at least 4 or 5 defenders remained in their own half. Under this defensive intensity, launching a counter-attack was very difficult, as the opponent was clearly anticipating this tactic. In the first half, because Costa Rica focused most of their energy on defense, Spain, relying solely on their few attacking players, struggled to create numerical superiority and launch threatening attacks. However, the situation changed completely in the second half. With the attacking pressure shifting to Costa Rica, they had to prioritize attack over defense to enhance their offensive capabilities. This resulted in a significant drop in their defensive intensity, allowing Spain to create frequent threats even without pushing the entire team into their own half. This put the Costa Rican coach in a very difficult position. It seems that clinging to outdated methods won't work. They had initially expected their opponents to maintain the same high-pressure attacking style as in the first half, pushing the entire team into their own half. In that case, they could use quick counterattacks to threaten Spain's goal whenever possible. The deeper the opponent pushed forward, the greater their counterattacking threat. However, the situation was different from their expectations. After Costa Rica made tactical adjustments, Spain also made corresponding adjustments. Their counterattacks became ineffective, and their defense weakened due to the need to focus on attack. Thus, Costa Rica's tactical adjustments seemed to have placed them in a very awkward position, unable to succeed in either attack or defense. It wasn't just Coach Pinto who noticed this, the Costa Rican players on the field also gradually took notice. The reason was simple: they felt extremely tired in the second half. Less than 10 minutes into the game, many players were already panting heavily. The main reason for this wasn't normal physical exertion, but rather the fact that Spain's attack was incredibly threatening, forcing them to exert themselves both offensively and defensively. Trying to do both resulted in doing neither well. This back and forth was bound to exhaust the players. This couldn't continue. If they played like this for another 10 minutes or so, their stamina would be completely depleted. On the sidelines, Coach Pinto paced anxiously. He wanted to make substitutions now, but it was too early. And it was too close to his second tactical decision. Making substitutions now might disrupt their formation and their original tactical plan. With that in mind, he decided to wait. Before that, however, he still had the substitutes warm up, ready to come on at any time. On the other side, on the Spanish coaching bench, after seeing the opponent's actions, Vicente Del Bosque also called up several players on the bench, telling them to warm up. Costa, Pedro, Coke, the three of you go warm up. Hearing Del Bosque's words, Costa and the other two quickly stood up from the bench and happily ran to the sidelines to warm up. Should we send Costa on? Coach Tony asked with some doubt. Wasn't the plan to play a strikerless formation? Why bring Costa on? His injury has just recovered, and we don't know his condition yet. I plan to send him on in the 80th minute to see how he performs. 80 minutes? Tony looked at his watch. It was only the 55th minute, a full 25 minutes before Del Bosque's substitution time. There was still so much time, and he was already called out so early? Was he going to have him warm up for 25 minutes? It's good to get him moving around more and fully warming up. This kid's had a bad run of luck, getting injured in the first World Cup match. If he gets injured again in this game, he'll have wasted a valuable spot for us. Vicente Del Bosque seemed a bit worried about Diego Costa's injury. He called him up to the team hoping that he and Lin Quan would form a formidable attacking partnership. But Costa only played one game before getting injured and has been sidelined ever since. With the semifinals fast approaching, if he doesn't get some exercise and integrate into the team quickly, Del Bosque really wouldn't dare put him in the starting lineup for the semifinal against Argentina. As the two were chatting, the 60th minute of the match quickly arrived. Costa Rica, who had previously retreated back to their own half, launched another fierce attack on the Spanish goal. This scene made Del Bosque slightly taken aback. Was the opponent's attacking tactic not just limited to the opening stages, but happening at specific times? The second half had already been played for 15 minutes, which meant that the opponent was launching an attack every 15 minutes. On the field, the Spanish players were besieging the Costa Rican goal. Suddenly, the opposing team charged out like mad dogs, multiple players pressing and closing down on their ball carrier, catching him off guard. The ball was quickly intercepted, and Costa Rica launched a counter-attack. However, the experienced Xabi Alonso, seeing the sudden acceleration, proactively marked Costa Rica's midfield maestro, Ruiz. This choice proved crucial for Spain. When the Costa Rican attack reached Ruiz, it was intercepted by Xabi Alonso. Ruiz couldn't match Alonso's physicality, technique, or experience. He held on to the ball too long, failing to pass it immediately, and as a result, he couldn't get the ball out. After Busquets closed in, possession quickly returned to Spain. Busquets made a very deceptive feint, pretending to dribble forward, but after kicking the ball, he suddenly leaped over it. Xabi Alonso followed up with a long pass, sending the ball back into the Costa Rican penalty area. The ball was aimed at Torres, but the opposing defenders were marking him closely, preventing Torres from overpowering them for a header. However, he could pass the ball to a teammate in front of the penalty area. Torres had two Spanish players in front of him, Iniesta and Lin Quan. He instinctively chose to pass the ball to his most trusted player, Lin Quan. The probability of scoring was highest with a ball at Lin Quan's feet. Although Torres and Iniesta had played together longer, he still felt that giving the ball to Lin Quan was the safest and most secure option. Perhaps he could even get an assist from this pass? However, Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas wouldn't give him the chance. He reacted extremely quickly, rushing out the instant Torres passed the ball. By the time Lin Quan received the pass and dribbled past the defenders into the penalty area, Navas was already in front of him, blocking his path. "You little brat." Lin Quan glanced at Navas out of the corner of his eye. When Navas rushed out, he maintained excellent positioning with the two Costa Rican center-backs. Lin Quan didn't have enough space or time to break through him. Of course, he could choose to shoot, but the probability of the ball being saved was not small. The opponent's blocking area was already large, and with the flanks of the defenders covering him, there was hardly any space in front of Lin Quan. So, he chose to pass. This was the most reasonable choice. And also the most unexpected choice. He was already in this position, and he still passed the ball. Did he even want the World Cup Golden Boot? Navas felt like he had been toyed with. The ball was passed across to the left side of the penalty area by Lin Quan, where a figure quickly rushed in and easily kicked the ball into the empty net. The goal scorer was Spain's number 21, David Silva. Seeing Silva score, Lin Quan glanced at Navas. He was puzzled as to why this guy had such an expression. Did he think of him as the kind of reckless player who didn't think before he played? If that's really what he thinks, then Lin Quan wouldn't mind giving him a good lesson. Play football with your brain, not brute force. David Silva's goal made the Spanish fans in the stadium as happy as if it were a festival. Meanwhile, the Costa Rican fans on the other side were devastated, many even shedding tears. They all knew very well what Spain's goal in the 61st minute meant for this match. It's no exaggeration to say that this goal completely killed the suspense of the game. Thank you all for your concern. Just to update you on my mother's condition, she had an angiography at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. The coronary artery blockage is okay, it doesn't meet the criteria for a stent. Tomorrow we'll see what the head doctor says during rounds. If there are no problems, she'll have a gastroscopy this afternoon to check for stomach ulcers, and then my mother should be able to be discharged. These past few days have been truly terrifying. P.S. Today is De Bruyne's birthday. Happy birthday to De Bruyne. May he stay young forever, keep up the good work, and win another Champions League title. Chapter 306 Semi-finals Spain vs Argentina, Messi's tension. Costa Rica's second attack failed, and Spain scored again. The suspense of the match was essentially over. Looking back at Navas's attack, in hindsight, it seems somewhat problematic. He seemed affected by Lin Quan's goal, his mentality shifting, becoming somewhat impatient. He's not usually impulsive, but just now he seemed swayed by the desire to win, seemingly eager to defeat this world-class star to prove himself. Navas knew that many club scouts had been observing him recently, including some from top clubs. Facing the world's number one ranked team, Spain, in a crucial match for the team's World Cup semi-finals, trailing on the score while being scouted by other clubs, these factors combined made Navas somewhat impatient. Fortunately, he quickly realized this, and his subsequent performance remained as stable as ever. This earned him nods of satisfaction from the scouts who came to assess his form. After watching most of the match, they began scribbling down their assessments of Navas in their notebooks. Navas possesses solid technique, quick reflexes, and strong anticipation abilities, enabling him to rapidly identify the opponent's attacking routes and make the most rational choices. He is very decisive when coming out of his goal, occasionally a bit reckless, but with his superb physical skills and excellent goalkeeping technique, he can defuse most crises. Furthermore, in the match against Costa Rica, Navas demonstrated excellent leadership, communicating well with his teammates, especially the defenders, allowing the much weaker Costa Rica team to contend with the world's top team, Spain. Overall rating, excellent. Transfer price estimate, 10 to 18 euros million. After David Silva scored Spain's second goal, Vicente Del Bosque quickly made substitutions. In the 67th minute, Torres was substituted, and Pedro came on. Spain switched to a strikerless formation, their most familiar formation. Spain, employing a strikerless formation, increased the number and frequency of passes. Costa Rica's players, currently experiencing a physical plateau, were powerless to keep up with Spain's increased tempo. This resulted in numerous dangerous situations in front of their goal. In the 71st minute, Pedro broke into the penalty area and his shot went just wide of the post. 5 minutes later, it was Pedro again, receiving a pass from Lin Quan and unleashing a volley from the left side of the penalty area, which Navas narrowly parried away with one hand. Less than 10 minutes after coming on as a substitute, Pedro experienced firsthand the challenge his teammates faced with Navas. This guy, he's like he's got a cheat code. So difficult to deal with. Similarly, the Costa Rican defenders, panting heavily, stared incredulously at Spain's number 30. This guy, even with two men double-teaming him in such a tight space, they couldn't dispossess him. Instead, he passed the ball out. How did he do that? How could they possibly mark him completely? Was it really impossible to stop him? Fortunately, they wouldn't have to worry about that for long. In the 80th minute, Vicente Del Bosque substituted Diego Costa, replacing Spain's key player, Lin Quan. To prepare for the match against Argentina 4 days later, Del Bosque wanted to conserve energy for the team's key players, allowing them to be in better form for the challenge. After Lin Quan left the field, Spain's attack didn't stop. Substitute Diego Costa was very active, tirelessly running back and forth in the attacking third, trying to find scoring opportunities. With the support of Spain's top midfield maestros, he did indeed get a few good chances. Unfortunately, he couldn't capitalize on them. Several shots were either easily saved by Navas or went wide. Under the close marking of the Costa Rican defenders, the recently recovered Diego Costa struggled. His ability to receive the ball in tight spaces was far inferior to Lin Quan's, making it very difficult for him to create space like Lin Quan did. The Costa Rican players were initially somewhat intimidated by Diego Costa's status as Atletico Madrid star striker. However, after playing for a while, they had only one thought: is that all? He seems much weaker than the previous number 30. Of course, Diego Costa's style is completely different from Lin Quan's. While his dribbling and breakthroughs aren't as good as Lin Quan's, he used his powerful physique to forcefully create several shooting opportunities in the penalty area. Unfortunately, these opportunities failed to convert into goals, and with their midfield maestro Ruiz effectively neutralized, Costa Rica's attack struggled to create any real threat. The 2-0 scoreline held until the final whistle. Spain easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the semifinals. After the match, the Costa Rican players were somewhat bewildered. Some stood with their hands on their hips, some knelt on the ground, and some simply lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, watching the Spanish players celebrating with high fives and hugs in the distance. Their opponents had secured the last ticket to the semifinals. How enviable. Unfortunately, they were simply outmatched and couldn't beat them, a defeat Costa Rica accepted wholeheartedly. In retrospect, they could be considered to have lost with honor, as Costa Rica had conceded the fewest goals among all the teams they'd faced against Spain so far. Considering the vast difference in player value between the two teams, their ability to hold on to this level was quite remarkable. At the post-match press conference, Vicente Del Bosque, who had just led his team to the semifinals, appeared extremely pleased. He answered a barrage of questions from reporters, including some he wouldn't normally address. Seeing his high spirits, the reporters eagerly asked their own questions. Coach Vicente Del Bosque, your team has made it to the semifinals. Your next opponent is the formidable Argentina. Are you confident you can lead them to victory? Del Bosque smiled. Of course, why not? We're the defending champions. Hearing his answer, An Argentinian reporter immediately objected, "We have Messi, how could Argentina lose?" Before Del Bosque could reply, a Spanish reporter retorted, "Spain also has Lin Quan. Lin Quan has only been a professional for a few years, how can he be compared to the great Messi? Haha, although Lin Quan hasn't been a professional for long, he has already won the Confederations Cup with his team. What honors does Messi have with the national team that are worth mentioning?" The Argentinian and Spanish reporters engaged in a heated debate about who was better, Messi or Lin Quan. The other reporters present, enjoying the spectacle, not only didn't intervene but even fanned the flames, wishing the two sides would come to blows. This was a perfect opportunity to create a major news story, Spain versus Argentina, Lin Quan versus Messi, with these labels. Wouldn't the buzz and media attention skyrocket? As expected, after the list of all four semi-finalists was released and the matchups were announced, fierce debates erupted online among fans supporting each team. Brazil is number 1 in the world. I'm betting on Brazil to eliminate Germany. Brazil's captain is suspended, and their key player is injured. How can they possibly compete with our German machine? The upper bracket semi-final was a clash between the host nation and Germany, both very strong teams. If Thiago Silva hadn't been suspended and Neymar hadn't been injured, the game would have been much more suspenseful. However, losing these two key players severely weakened Brazil. This led to widespread skepticism towards the host nation. If it weren't Brazil, but another country, their chances of winning would probably be less than 30%. Because it was Brazil, with home advantage, the prediction was a 40-60 split, Brazil 40%, Germany 60%. Regarding the lower bracket match between Spain and Argentina, the division among fans was even more pronounced. Given Spain's unstoppable form, Argentina would be in serious trouble against them. Indeed, their matches are characterized by ease and comfort. No matter the opponent, Spain seems to win effortlessly. I've never seen them push to the brink. There are clearly more fans favoring Spain, not just from Spanish fans, but also from many neutral fans overseas who are drawn to Spain's strength and elegant style of play. Spain is only good at beating weak teams, they might not be that strong against truly elite opponents. Argentina and Messi's fans naturally disagree. They believe Spain's good record is solely due to favorable draws, avoiding top-tier teams. Argentina is different from the weaker teams Spain has faced. They are one of the favorites to win this World Cup. Defeating them won't be easy for Spain. Moreover, Argentina has Messi. As the World Cup final draws closer, the hype and attention surrounding the matches are soaring. In the football world, there's always been a debate, is European football stronger, or is South American football stronger? European football is renowned for its strong leagues, stable youth training systems, and rapidly evolving tactics, and its influence in the football world has been growing in recent years, culminating in 2 consecutive World Cup titles. South America, on the other hand, is known for producing talented players, with 2 World Cup champions hailing from the continent. While their leagues may not have the same prestige as the top 5 leagues, the strength of South American players is undeniable. This debate has remained unresolved, with neither side's fans able to convince the other. The World Cup provides a direct stage for comparison, allowing them to clash and prove whether European or South American football is superior. Aside from this World Cup, in the past 19 editions, South American teams have won a total of 9 titles. 5 by Brazil, and 2 each by Argentina and Uruguay. European teams, however, have won 10, slightly outnumbering South American teams. But in the 2006 and 2010 World Cups, South American teams not only failed to win the title but also failed to even reach the final. The last 2 World Cups both turned into all-European clashes, which was quite unfavorable for fans who believed South American football was stronger. Therefore, this World Cup held in Brazil presented a golden opportunity for South American teams to redeem themselves. They lived up to expectations, making significant breakthroughs compared to the previous 2 World Cups. Both Brazil and Argentina reached the semifinals. Fortunately, there were no all-European clashes, both semifinals were between European and South American teams. This meant that if they performed well enough, the 2 teams could even meet in the final, presenting the world with an all-South American showdown. Of course, if things went wrong, the final might very well be between 2 European teams. Seeing European teams meet in the final on home soil for the 3rd consecutive time would be a humiliating experience for the host nation, Brazil, and indeed, for all of South America. Therefore, Before the semifinals, the pressured CONMEBOL, Confederation of South American Football, called on fans to go to the stadiums to cheer on Brazil and Argentina. The debate in the football world about whether European or South American football is stronger might be resolved after this semi-final. And they can't afford to lose. With a thud, the ball flew in a beautiful arc, grazing the top left corner of the crossbar and into the goal. Seeing this, Messi finally smiled with satisfaction. After learning that Argentina's opponent in the semi-final was Spain, Messi increased his training intensity. Only playing in La Liga did he truly understand how terrifying the Spanish national team's strength was. If that guy had joined a Spanish team before, Argentina might have been able to go toe-to-toe with Spain, or even have a slight advantage. But now, Messi felt that Argentina's chances of winning were probably less than 40%, and their situation might be even more precarious than Brazil's in the upper half of the bracket. Judging from Germany's performance from the group stage to the knockout stage, their attacking firepower wasn't as strong as expected. If Brazil chooses a more conservative tactical approach, and, despite losing Neymar and key defender Thiago Silva, avoids an all-out attacking style and instead focuses on controlling the tempo of the game, utilizing a solid counter-attacking strategy against Germany, their chances of winning are quite good. However, Spain is a different story. This team doesn't seem to have any major weaknesses, on the contrary, their strengths are simply too prominent. Their attack is incredibly powerful. Their control is extremely strong. Their players have a wealth of experience in major tournaments. These 3 points are all weaknesses for Argentina. Despite boasting attacking talents like Messi, Agüero, Higuain, and Di Maria, Argentina's biggest weakness is surprisingly their attack. Their forwards have collectively gone through a goal drought in this World Cup. 5 matches have been played, and Agüero is still scoreless. Higuain only recently scored, and Di Maria has only managed 1 goal. Even Messi, Argentina's biggest contributor to their previous victories, has gone 2 games without a goal. Compared to Lin Quan, who consistently scores in every match, Messi has gone 225 minutes without a goal. This situation filled Messi with worry. He wasn't sure if he could score against Spain, but if even he couldn't step up and help the team, who else could he rely on? Therefore, Messi could only seize the remaining time to improve himself. He focused his extra practice on penalties and free kicks. Lin Quan's penalty kick in Spain's match against Mexico left a deep impression on Messi. With so many penalty shootouts in this World Cup, Messi felt it was essential to practice. That way, if things really went to penalties, his extra training might prove surprisingly effective. Chapter 307, Section 71, The Bloodbath in Brazil Shocks the World. While Messi was doing extra training, Lin Quan was also doing extra training. The difference was that Lin Quan was the one being trained. Because his playing style was so similar to Messi's, in order to simulate Argentina's attacking tactics as much as possible, especially how the Spanish defense should defend against Messi, Vicente Del Bosque specially arranged for Lin Quan to play the role of Messi, giving the Spanish defenders a special training session. Lin Quan didn't mind, treating it as a dribbling drill. The Spanish defenders, however, were all groaning in despair. They had previously seen Lin Quan dominate opposing defenders on the field, feeling incredibly envious and wanting to hug and kiss him. But now, facing Lin Quan themselves, they immediately understood the feeling their opponents had experienced. They were truly being utterly humiliated. Now, seeing Lin Quan, they wanted to avoid him. They were afraid, truly afraid. Looks like the simulation is working quite well. Del Bosque chatted with defensive coach Puyol on the sidelines. Puyol's lips twitched. Which eye of yours sees good? This defense has been torn to shreds by Lin Quan. How can you say it's good? Hell, I think Lin Quan is stronger than Messi. Just because they can't stop Lin Quan doesn't mean they can't stop Messi. Besides, the match hasn't even started yet. We still have time to slowly improve our defense. Puyol instinctively wanted to refute Del Bosque's first statement. As Barcelona's captain, he had practically watched Messi grow into the superstar he is today. Therefore, no one knew Messi's strength better than him. A few years ago, when the outside world referred to Ronaldo and Messi as the 2 greatest players of their generation, Puyol was very dismissive of this title. Having faced Ronaldo many times in the league, Puyol, while acknowledging Ronaldo's ability, still felt that Messi was simply not in the same league as Ronaldo. Ronaldo was an outstanding player, the pinnacle that ordinary people could reach. Messi, however, was different. To reach his level, One had to be a genius. However, considering Lin Quan's progress over the past 2 years and the strength he displayed in matches, Puel swallowed his rebuttal. Undoubtedly, Lin Quan is also a genius. And a genius of the same type as Messi, which explains why he was called Messi 2.0 when he first debuted. It was only later, as Lin Quan's performance in the league, Champions League, and even the national team improved, gradually matching and even surpassing Messi's, that label changed. Now, Lin Quan might actually be stronger than Messi. After all, the data doesn't lie. Since last season, Messi's statistics in the league, Champions League, and this World Cup have been suppressed by Lin Quan. Moreover, after Messi's injury last year, his explosiveness and dribbling ability have declined significantly. Therefore, at this point, Messi, in terms of pure dribbling ability, is indeed inferior to Lin Quan. From a certain perspective, Del Bosque's point of view is not unreasonable. The two players have somewhat different playing styles, so completely replicating Messi's performance is unlikely. Puel, who has played alongside both Messi and Lin Quan, is quite familiar with their playing habits and personal characteristics. For most defenders, defending against players of Lin Quan and Messi's caliber is unlikely to be achieved through one-on-one marking. The only option is to devise defensive tactics, using multiple defenders to double-team and press to limit them or their teammates. When Messi was at Barcelona, he often faced targeted defense in both the league and the Champions League, frequently being double-teamed or even triple-teamed. While sometimes these double-teaming tactics failed, they resulted in iconic moments like Messi taking on 4 or even 5 defenders, showcasing his prowess against the backline. However, if these multi-on-one tactics always failed, the image of Messi breaking through multiple defenders wouldn't be iconic. Therefore, this tactic certainly has its effects, and Messi can't always break through multiple defenders. The key is figuring out how many players to commit to pressing, which requires further research and development. With both sides having the same number of players on the field, committing too many players to defend one player will inevitably leave another open. If the opponent quickly finds that opening and launches a threatening attack, it will be a net loss. Especially with Argentina's formidable attacking lineup, simply containing Messi isn't enough. Although their strikers have had a lackluster performance in this World Cup, what if they regain their form in the semi-finals? After all, players like Higuain, Agüero, and Di Maria have proven their abilities in both League and Champions League matches. They are not just players with empty reputations. Therefore, when designing defensive tactics targeting Messi, these players cannot be ignored. Although Argentina has struggled in previous matches, far from the smooth sailing of Spain, they are a traditional powerhouse in South America, and Vicente Del Bosque and the Spanish national team have not underestimated them. Before the World Cup began, Argentina was a favorite to win. And now, despite their poor form, they have still managed to reach the final, which is enough to prove their strength. Spain sees Argentina as a formidable rival, while Argentina sees Spain as a major obstacle. Their coach, Sabella, has been watching Spain's past matches repeatedly, his hair practically turning white with worry. Spain is so strong, how can Argentina possibly compete? If they are unfortunately eliminated by Spain, will they be able to get forgiveness from their fans? As Argentina's coach, Sabella is under immense pressure. In both the 2010 and 2014 World Cups, Argentina boasted incredibly strong squads. Especially in the last World Cup, if they had a better coach, instead of letting Maradona, an amateur, make such a mess of things, Argentina's chances of winning would have been much higher. The 2010 Argentine squad was unprecedentedly luxurious, featuring not only the Inter Milan spine, Samuel, Zanetti, Cambiaso, and Diego Milito, who had just won the Champions League, but also Messi and Higuain at their peak. This lineup included the first and second highest scorers in La Liga and Serie A, and yet they were shut out by Germany. If Maradona hadn't pulled any crazy stunts and had simply copied Mourinho's tactics at Inter Milan, focusing on defense and utilizing Messi's speed and dribbling skills, they definitely wouldn't have been so badly beaten by Germany. However, Maradona's tactical arrangements were truly baffling. Instead of placing Messi up front to threaten the opponent's goal, he put him in midfield as an organizer, keeping the team's most dangerous player away from the goal. In that quarter-final, Argentina played in complete chaos. The players were tense and confused on the field, especially after Germany took the lead. They seemed to have no idea how to play. As Maradona's successor, Sabella faces no less pressure than his predecessor. In this World Cup, Argentina's lineup is still strong. In fact, compared to 4 years ago, they have even more star power. However, Sabella himself feels like he's walking on thin ice. His coaching experience is very limited. Not only has he been a coach for a short time, but he also lacks experience coaching a top club. Coaching a top club is crucial for any coach, especially a national team coach. Ordinary teams rarely have top-tier stars. Argentina's squad is brimming with talent, boasting a plethora of top players from the top 5 European leagues. Managing so many star players and maintaining a supportive atmosphere in the locker room are entirely new challenges for him. Simply put, Sabella, who had only ever driven cheap cars, suddenly took over Argentina, a multi-million-dollar luxury car. He simply couldn't handle it. This is why Argentina, despite having an all-star lineup, struggled so much in this World Cup. He didn't know how to utilize his top attacking stars and maximize their effectiveness. And this problem clearly can't be solved overnight. Therefore, Sabella hesitated, unsure whether to play conservatively and use a counter-attacking strategy against Spain. While Argentina's counter-attacking style might not sound appealing, it's incredibly effective, especially for a novice coach. A solid defense is essential before considering offense. On July 9, the first semi-final match of the 2014 World Cup, Brazil vs Germany, kicked off. The World Cup, reignited after a 4-day hiatus, attracted the close attention of hundreds of millions of fans worldwide. Fans in some regions even stayed up all night to watch the game, eager to be among the first to witness the world's most exciting and intense football match. For example, in a certain eastern country, fans were still watching the game at 4 a.m. when it started in China. Unfortunately, the Chinese national team was absent from this World Cup. If they had qualified, the level of excitement would have been unimaginable. At 7 p.m. sharp, the match officially began. Before the game, Brazil's strength was significantly weakened by the absence of 2 key players. However, fans with extreme confidence in Brazil made misleading statements before the match, claiming that Brazil without Neymar was the real Brazil, and that the invincible Hulk would use his bull-like physique to destroy the German machine. With Paulinho and Fernandinho as formidable defensive anchors, the German midfielders were considered a victory if they could even stand and finish the game. At the start, Brazil seemed unaffected by the absence of Neymar and Thiago Silva. For the first 10 minutes, Brazil played aggressively, launching relentless attacks on the German goal amidst the cheers of over 60,000 fans at the Mineirão Stadium. In the 3rd minute, Marcelo's long-range shot from outside the penalty area went just wide, eliciting sighs from the Brazilian fans and gasps from the German supporters. True to their status as World Cup favorites, they remained formidable even without 2 key players. However, a few minutes later, the German fans' opinion shifted. In the 11th minute, Germany earned a corner kick. Kroos, after observing his teammates' positions, delivered the ball to the far post. Brazil's defense made a fatal mistake. Almost all their players rushed towards the near post, neglecting Thomas Müller at the far post. With no one marking him, Müller volleyed the ball into the net from about 8 meters out. Germany took a 1-0 lead over Brazil. This was Müller's 5th goal of the World Cup, propelling him past Messi to 3rd place in the top scorers list, behind only Lin Quan and the already eliminated James Rodriguez. The goal thrilled the German fans in the stadium. Taking the lead against a strong team like Brazil significantly increased their chances of winning. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of Brazilian fans, though disappointed by the goal, didn't believe they were destined to lose. They firmly believed that with Brazil's strength, equalizing was only a matter of time. At this point, no one realized the gravity of the situation. Little did they know that Müller's goal would set the stage for a devastating disaster. In the 23rd minute, Kroos delivered a through ball from the center, and Müller cleverly dribbled before suddenly passing it to Klose. Klose's shot from 9 meters out on the right was saved by Caesar, but his follow-up shot sailed over the foul and Caesar and into the net. The score became 2-0. This was Klose's 16th goal in the World Cup, breaking the World Cup goal record previously held jointly by himself and Brazilian legend Ronaldo. Moreover, Ronaldo was in a VIP box at the Mineirão Stadium when he scored. The camera then focused on Ronaldo, whose expression was very serious, whether from the news of Klose breaking his record or from the sudden turn of events for Brazil. Klose is only 2 years younger than Ronaldo, but the latter has long since retired, while Klose is still active in the World Cup, even scoring for Germany. The difference in the length of their careers is striking. From this moment on, The 36-year-old Klose will hold the title of World Cup top scorer. However, this title probably won't last long, because in the other half of the bracket, a monster with 7 goals in 5 games is eyeing that record, and this guy is only 18 years old this year. He can play in at least 4 more World Cups. If the first goal only made Brazilian fans a little nervous, then Klose's goal made them feel somewhat apprehensive. The Samba fans in the stadium looked bewildered. The pre-match enthusiasm gradually turned into faint sadness. However, the Germans didn't let them off the hook. In the 24th minute, Ozil made a through pass from midfield, Lahm crossed from the right, and was missed by Müller and Klose. Kroos calmly used the outside of his left foot to volley the ball into the bottom left corner of the goal from 11 meters out 3-0. The German team had already killed the suspense of the game in the first half. In the commentary booths of various countries, commentators speaking various languages were using words like unbelievable, unbelievable, and inconceivable to describe the game and the terrifying offensive of the German team. However, this was just the beginning. In the 26th minute, it was Kroos again. He intercepted his teammate Fernandinho in the attacking third and passed to Khedira, who crossed from the left side of the penalty area. Kroos, bursting into the box, easily tapped the ball into the empty net from 9 meters out, making it 4-0. Kroos scored 2 goals in 2 minutes, completely sealing the victory. Even more terrifying, Germany's second and fourth goals were only 179 seconds apart. This was achieved even after they had 2 celebrations. The Brazilian defense was completely shattered. The Brazilian fans at the stadium were plunged into grief and despair. A young boy wiping away tears in front of the camera touched the hearts of fans both in the stadium and watching on television. The Germans were too ruthless. However, it wasn't over yet. In the 29th minute, Hummels dribbled through the middle and delivered a through ball. Khedira passed to Ozil on the edge of the penalty area, who laid it off to Khedira on the left. Khedira, 14 meters out, slotted the ball through the legs of a defender into the bottom left corner of the goal. The score was now 5-0. On the sidelines, Germany's coach, Joachim Löw, was so shocked when his team scored the 5th goal that he covered his mouth in disbelief. He was stunned by the score. When Germany scored their first goal, Löw was visibly excited, enthusiastically hugging and high-fiving his assistants and the players on the bench. However, after the team scored 4 goals in 5 minutes, his smile vanished. Not only was he unable to smile, but he was also worried about whether his team would even leave the stadium alive. "You bunch of brats, take it easy. I don't want to die here." Löw wasn't the only one with this worry. The German fans in the stadium were also trembling. Outnumbered by the Brazilian fans, they were surrounded by grieving Brazilians, shivering with fear. So when they saw Kroos score the 4th goal and Khedira the 5th, they didn't celebrate. Instead, they covered their faces, wiping away cold sweat. Finally, the first half ended, and Löw hurriedly ran back to the locker room. "Listen, in the second half, no one is allowed to use any means to humiliate a Brazilian team by scoring 5 goals. If anyone violates this rule, I will immediately substitute them off the field, and they won't be used in the final, understand?" Löw's expression was very serious. Scoring 5 goals was already an extreme humiliation for the Brazilian team. If the German players were to provoke them with any words or physical actions at this point, they could really consider their next move. Of course, we can't openly throw the game either. We must play seriously and perform to our expected level. That's the best respect for our opponents. The German players displayed the typical German rigor, or rather, rigidity. They really didn't hold back in the second half. Facing Brazil's counterattack in the second half, Neuer made a series of brilliant saves, blocking consecutive shots from Oscar and Paulinho. After blocking Brazil's counterattack, the German team started scoring again. In the 69th minute, Schürrle, who replaced Klose, scored Germany's 6th goal of the match. This goal also broke Brazil's historical record, marking the first time they had conceded 6 goals in a single World Cup match. 10 minutes later, Müller broke the offside trap on the left and crossed the ball, where Schürrle volleyed it in from 9 meters out at the near post, 7-0. Löw couldn't help but cover his face. "These idiots. We told you not to hold back, we told you not to go on a scoring spree." Especially Schürrle, that moron, he even wanted to celebrate after scoring. Did he see the other German players' faces change drastically after he scored? Fortunately, in the final moments of the match, the German players finally got their act together. During Brazil's late counter-attack, their defense became careless, offering a consolation goal with a Stroll-like defensive effort. Ultimately, the score remained 7-1. Germany delivered a stunning victory that shocked the world, utterly crushing the host nation Brazil and handing them the most devastating defeat in World Cup history. Chapter 308. The huge impact of Brazil's crushing defeat, Spain vs Argentina officially begins. Germany's build, a crazy victory. Facing the hosts of this World Cup, Brazil, five-time champions, Germany secured a crazy victory in the semi-finals, a story we can tell our grandchildren again and again in our old age. The Germans know how to kick someone when they're down. Not only did they win, but they also wanted to preserve this victory to recount to their children and grandchildren. That's practically a cruel twist of fate. ESPN, where did Brazil go wrong? Scolari's Brazil suffered a record-breaking defeat and was eliminated. After the match, Scolari tried to explain the reasons behind the loss. The absence of Neymar and Thiago Silva is the most plausible explanation. However, even without these two, the five-time champions Brazil shouldn't have lost to Germany by 7 goals. The Brazilian coach's few answers clearly cannot truly explain the reason for Brazil's crushing defeat. This defeat may forever remain a shadow in the hearts of Brazilian fans. BBC, Germany aims for the World Cup trophy. After Germany's 7-1 victory over Brazil, they advanced to the final, while their opponents, Brazil, suffered one of the most humiliating defeats in World Cup history. Anyone who watched the match will likely reassess the strength of this German team. Whether it's Spain or Argentina, facing Germany in the final will be a tough one. Perhaps our neighbors across the channel will lift their 4th World Cup trophy. Although the British and Germans aren't exactly rivals, even the proud British have to admit that Germany has gone further and achieved greater success in football. The strength of the Premier League hasn't significantly improved the England national team's performance. England's humiliating exit from this World Cup without a single win stands in stark contrast to Germany's crushing victory over the hosts and their triumphant run to the final. Frankly, the British feel a pang of envy. They envy the Germans. Sports Illustrated, Brazil's 5-time World Cup dream turns into nightmare. For Brazil, their World Cup dream turned into nightmare in the semi-final against Germany. Spanish newspaper has reported. 7-1, the Maracana massacre repeated. Brazil suffered one of the most humiliating defeats in football history, with Germany scoring 5 goals in just 18 minutes of the first half. Cruz and Khedira delivered outstanding performances, and Klose became the all-time top scorer in World Cup history. Germany's 7-1 thrashing of Brazil was so exaggerated that almost every news outlet in the world reported on the match afterward. Besides the aforementioned media, numerous prominent media outlets, including Spain's Mundo Deportivo, Britain's Sky Sports, France's L'Equipe, and Italy's Gazzetta dello Sport, also gave extensive coverage to the game. Such a crushing defeat, especially against 5-time champions Brazil, is likely a once-in-a-lifetime event. As witnesses, fans worldwide had endless complaints. After the match, social media and news comment sections of major media outlets were flooded with comments from fans. Where are the people who were hyping up the Incredible Hulk? Come out and show yourselves. The Incredible Hulk was invisible the whole game, and he was substituted in the second half. Sure enough, Brazil can't function without Neymar. I think Thiago Silva's absence had a bigger impact on Brazil. Indeed, Brazil's defense looked like a complete mess. The Germans seemed to be able to exploit it no matter what. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. David Luiz, Dante, Macon, Marcelo, aren't these all established top defenders? How could they be completely overwhelmed by the Germans? The fans couldn't understand why Brazil's defenders performed so poorly. They weren't like Costa Rica, where almost all the players were unknowns playing in their domestic league. These players all played in the top 5 European leagues, were key players for their respective clubs, and were all established stars. But judging from their performance in this game, they seemed to have played worse than the group of unknown Costa Rican players in the previous match. It can only be said that everyone overestimated Brazil's strength before the match. That's probably the host country's aura. Yet, that's possible, but there's another possibility. Everyone underestimated Germany's strength. Haha, I love hearing that. Our German machine is truly invincible. The Spanish national team, the Pampas Eagles, they're all doomed. Stimulated by this match, German fans were ecstatic. Previously somewhat fearful of the defending champions, Spain, they now completely disregarded them. Germany beat Brazil by 7 goals, Could Spain do that? Spain simply couldn't. After all, breaking the opponent's mentality from the start and then scoring at will is also a matter of luck. Even with the same lineup, if Germany played Brazil again, they might not be able to replicate that score. Even if there is a real difference in strength between Brazil and Germany, it's far less than 7 goals. Therefore, such a crushing defeat was the result of multiple factors combined. Brazil's thrashing has further fueled the World Cup's global popularity. Countless fans have been drawn to the other semi-final, Argentina versus Spain. Compared to the first half of the bracket, this match is equally exciting. One is the powerful defending champions, the other Argentina, boasting Messi and a host of other star players. This clash is sure to be thrilling. However, fans, perhaps spoiled by Germany's spectacular performance in the previous match, are hoping for another high-scoring affair. Some fans, eager for excitement, have even begun discussing whether Spain or Argentina can inflict a similar humiliation on their opponent as Brazil. Argentina's defense is quite strong, and they were not suspended, so they shouldn't be easily broken down, right? Is it possible that Spain will be the team that gets broken down? Hell, Spain's defense isn't weak either. Besides, to score, you have to break down Spain's midfield first, but with the intensity of Spain's midfield, who can gain the upper hand? Germany, step up and say we can. Spain has used counter-attacking tactics before, will they use the tactic again in this game? After all, Argentina's attacking line looks quite strong. Hard to say, I think after watching the Germany versus Brazil match, both teams might actually resort to counter-attacking. Indeed, losing by 7 goals is really embarrassing. Ahem, Brazil scored a goal in the 90th minute, so they actually lost by 6. These past few days, it's not just fans discussing the World Cup, even people who don't usually watch football have been drawn in. They can't help it, everyone around them is talking about the World Cup, and if they don't watch a game or two, they can't communicate with others. It's as if not watching the World Cup means they can't integrate into society. Moreover, the clash between the defending champions and Argentina is highly anticipated. This is another encounter between Lin Quan and Messi since the Champions League. The clash between these two football superstars is inherently a hot topic, drawing countless fans. Before the match between Spain and Argentina, an old question resurfaced: Messi or Lin Quan, who is stronger? Originally, Cristiano Ronaldo was discussed alongside Messi, but Ronaldo's Portugal failed to advance from the group stage, being eliminated early. This prevented the long-awaited meeting of the two titans on the World Cup stage from happening. Fortunately, Lin Quan's emergence can completely fill the void left by Ronaldo. In fact, based on a purely merit-based analysis, fans seem to agree more with placing Lin Quan and Messi side by side. It's just a pity that the rivalry between Lin Quan and Messi seems insufficient, making the hype a little less compelling. If this were a match between Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, their fans would be arguing online for 17 or 18 days straight. As for the two players involved, Lin Quan and Messi clearly weren't interested in the online hype. Neither of them cared much about the outcome of their own match, they were more concerned with whether their respective teams could defeat their opponents and advance to the final. Having reached this point, no one wanted to fall in the semi-finals, everyone wanted to reach the final and lift their first World Cup trophy. The difference was that Lin Quan was participating in his first World Cup and hadn't experienced defeat before. Messi, on the other hand, was participating for the third time and had already failed twice. Therefore, Messi's desire for the World Cup trophy might be stronger. Standing in the players' tunnel, the players from both teams didn't greet each other. Although off the field they were teammates and even friends at their clubs, on the World Cup stage, they only had one identity: players of the Argentine-Spanish national team. However, during the pre-match handshake, Lin Quan did hug a few of his club teammates. "Lin, go easy on him during the match," Zabaleta joked, patting Lin on the back as he hugged him. "Yeah, I'll try." Lin Quan knew it was a joke, so he smiled and replied. Zabaleta and Demichelis exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Having played with Lin Quan at the club for a year, they knew his abilities better than anyone. If he really got serious, the two of them simply couldn't stop him. Fortunately, Argentina's coach, Sabella, had specifically devised defensive tactics to limit Lin Quan before the match. Hopefully, these tactics would be effective. Argentina has 3 Manchester City players on the team, but Aguero is unlucky, he's a substitute in Argentina. After Higuain's goalless streak, Agüero had some opportunities. However, he didn't capitalize on them, and now that Higuain's form has improved, Agüero has been relegated to the bench by Sabella. Lin Quan was a bit confused. Had Sabella never watched Manchester City play? As his primary wingman, Agüero had performed exceptionally well in both the league and the Champions League. Lin Quan's own playing style was very similar to Messi's. Since Agüero could create chemistry with him, there was no reason why he couldn't with Messi, especially since the two were close friends with a very good relationship. Under these circumstances, his insistence on playing Higuain was truly baffling. Higuain was essentially an upgraded version of Negrito. Although Negrito could also form a partnership with Lin Quan still preferred a quick, agile, and attacking striker like Agüero. He had excellent positioning, was very fast, could combine well with him, and was highly efficient at finishing plays. Such a striker was best suited for players like him and Messi, who could both pass and shoot. Of course, Lin Quan had heard that Agüero's performances at club and national team were drastically different. Some fans jokingly said that Agüero was a top-tier player at Manchester City, but in Argentina, he was just a mascot, unsuitable for playing and more suitable for sacrificing for the team. After completing all the pre-match procedures, at 7 p.m. on July 10, the World Cup semi-final match between Argentina and Spain in the lower bracket officially kicked off with a referee's whistle. Perhaps spurred by their previous match, both teams played cautiously at the start. The two teams have relatively few encounters on the international stage. Their last meeting was a friendly in September 2010. In that match, Argentina defeated the newly crowned World Cup champion Spain 4-1. However, in the few friendly matches prior to that, Spain had defeated Argentina twice in a row. Friendly match results are insignificant, especially one from 4 years ago. Neither team took the friendly results seriously, basing their tactics on the other's recent World Cup performance. Their primary concern was to defend solidly from the start, preventing an early goal that could demoralize the team and lead to a disastrous defeat like Brazil's. Brazil's crushing defeat stemmed from conceding goals too quickly, causing the players to lose their composure and rush into counterattacks, resulting in a second and third goal. Having learned from Brazil's mistake, the remaining two teams naturally wouldn't fall into the same trap. However, the conservative style of play by both teams drew criticism from the fans in attendance. What the hell? Attack already. Spain's passing around is making me sick. Argentina's players, go for it. They just watch the ball being passed around in front of them, why don't they go all out and tackle? It wasn't that the Spanish players didn't want to attack, but Argentina's defense was tight, giving them few opportunities. Lin Quan tried to dribble past his opponent, but was immediately intercepted by Argentina's left-back Rojo and their defensive midfielder Mascherano. Simultaneously, Argentina's formation shifted towards him, seemingly intent on blocking all his passing and dribbling routes. After briefly probing the opponent's defensive tactics, Lin Quan chose to safely pass the ball back to a teammate, refraining from launching an attack rashly. Before becoming familiar with Argentina's attacking tactics, it's best to play it safe and avoid taking too many risks. Seeing Spain playing so cautiously, Argentina's coach Sabella's expression became somewhat serious. He actually wanted to play a defensive counter-attacking style, but he couldn't do so because of pride. However, considering that Spain plays possession-based football, the opponent would eventually push forward on their own, and then Argentina could simply tighten their formation without anyone complaining. However, judging from Spain's performance at the start of the game, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. And the pressing wasn't intense enough. What were they doing? Was Spain trying to cripple themselves? On the field, Messi played very aggressively. After Spain pressed forward, he and his teammates used their running to press the opposing player with a ball. He rarely did this at his club level because he wanted to conserve energy for attacking. But on the World Cup stage, Messi was willing to do this dirty work to win. However, against a group of top-class passing masters, such pressing was difficult to be effective. Messi rushed towards Xavi, and Xavi passed a ball to Iniesta. Messi charged towards Iniesta again, who passed the ball to the retreating Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan receive the ball, Messi didn't hesitate and charged straight at him. The audience erupted in excitement at the prospect of the two finally meeting. Here it comes. On the World Cup stage, Lin Quan and Messi's first direct confrontation. Chapter 309 Lin Quan vs Messi, the ultimate battle on the World Cup stage. Messi's defensive abilities weren't particularly strong, and Lin Quan didn't take him seriously when he saw him charging towards him. He seized the opportunity, and as Messi pressed forward, he deftly pulled the ball back and turned, not only shaking off Messi's interception but also switching positions with him to complete the dribble. In the stands, fans couldn't help but gasp in surprise at how easily Lin Quan had gotten past Messi. This scene was far from the epic clash they had imagined. Many people, after witnessing this, couldn't help but feel that Messi was inferior to Lin Quan. It's okay, Messi isn't good at defense, he's good at attacking. Exactly, while Messi can't stop Lin Quan can't stop Messi either. You'll see soon enough. Messi has been famous for many years, accumulating a massive fan base. Furthermore, Brazil is right next to Argentina, so a large number of Argentine fans flocked to the stadium to watch this match. These people undoubtedly supported Messi. With a solid defense, Argentina withstood Spain's probing attacks. Subsequently, they also attempted an offensive against Spain. As Argentina's attacking core, Messi was naturally passed a ball to by his players, allowing him to orchestrate the attack. As soon as Messi received the ball, Spanish players pressed him. But this didn't faze Messi, he easily evaded the pressing player using changes in rhythm. However, after he dribbled past the first player, another rushed in. Messi glanced up and recognized Lin Quan, who had previously dribbled past him. It seemed like fate had brought them together again. Seeing Messi dribbling and Lin Quan defending, Messi's fans' eyes lit up with anticipation. Lin Quan's earlier dominance over Messi had left them feeling humiliated. Now, seeing Lin Quan recklessly come to defend Messi, they saw this as a perfect opportunity to get revenge. Get past him. Teach this kid a lesson. The fans, always eager for drama, clamored for Messi to teach Lin Quan a lesson. Messi thought the same thing. Although his competitive spirit isn't as strong as Cristiano Ronaldo's, and he usually appears humble and low-key, this doesn't mean Messi lacks competitiveness. He hopes to defeat Lin Quan in a head-to-head match, proving his ability and helping his team win. Both are their respective team star players, and defeating Lin Quan in a direct confrontation would greatly boost his team's morale and could even have a negative impact on the Spanish team's morale. With this in mind, Messi rallied, preparing to use his best method to get past his opponent. He dribbled with small, quick steps, suddenly changing his dribbling rhythm, using a feint to shift his center of gravity, and pretending to break through Lin Quan's left side. Messi's footwork was rapid. If the defender hesitated even for a second, he would easily get past them. Lin Quan didn't hesitate and immediately made an interception move. Seeing his opponent's reaction, Messi immediately flicked the ball back, switching it back to his right foot, intending to use a simple nutmeg to get past Lin Quan. However, he had barely started moving when he felt someone bump into him, causing him to lose his balance. Messi's steps became unsteady, and he stumbled while dribbling the ball, making a mistake. He fell to the ground, and the ball rolled far away, landing at the feet of a Spanish player who was covering for him. The referee blew his whistle immediately, awarding a foul to the Spanish team. The fouler was none other than Lin Quan. Lin, watch your defensive actions. The referee ran over and verbally warned Lin Quan. Actually, Lin Quan's foul was debatable. It fell within the scope of normal physical contact. However, Messi's physique wasn't as robust as Lin Quan's, and the impact caused him to lose his balance and fall to the grass. If it were any other player, referee Kakir might not have called a foul. But it was Messi who fell, and Messi is currently the most sought-after superstar in football, attracting countless fans and media attention, so Kakir had no choice but to blow his whistle. After all, hundreds of millions of fans worldwide witnessed Messi being fouled and falling. If a foul wasn't called, it would undoubtedly spark a massive backlash after the match. Of course, the foul involved another superstar, and the nature of the foul itself wasn't particularly egregious, so a verbal warning suffices. Issuing a card to Lin Quan for this foul would likely also cause controversy. Kakir, from Turkey, isn't a big-name referee, and he felt immense pressure officiating this crucial match. Both teams have superstars with huge fan bases, and any mistake during officiating could bring him significant trouble after the game. Therefore, Kakir's officiating standard in this match was to strictly control fouls without issuing arbitrary cards, minimizing human intervention in the game. This was also a key reason why UEFA assigned him to officiate the crucial Barcelona vs Chelsea match. In the Champions League clash between Barcelona and Chelsea, Henning made a refereeing error that infuriated countless Chelsea fans worldwide. Therefore, UEFA was extremely cautious in assigning officiators to these two teams with such deep-seated animosity. The fact that Kakar was entrusted with this important task demonstrates UEFA's recognition of his abilities. Lin Quan humbly accepted the referee's verbal warning without any dissatisfaction or protest. He gestured apologetically to Messi and helped him up from the ground. Messi wasn't angry either. Lin Quan's foul wasn't malicious, involving no dirty tackles or underhanded tactics. So, seeing Lin Quan reach out, Messi naturally grabbed his hand and patted him on the back as a gesture of goodwill. There was no animosity between them. Although their relationship wasn't deep, there was a sense of mutual respect. Despite the verbal warning, Lin Quan's defense was still considered successful. Of course, Lin Quan didn't believe he had the ability to defend Messi solely through brute force without using any tricks. Although he was very familiar with Messi's playing habits, Messi's style was highly variable. Even if he anticipated Messi correctly, the opponent could still adjust under pressure and evade his interception. Therefore, when defending against Messi, other methods were needed, such as increasing physical contact. This was risky. If the referee saw it, the consequences could range from a verbal warning to a yellow card. However, Lin Quan was careful with his movements, keeping them small, so the chances of getting a card were low. This tactic only works on players like Messi who have good sportsmanship and disdain diving. If it were Di Maria, Lin Quan would probably be thrown to the ground, rolling around several times, and screaming like a pig to attract the attention of the entire stadium. On the bench, Agüero looked at his two friends with envy. He also wanted to play, but he couldn't decide for himself. He could only hope that the coach would bring him on soon. However, if the coach brought him on, it would mean that Higuain's performance in this match was poor. By the time he came on, Argentina might already be behind. As the game progressed, both teams probed each other's weaknesses, and the number of players committed to the attack gradually increased. The pace of the game quickened, and the match became increasingly exciting. After their midfield pressure failed, Argentina began trying to utilize long passes behind Spain's defense. However, the Spanish defenders protected the ball's trajectory well, and Messi was always closely marked, limiting his ability to receive the ball. As for Higuain, without Messi's passes, he couldn't pose any threat in the attacking third, drowning in Spain's defensive onslaught and failing to make a splash. In the 25th minute, Lin Quan and David Silva swapped positions, and Lin Quan received the ball on the left wing, attempting to force his way into the penalty area. Mascherano's attempt to intercept failed, and Lin Quan beat him, but unfortunately, Zabaleta made a sliding tackle, precisely clearing the ball out of bounds. Lin Quan couldn't help but shake his head, while simultaneously giving his club teammates a thumbs up. Zabaleta's defense was very clever this time. He took advantage of Lin Quan's adjustment of rhythm to get past Mascherano, suddenly making a tackle that gave Lin Quan not enough time to react, leaving him no chance to avoid it. This tackle might seem unremarkable to fans, but only players on the field know how difficult it was. Without a thorough understanding of Lin Quan's playing style and sufficient match experience to judge when to tackle, the tackle might have failed, resulting in a loss of position and giving the opponent a one-on-one opportunity. Spain won a corner kick. Lin Quan and Xavi discussed it, and Xavi decided to take it. Ramos excitedly ran into the penalty area, ready to get a header, and the 1.94-meter tall peak also rushed into the box. The Argentine defenders became alert, marking these two tall players tightly, giving Spain no chance. Xavi didn't directly send the ball into the penalty area, but instead passed it to Lin Quan on the right side of the box. Lin Quan then shifted the ball to the center. Iniesta, taking advantage of the fact that most of the opposing defenders were inside the penalty area, attempted a long-range shot with no interference. However, the ball hit a defender's leg and deflected out of bounds. Spain won another corner kick. This time, Lin Quan went to the corner flag. He glanced at the penalty area and gestured to his teammates that he would take the corner kick to the far post. Ramos and Pique understood immediately. As Lin Quan took the kick, Pique suddenly sprinted towards the near post. The Argentine defenders, confused, saw Spain's tallest player going for the near post and rushed forward as well. But as Pique moved towards the near post, Ramos suddenly made a U-turn and sprinted towards the far post. At that moment, the ball soared through the air, flying over the heads of the players jumping at the near post and landing at the far post. Ramos, seeing the ball flying towards him, was overjoyed. He leaped up, ready to head in his third goal of this World Cup. However, Argentina's goalkeeper Romero was highly focused, rushing out before Ramos could head the ball and punching it away. The ball fell to Xavi's feet, who took a long-range shot but it went high and wide. Ramos, frustrated at missing the header, clutched his head. The opposing goalkeeper had rushed out, leaving the goal wide open. If he had headed the ball and hit the target, it would have been a goal. Unfortunately, he was a little unlucky. Although neither shot resulted in a goal, observant fans noticed that the game was gradually falling into Spain's control. Just as predicted before the match, Spain, with the help of their strong midfield, gradually took control of the game. And once they had control, their attacks became more effective, putting pressure on the Argentinians. In the 29th minute, Lin Quan's breakthrough on the right wing was cleared by Mascherano. After the throw-in, Iniesta passed the ball to Xavi. Xavi passed diagonally to David Silva, whose volley from the edge of the box went just wide. Amid Spain's attacking onslaught, Argentina also capitalized on several counter-attacks. In the 34th minute, Perez was fouled on the right side of the box, earning Argentina a free kick in a prime position. Messi positioned himself behind the ball, glanced at the Spanish wall, and unleashed a dipping shot with his left foot. The shot was of high quality, clearing the wall before its unpredictable trajectory nearly causing Casillas to make a mistake. Unfortunately, it fell just short. Messi shook his head. His pre-match free kick practice seemed to have limited effect. This free kick was well positioned, at a good distance, and his execution was excellent, but even so, he failed to score. Next time, a more prepared Spain would likely not give him another chance. Sure enough, after Messi's dangerous shot, Vicente Del Bosque immediately called for his players to be mindful of foul locations and avoid giving the opposition too many good free kick opportunities. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, Spain launched a relentless offensive. Their players executed fluid, fast-paced passing combinations. In the 42nd minute, Busquets intercepted the ball in his own half and passed it to Xavi. Xavi then passed to Lin Quan, who laid it off to Iniesta. Iniesta played a through ball to Torres, who received it and passed it back to Lin Quan just outside the penalty area. In this sequence, Lin Quan, Iniesta, Xavi, and Torres exchanged passes in quick succession. The speed of the ball's movement was incredible. Argentina's players couldn't intercept it, and even struggled to keep up. Their defense began to falter, exposing weaknesses and giving Spain a fatal opportunity. When the ball reached Lin Quan, he was already at the edge of the penalty area. Two opposing center-backs blocked his path, but Lin Quan didn't try to break through them directly. Instead, he dribbled diagonally into the left side of the penalty area. Garé and Demichelis almost instinctively followed Lin Quan, and their movement created a significant gap in Argentina's central defense. At that moment, if Lin Quan passed the ball, the advancing Spanish player in the middle would have a one-on-one opportunity with a goalkeeper. "Stop him. Don't let him pass the ball," Zabaleta exclaimed in surprise, rushing towards Lin Quan while directing his teammates to cut off his passing lanes. But it was too late to warn him then. Lin Quan didn't look at the ball, flicking it back with his heel. Torres, who had turned and charged into the penalty area after completing the pass, appeared precisely in Lin Quan's passing lane. Torres marveled at Lin Quan's passing vision. He couldn't even see Lin Quan's position, yet Lin Quan had delivered the ball to his feet with such precision. This skill was truly breathtaking. He felt a renewed, strong desire. How wonderful it would be if Lin Quan came to Chelsea. Having a teammate like that would be an incredibly happy thing. Seeing Torres receive the ball, Romero immediately rushed out. The ball absolutely couldn't be given Torres a shooting angle, otherwise, a goal was very likely. However, facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Torres didn't choose to shoot himself, but instead passed the ball out. In the direction of his pass, Lin Quan, who had already shaken off his defender, unleashed a powerful shot, blasting the ball into the goal 1-0. Spain took the lead, breaking the deadlock of the match. After Lin Quan's goal, the 70,000-seat São Paulo stadium fell silent. The fans were stunned by Spain's series of passes and the final goal. Argentina's defense was excellent, but the Spanish players managed to find a breakthrough through their tight defense using passing. Countless fans saw the shadow of the peak Barcelona team in this Spanish team. The difference was that the goal wasn't scored by the Blaugrana's number 10, but by the number 30 wearing a red jersey. And his name was Lin Quan. Chapter 310. Two football legends speak out. Pelé, I believe Spain will win the championship. A magnificent goal. Lin Quan's goal has plunged Argentina into despair. Upon seeing Lin Quan's goal, commentators in various languages on television broadcasts around the world excitedly explained the score to fans in rapid-fire tones. Major television stations were replaying the goal repeatedly, from Busquets' interception to Xavi's pass, and then to the series of passes and runs by the Spanish players in the attacking third. This goal was undoubtedly a testament to the entire team's efforts. Spain scored an incredible goal with superb teamwork. Lin Quan was probably less than 2 meters from the goal when he took the shot. The ball was practically passed into the net. After watching the slow-motion replay of Spain's goal, commentators from various countries couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone says that after Guardiola left Barcelona, with the decline of the peak Barcelona, possession-based football will come to an end." However, I believe that any fan who watched these two semi-final matches would not think that possession-based football will decline. After learning from Spain's possession-based football, Germany's fighting power has not decreased but increased, as evidenced by their 7-1 thrashing of Brazil. And Spain, after Lin Quan joined the team, has finally assembled their dream lineup. This Spanish team on the field feels like the peak Barcelona team of yesteryear has returned. Their control of the game and their pressure on the opponent are terrifying. Although the score is only 1-0, Spain's lead doesn't seem like much. But after Lin Quan scored this goal, the tide of the game had turned dramatically. Argentina's chances of winning had plummeted, from a 60-40 split before the match to an 80-20 or even 90-10 split now. If Argentina couldn't equalize quickly in the second half, they would slowly suffocate under Spain's suffocating pressing tactics. Argentina's coach, Sabella, was sweating profusely. Despite the sweltering heat, he felt icy cold, as if he'd fallen into an icebox. He had initially planned a defensive counter-attacking strategy, but his team hadn't even lasted half-time and was already down by a goal, completely ruining his plans. In the second half, Argentina had no choice but to attack with all their might. However, after witnessing Spain's powerful attacking prowess in the first half, Sabella was deeply uneasy. Could they really go toe-to-toe with such a team? He had studied Spain's previous 5 matches and found that many teams had managed to put up a fight against them in the first half. But once Spain breached their goal and broke the deadlock, they quickly crumbled, conceding a second, third, and even a fourth goal in quick succession. The Netherlands in the first match, Chile in the second, and Mexico and Costa Rica in the knockout stages all experienced this. Now, Argentina is facing the same script. If they also choose to launch a major counterattack like these teams, the outcome will likely be no better. This is why outsiders are pessimistic about Argentina after they conceded goals. Against a Spain team that has almost never been overturned, falling behind essentially means death. If it weren't for a superstar like Messi in the Argentine team, outsiders wouldn't even give them a 20% chance of winning. The only reason people think Argentina still has a glimmer of hope is because of Messi. After all, a superstar of his caliber can create miracles when he has a breakout performance. However, Messi's mood was somewhat downcast at this moment. Seeing Lin Quan being surrounded by Spanish players celebrating wildly, he suddenly felt a pang of envy. If he had chosen to join the Spanish national team back then, he would probably be the one surrounded by his teammates right now. Messi shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. As an Argentinian, he had an obligation to fight for Argentina, and he wouldn't regret his decision. Rather than wallowing in regret, he should focus on playing well and trying to equalize as soon as possible. At this moment, Messi's competitive spirit was completely ignited. He wouldn't let Lin Quan steal the spotlight. He had been waiting for the World Cup trophy for over 8 years. This time, he absolutely couldn't let it slip away easily. When Spain finished celebrating and the game resumed, they noticed that Messi was even more active than before. In the 45th minute, Messi's breakthrough drew a foul from Busquets, who received a yellow card. Busquets and Messi were teammates at the club level, and their relationship had always been good. But on the field, Professor Busquets showed no mercy when it came to fouling. He judged that he couldn't let Messi pass, otherwise it could pose a huge threat to their goal, so he chose to foul. However, after the foul, he immediately went to apologize to Messi to avoid affecting their relationship. Although Busquets loves to act, his emotional intelligence has always been good. Messi didn't get angry either. Busquets didn't tackle him directly, but instead pulled him down. This foul wasn't too serious, and the opponent had already received a yellow card, so he couldn't say anything more. After all, After the national team matches, he still had to go back to his club, and the two would see each other frequently. A strained relationship wouldn't benefit either of them. After this foul, there was very little time left in the first half. Argentina decided to take advantage of this free kick opportunity, lobbing the ball into the penalty area to try and head it towards goal. However, Spain's defense was very tight, and after the ball fell into the penalty area, Ramos headed it away first. An Argentine player outside the penalty area then took a long-range shot, which went high and wide, and the referee immediately blew the whistle to end the first half. Trailing by 1 goal, the Argentine players returned to the locker room with somber expressions. "Come on, Argentina. Come on, Messi." Seeing this, the Argentine and Messi fans in attendance shouted these words, cheering for their team and players. In fact, these fans had been cheering loudly for their team ever since they fell behind. They didn't abandon or insult their team, but instead remained steadfast in their support, faithfully fulfilling their role as the best 12. With the host nation Brazil already eliminated, Argentina became South America's last hope. This led many Brazilian fans in the stadium to set aside their personal grievances and cheer for Argentina when they were behind. People naturally sympathize with the underdog, and judging from the situation on the field and the current score, Argentina was undoubtedly the underdog. Therefore, even Ronaldo, who had said before the match, "It doesn't matter who wins, as long as it's not Argentina," cheered for Argentina on social media. Come on, brothers of Argentina, defend the dignity of South American football with your courage. Ronaldo's statement inspired other stars to follow suit. Ronaldinho, who has a good relationship with Messi and considers him a younger brother, also posted on social media, "Go, Messi, show them your true strength." With 2 Brazilian players speaking out, how could Argentine stars remain silent? Batistuta posted, "I believe a miracle will happen because my compatriots will fight to the very last moment." Maradona also stepped forward, stating in a halftime interview, "Argentina will definitely win. We have the strength. We have Messi, we have Higuain, Di Maria, we will definitely reach the final." The king of football desperately wants to see Argentina lift the World Cup trophy again, just like he led them to victory in the Mexico World Cup. Within this Argentine team, there's someone he considers his successor, Lionel Messi. Maradona firmly believes Messi can become a football king like himself. And to become a football king, leading a team to victory in the World Cup is almost a prerequisite. So, Messi, go for it. You can do it. With Maradona speaking out, how could another football king, Pelé, who, though old, is still young at heart and loves to express his opinions on the media and social media, possibly sit idly by? However, Pelé knows his nickname is Jinx, so instead of directly wishing Argentina well, he playfully posted on social media, "Hey guys, I think Spain is just too strong, they'll definitely win this World Cup." Pelé's tweet immediately attracted countless replies from fans. Haha, Pelé jinxed Spain, does that mean Spain is going to be eliminated? Elimination is not guaranteed, but the championship is most likely in jeopardy, right? How? You're seriously underestimating Pelé's jinxing power. His ability to jinx is universally acknowledged. Since he thinks Spain will win, then Spain probably won't even make it to the final. Wow, is it that scary? Is it terrifying? Yes, it's terrifying. That scared me to death. I thought Pelé would bless Argentina. Thank goodness that didn't happen. Argentine fans, hurry up and thank King Pelé for sparing our lives. Thank you, King Pelé, for sparing our lives. Thank you, King Pelé, for sparing our lives. Argentine fans lined up to thank Pelé, while Spanish fans, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, couldn't help but feel indignant after reading Pelé's tweet. Damn it, the Argentinians are so despicable. They actually invited Pelé, that jinx, to jinx us. This is bad. It's alright, Spain is lucky, they won't be easily poisoned. Can anyone tell Vicente del Bosque to just bring on 11 defenders in the second half and play an all-defender formation? Spanish fans were starting to panic, even resorting to bizarre suggestions like fielding 11 defenders. Pelé's reputation for jinxing teams was well documented. Teams he jinxed rarely fared well. Spain had a strong chance of defending their World Cup title and currently held the advantage on the field, practically 1 foot in the final. This sudden jinx from Pelé had Spanish fans worried. It's better to believe in superstition than not. Inside the Spanish locker room, Vicente del Bosque was unaware that his team had been cursed by Pelé. He was very satisfied with the team's performance in the first half, so he told the players to continue with the same tactics in the second half. Of course, considering Xavi's age, he was the most likely target if Argentina launched a full-scale counter-attack in the second half. Therefore, he planned to substitute Xavi in the 60th minute of the second half. In those 15 minutes, he would decide whether to attack or defend based on the situation on the field. Del Bosque had many options, with 12 players available on the bench. One good thing about the World Cup is that players brought to the tournament, even if they don't make the starting lineup, can all be on the bench. When needed, you can simply choose the players you need and field them. Halftime ended quickly, and the second half began. After the team switched sides, Argentina kicked off. The Argentinians didn't probe further and immediately launched an attack on Spain. Just as Del Bosque predicted, the Spanish team indeed used Xavi as a weak point. Busquets had received a yellow card in the first half and was hesitant to foul. Xavi, being older, wasn't as fit or physically capable as before. This limited the defensive capabilities of Spain's two defensive midfielders, giving Argentina an opportunity. In the 47th minute of the second half, Argentina's right wing 1-2 pass broke through the Spanish defense, Zabaleta crossed from the byline, and Alba cleared the ball out of play before Higuain could reach it. This attack appeared to originate from the wing, but it was actually a pass from the center by Messi after he had dribbled past Xavi. If Spain's midfield could effectively intercept Messi's passes, this attacking threat wouldn't have arisen at all. On the sidelines, Vicente Del Bosque had already risen from his seat. Argentina's attack was even more ferocious than he had anticipated, the connection between Messi and Di Maria was creating a huge threat on the right flank. If they couldn't break that connection, similar attacks were likely to continue. Thinking this, he didn't wait any longer but called Martinez over to warm up. Martinez originally played as a defensive midfielder, although he was converted to defender at Bayern Munich, he could still play in that position. Spain needed his strong interception and sweeping abilities to protect their defense. But who should be substituted? Xavi or Busquets? Del Bosque was momentarily at a loss, and just as he was pondering this, a huge change occurred on the field. In the 55th minute of the second half, Argentina took a corner kick from the left, and Guerre's diving header hit the crossbar. The ball hadn't gone out of bounds, and its rebound caused a scramble among the players. Mascherano and Busquets, both focused on the ball and failed to notice each other as they jumped, their heads colliding heavily. With a loud thud, both fell straight to the ground. The sound of their heads hitting each other was loud enough for nearby players, including the referee, to hear. The referee quickly ran over to check on the injuries and then signaled for stretchers. The team doctors for both Spain and Argentina brought stretchers onto the field to treat the fallen players. Both injuries were serious, and neither could continue. Both teams were forced to make substitutions. Argentina replaced the injured Mascherano with Betrayal, while Del Bosque replaced Busquets with Martinez, who had just finished warming up. However, even after replacing Busquets, Xavi's fatigue problem persisted. This meant that Spain would need to make another substitution a few minutes later. Thinking of this, Del Bosque turned to look at the bench. He glanced at Coke and Xabi Alonso, hesitating, unsure of who to send on. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Lin Quan scores another goal. Spain has one foot in the final. Mascherano's jumping ability is amazing. Yet, at 1.74 meters tall, he can actually compete for headers with Busquets who's 1.89 meters tall. It's terrifying. If he hadn't jumped so high, maybe neither of them would have suffered such serious injuries. Seeing the unexpected turn of events on the field, fans from both sides were somewhat worried. Mascherano and Busquets are both key defenders for their respective teams, and their departure due to injury is not good news for either Spain or Argentina. Betrayal's ability is not as good as Mascherano's. Mascherano is fierce in defense and tenacious in style, once hailed as the toughest defensive midfielder in the world. With him on the field, Argentina's defense has an impenetrable barrier, and his departure is a huge weakening of Argentina's defensive strength. Busquets, known as a football-blind filter, plays a role on the field far more important than fans realize. Now, with both players leaving the field, the game has taken a turn for the worse. After the substitutions, the pace of the game did not slow down. Taking advantage of Bijlia's recent introduction and lack of adjustment to the game's pace, Spain launched a fierce attack on Argentina. In the 58th minute, Argentina's defender Gareth, while defending Lin Quan, was tricked into losing his shoe, but just then, a Spanish cross flew right in front of him. Without thinking, Gareth grabbed his shoe with one hand and hastily cleared the ball with his other shoe-wearing foot. However, as soon as he cleared it, because his other foot wasn't wearing a shoe, he slipped and fell flat on his back on the grass. This scene caused the fans in the stadium to burst into laughter, and even the Argentine fans, who were tense due to their team's deficit, couldn't help but laugh. Spain took a corner kick, and Ramos jumped high to head the ball, but unfortunately, it was too straight and Romero made a clean save. In the 59th minute, Spain's attack reached Argentina's penalty area again. Lin Quan dribbled past Zabaleta on the wing and was about to enter the penalty area. Demichelis, seeing he couldn't stop him, had no choice but to pull Lin Quan down just outside the box. The foul occurred outside the penalty area, but Lin Quan, due to inertia, fell inside. An uproar erupted in the stadium. Spanish fans chanted penalty, pressuring the referee for a penalty. The Argentine players rushed to the referee, explaining that it was a foul outside the penalty area and definitely not a penalty. The referee lowered his hands, signaling the Argentine players to calm down. He then walked to Demichelis, pulled a yellow card from his back pocket, showed him a yellow card, and warned him. He first characterized the foul as undisputed. As for the location of the foul, he wasn't entirely sure whether it was inside or outside the penalty area. He needed to confirm with the linesman. If necessary, he could use the Hawkeye system for confirmation. In this World Cup, FIFA used two high-tech goal line technologies for the first time, Hawkeye and Goal Referee, to assist the referee in making accurate decisions and reducing the possibility of misjudgments. Before the referee could even get the result from his assistant, Lin Quan, who had gotten up from the ground, spoke up. "Martin's foul was outside the penalty area. This isn't a penalty." The Argentine players were all very surprised to hear Lin Quan's words. At this point, shouldn't most players pressure the referee to try and get a penalty? This guy, on the contrary, actually stepped forward to help Argentina clarify the facts. This action deeply shocked the Argentine players, and they also deeply respected Lin Quan's sportsmanship. Demichelis was somewhat grateful for Lin Quan's righteous words. After all, there was a possibility of a misjudgment. If Lin Quan hadn't spoken up, Spain might have benefited from this misjudgment. "Lin, thank you. When we get back to Manchester, I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay, it's a deal." Lin Quan smiled and patted the other's shoulder, happily accepting the invitation. Messi, witnessing the scene, gained a deeper understanding of Lin Quan's character. This guy really is to his liking. He couldn't help but think, if Lin Quan could return to Barcelona, they would be a great match. Unfortunately, there was no possibility of him returning to Camp Nou in the short term, and he didn't have much interaction with him. It seemed unlikely they would become friends. In the stands, seeing Lin Quan not lying on the ground, but instead standing up to speak for the Argentine team, the Argentine fans applauded him. If they had to lose, they would rather lose to such an opponent. After all, losing in this way might feel regretful, but not unjust. The Spanish fans, however, seemed somewhat disappointed. If Lin Quan had just broken into the penalty area, it could very well have been a goal. And if Demichelis's foul had been just half a second later, it would have been a penalty. Sigh, Lin is too honest. If he hadn't explained, he might have won a penalty. Yeah, but I still prefer the current Lin. At least he didn't resort to any means to win. If it were a certain diver, he'd probably be desperately demanding a penalty. "Ronaldo, just give me your ID." In a VIP box at the Mineirão Stadium, FIFA President Blatter witnessed this scene on the field and his eyes lit up. In today's increasingly commercialized football world, players like Lin Quan who uphold their principles are becoming increasingly rare. Moreover, Lin Quan possesses strong individual skills, excellent character, and no negative off-field issues. Would such a player be the perfect role model to establish a positive image and encourage young players to learn from him? Thinking this, Blatter led the way, standing up and applauding Lin Quan. While clapping, he instructed his assistant, contact more media reporters and have them highlight Lin Quan's noble character in their post-match news reports. Lin Quan, unaware of what was happening off the field, was given a free kick in a very good position by the referee after hearing his explanation. Lin Quan discussed it with Xavi and others, and ultimately decided to take the kick himself. The Argentine players nervously formed a wall, tightly marking their defense, fearing Spain would score directly from the free kick. Lin Quan had scored many goals directly from free kicks in the league and Champions League, so the Argentinians' concern wasn't surprising. However, the position was a bit too close, almost right on the edge of the penalty area. At this distance, many of Lin Quan's free kick techniques were useless. So, he tried a dipping shot. Romero, highly focused, leaped high the instant Lin Quan took the shot, tipping the ball over the crossbar. Seeing his shot saved by Romero, Lin Quan felt a pang of regret. To keep the ball low in altitude, the speed of the shot was kept low, giving the goalkeeper time to react. This shows that free kicks too close to the penalty area aren't always a good thing. If the ball had been further away from the box, Lin Quan would have had many more shooting options. Being pinned down in their own half by Spain's continuous attacks, Argentina was on edge. They had to attack, otherwise, they would concede a second goal sooner or later. In the 61st minute, Argentina launched a counter-attack from their own half. Betrayal, under pressure from a Spanish player, passed a ball to Di Maria. Di Maria broke through on the wing and delivered a through ball to Messi, who beat the offside trap and had a one-on-one opportunity. This was Argentina's best chance of the match. Seeing Messi get the chance, all the Argentine fans in the stadium stood up, craning their necks and watching the field with tense expressions. If this ball went in, both sides would be back on equal footing. The moment Di Maria passed the ball, Casillas, inside the penalty area, immediately rushed out. Both Messi and Casillas were sprinting towards the ball, each gaining an advantage. Messi, with his faster acceleration, clearly had the edge. Ignoring the risk of injury, he accelerated forward, kicking the ball away before Casillas could reach it, then leaping to avoid Casillas's interception. Messi was slightly tugged by Casillas's tackle, but after bracing himself with his hands on the turf, he struggled to chase after the rolling, bouncing ball. If he could catch it and kick it into the goal, he could redeem himself 4 years ago. Ramos, Pique, and other Spanish players were sprinting, trying to intercept the ball before Messi. But they were all a step too slow. Before Messi could fully regain his balance, he stumbled and caught up with the ball. He didn't dare delay, only glancing briefly at the goal before hastily taking a shot. The instant Messi finished his shot, Ramos slammed into him from behind, knocking him down inside the penalty area. At that moment, the ball flew out, and under the watchful eyes of over 70,000 fans, it soared into the Spanish goal, 1-1. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Argentina, facing elimination, saw their star player Messi score, leveling the score at the starting line. This was the first time in this World Cup that a team had successfully equalized after Spain took the lead. Messi's goal instantly ignited the atmosphere in the Mineirao Stadium. Countless Argentine fans wept with joy, embracing each other and shedding tears of excitement. No words could describe their feelings at that moment. The past 10 minutes or so after Spain took the lead had felt like an eternity for Argentina, filled with immense fear and anxiety. Finally, all the gloom that had weighed on their hearts was swept away. Argentinians saw hope in defeating the powerful Spanish team and securing the last ticket to the final. Not only inside and outside the stadium, but also in bars and on sofas in front of their televisions, Argentine fans were incredibly excited. They chanted Messi's name, excitedly embracing their families as if they had already won the match. Damn it! On the Spanish sidelines, Del Bosque, seeing Argentina score, muttered a curse and kicked over a bottle of water. He turned and walked to the substitutes bench, calling out to Masia and Fabregas. Del Bosque was preparing to make 2 substitutions at once. He planned to replace Xavi with Fabregas and Torres with Masia, turning Spain's formation into a true strikerless formation. With Fabregas and Masia on the field, Spain would have 5 midfielders. Del Bosque intended to use these 5 top midfielders to target Lin Quan. Spain's tactics were simple. After receiving the ball, everyone would pass it to Lin Quan, maximizing his attacking ability, giving him unlimited shooting freedom, and letting him shoot at will. With Lin Quan's scoring ability, Del Bosque wasn't worried about not scoring, especially with so many top midfielders supporting him. Argentina has Messi, and we have Lin Quan. We not only have Lin Quan, but also a whole host of top-class support players. Seeing Vicente Del Bosque's decisive substitutions, Sabella on the other side seemed somewhat bewildered. It was only a little over 60 minutes, and the opponent had already used all their substitutions. Wasn't he worried about unforeseen circumstances later in the game? Sabella lacked Del Bosque's decisiveness, and he hadn't yet figured out how to proceed after equalizing. The players seemed to be in good spirits, spurred by the goal. So, should they seize this opportunity, continue the attack, and try to turn the score around? While Sabella was still hesitating, Spain had already completed their substitutions. Seeing Del Bosque's substitutions, the spectators were filled with uncertainty. 2 substitutions at once, both attacking players. Is Spain furious? Fabregas and Mata are both very strong offensively, and more importantly, they can pass the ball well. With them on the field, Spain's passing and possession tactics will become even more terrifying, and Argentina's defense is likely in serious jeopardy. It's hard to say. Neither of them is particularly strong physically. They might not be able to withstand Argentina's onslaught. If it were just the start of the game, it would be hard to say, but now Argentina's players have been playing for over 60 minutes, and their stamina is definitely not as good as the 2 substitutes they just brought on. Mata and Fabregas have both played in the Premier League. Their physical strength is definitely not lacking. We'll see how they perform in the game. We'll soon find out how effective Del Bosque's substitutions are. The fans held differing opinions, and no one could convince anyone else. All the debate would have to be resolved in the match. After Fabregas and Mata came on, the Argentine players quickly felt the difference. Lin Quan's passing and receiving frequency increased significantly. Not only that, he also attempted to dribble past defenders more often. This put immense pressure on Argentina's midfield defense, because against a dribbling machine like Lin Quan, they couldn't afford to leave their backline alone. Once he beat the defenders, their goal would be put to the test. Betrayal became the busiest player on the field during this period. Messi and Di Maria are both attack-minded but defensively weak players. Their defensive abilities are negligible. Messi is somewhat better off, as he is well aware of Lin Quan's threat to his defense and therefore tracks back very actively. However, Di Maria is different. He also participates in defense, but once he is beaten, he rarely tracks back, choosing instead to trust his teammates. There's no other way. After more than 60 minutes, the player's stamina is reaching its limit. If they continue to engage in both attack and defense at this point, their remaining energy will likely be quickly depleted. The opposing Spanish players are in a similar situation, but the problem lies with their 3 fresh substitutes who came on in the second half. Martinez, with his abundant stamina and exceptional defensive awareness, covered a vast area in the backfield, ensuring the safety of Spain's defense. Mata and Fabregas, having just come on, were also fit, acting as link-up playmakers in the midfield, constantly using their runs to shake off defenders and actively closing in on their teammates to reduce fatigue. Against these 2 energetic players, Argentina needed multiple players to dispossess them. However, Spain also had the more dangerous Lin Quan ahead of them, making it impossible for Argentina to commit significant resources to double-teaming both. This is where Del Bosque's substitutions proved invaluable. If he had only conservatively substituted 1 midfielder, Argentina might have had the capacity to double-team him. But by bringing on 2, double-teaming 1 was ineffective, and double-teaming 2 was beyond their capabilities and stamina. Therefore, after the substitutions, Spain completely controlled the midfield. With midfield control, their attacking threat increased dramatically. In the 68th minute, Spain launched a high-quality counter-attack. Di Maria held on to the ball too long, allowing Martinez to steal it in his own half. Martinez then launched a long pass to Mata in the attacking third, who quickly dribbled down the wing towards Argentina's penalty area. Zabaleta attempted to intercept, but Mata didn't hold on to the ball and immediately passed it to Iniesta. Before Betrayal could foul, Iniesta passed the ball to Lin Quan. Lin Quan received the ball on the edge of the penalty area with his back to goal and passed it back to Iniesta, immediately turning and dribbling diagonally into the box. Iniesta passed it back to Lin Quan, who received the ball inside the box, but Argentina's center-back Yare marked him closely, preventing Lin Quan from shooting. Instead of forcing a shot, he passed the ball to Mata, who was cutting inside. While Iniesta and Lin Quan were exchanging passes, almost all Argentina's defenders had retreated into the penalty area. When the ball reached Mata, he was surprisingly unmarked. Mata controlled the ball and made a shooting motion. Argentina's left back, Rojo, rushed forward desperately, raising his foot to try and block. Mata, however, gently pushed the ball away from Rojo's raised foot. Behind Rojo, a figure appeared like a ghost, receiving the ball in open space, adjusting his position, and before Demichelis could close him down, aimed at the top left corner of the goal and fired a shot. Romero's eyes widened, and he desperately stretched out his arm, trying to save the ball. But the opponent's shot was fast and urgent. His outstretched hand was a step too slow and missed a ball. With a whoosh, the football flew into the Argentine goal again. The score became 2-1. The Argentinians' joy didn't even last 10 minutes before being extinguished by Lin Quan's cold water. And Lin Quan's second goal also meant that Spain had one foot already in the final. Chapter 312 Defeat Argentina and advance to the World Cup final. Lin Quan, it's him again. He stepped up once more when the game was deadlocked, saving the team. The Spanish fans in the stadium erupted in celebration, chanting Lin Quan's name and hailing him as their hero. In the commentary booths of various countries, after Lin Quan scored his second goal, the commentators showered him with praise from every angle. In the World Cup semi-final, to step up twice, helping the team stabilize morale and take the lead, Lin Quan's role on the field truly deserves all the praise. After scoring, Lin Quan pointed to Mata, who had passed him the ball. He leaped high, straddling Mata, celebrating excitedly. "Well done, Lin, great shot." His Spanish teammates, seeing Lin Quan score, frantically chased after him, surrounding him and Mata, joining in their celebration. Even goalkeeper Casillas performed a somersault celebration in front of the Spanish goal. This ball came at the perfect time. The Argentinians' momentum was extinguished by Lin Quan's goal. If that goal had come any later, the Argentinians might have used that momentum to launch a furious counterattack. If they had scored again, Spain would have been in serious trouble. Now, with a one-goal lead back, Spain can play with more composure. Messi quietly retrieved the ball from his own goal, walked back to the center circle, placed it at the kickoff point, and watched the Spanish players celebrating their goal, patiently waiting for the kickoff. The attack Spain had just launched was something he and his teammates often performed together back at Barcelona. In fact, many of their opponents were his former club teammates. Unfortunately, now those teammates were all on his opposite side, his adversaries. Frankly, Messi isn't comfortable playing for Argentina. Argentina's midfield isn't nearly as strong as Barcelona's, so he has to shoulder both the burden and the responsibility. However, until he completes his transition, Messi isn't entirely suited to this role. He could easily be a striker and a goal-scoring machine, but asking him to be the playmaker was a bit too much for Messi at that time. Messi's transformation came in the following years, forced upon him after setbacks with both the national team and club. There's a persistent question in football: which is stronger, the 91 Messi or the 19 Messi? The 91 Messi refers to Messi, who scored 91 goals in the calendar year of 2012. The 19 Messi refers to Messi after his transformation in 2019. Opinions on which is stronger are subjective, but one thing is clear: Argentina's strength improved after Messi's transformation. This is evident in Argentina's consecutive victories in the Copa America and the World Cup, two highly prestigious trophies. Before that, Messi's performance with the national team was unremarkable. And now, Messi hasn't fully transformed. While he possesses some playmaking ability, it's still difficult for him to effortlessly fulfill the role of playmaker as he would a few years later. Therefore, Messi still needs to rely on players like Xavi, Fabregas, and Iniesta to support him and pass the ball to him. However, he doesn't receive this support in Argentina. So, after the restart, although Messi was very active and tried hard to equalize, his efforts were unsuccessful, and Argentina's attacks repeatedly failed. After most of the game, Spain had found a way to limit Argentina's attack, mark Messi closely and keep him as far away from the goal as possible. Messi's finishing ability is undeniable, but his playmaking ability is far less impressive. Therefore, by forcing him to pass the ball to his teammates and prevent him from directly shooting, Argentina's attacking threat was greatly reduced. This is exactly what Martinez did after coming on. Facing the 1.92-meter tall Martinez, a smaller player like Messi could normally use his quick footwork and agility to get past him. However, this tactic failed against Martinez. On the sidelines, Vicente Del Bosque and defensive coach Carlos Puyol watched as Martinez once again intercepted Messi's attack, and both breathed a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Lin is truly a gem for us. Not only does he make unparalleled contributions on the offensive end, but he also contributes significantly to the team's defense. Yes. Paul nodded in agreement. Most people might be confused by their words. Lin Quan's performance on the offensive end is undeniable, he's truly unstoppable. But his defensive performance doesn't seem that strong. While Lin Quan's attitude towards tracking back is very proactive, his defensive ability is only average, clearly lacking compared to professional defenders. Outsiders don't see Lin Quan's defensive value because they are unaware of the Spanish team's pre-match training methods. Before the match, Lin Quan acted as a sparring partner for the team's defensive players, helping them adapt to defending Messi. After this training, the Spanish defenders gained some insights into how to defend against Messi. Although Martinez had been repeatedly humiliated by Lin Quan in training, he learned and improved with each experience. This accumulated experience proved invaluable in defending against Messi. Moreover, the match had already reached the 70th minute. Messi's stamina had significantly decreased, already struggling with fatigue. This intense exertion left him with insufficient energy to execute a series of dribbling maneuvers. Thus, with Martinez's improved defensive capabilities on one side and Messi's severely diminished dribbling ability due to fatigue on the other, it wasn't surprising that Martinez successfully contained Messi. Furthermore, Martinez wasn't fighting alone. Whenever Messi had the ball, nearby Spanish players would immediately provide cover, double-teaming him and further wearing down his stamina. This attrition tactic caused Messi's energy to drop rapidly. Every pass and reception placed a tremendous burden on him. In the 78th minute, due to his severe fatigue, Messi even made a rare mistake, directly gifting the ball to the opponent. Seizing the opportunity presented by Messi's mistake, Spain launched a counter-attack. Masia delivered a through ball, but Lin Quan, on the passing lane, deliberately missed it, letting it slip to David Silva. David Silva immediately took a shot, but Romero reacted quickly and saved it. Martinez, outside the box, controlled the ball's trajectory and attempted a long-range shot. His shot itself wasn't particularly threatening, but the ball deflected off a defender and bounced towards the goal, seemingly about to fly into Argentina's net, effectively ending any suspense in the match. The Argentine fans in the stadium and the Argentine players on the field were almost in despair. But at this critical moment, Zabaleta stepped up. He made a miraculous block near the goal line, sliding in to deflect the ball away with his body. As he cleared the ball from the goal, it had already touched the line, a fraction of a second slower, and the score would have been 3-1. How are you? Seeing Zabaleta clear the ball, the Argentine fans and players collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Martinez was a bit frustrated. He had taken the shot with a what-you-can-get attitude, not expecting much. But the deflection rekindled his hopes. And then, those hopes were dashed. It's okay, you go into the box and I'll pass you the ball. Seeing Martinez's dejected face, Lin Quan patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Okay. Hearing Lin Quan's words, Martinez immediately went from worried to happy, running into the box to contest a header. After Martinez came on, Spain had three tall players, Ramos, Pique, and Javi Martinez. Of these three, Ramos was undoubtedly the strongest in the air. So Lin Quan relayed the same words he had said to Martinez to Ramos. Really? You really will pass it to me? You're not kidding me? Ramos had been eager to show off his heading ability, and hearing Lin Quan's words, he was incredibly excited. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Quan blinked, looking completely harmless. Ramos readily fell for it, eagerly running into the penalty area, struggling against Michelis and Gary, desperately trying to get a good jumping position. As for Pique, Lin Quan wasn't very confident in his heading ability, so he didn't give him any instructions. He held the ball in the corner area, took a few steps back, and looked towards the penalty area. Ramos was at the far post, while Pique and Martinez were at the near post. Lin Quan then gestured to pass the ball to the far post, signaling his teammates to start making runs. Seeing Lin Quan's gesture, Ramos immediately felt relieved. He pretended to run forward, and as the opposing defenders followed, he suddenly turned back. This was his secret weapon for getting rid of defenders. To comfortably complete a header, he needed to get rid of the defenders as much as possible. Otherwise, colliding with the opponent in the air while contesting the header could easily affect his power, making it difficult to deliver a high-quality header even if he gets the ball. However, Ramos hadn't anticipated that Lin Quan had already used this gesture once in the first half, and the Argentine players naturally understood where the ball was going. So, while Ramos struggled to create space, he found himself not only failing to create space but also attracting more defenders. Surrounded by Argentine defenders in front and behind, Ramos was trapped and unable to move. What the hell? Why are they all rushing towards me? Aren't you marking those two tall guys in front of me? In Ramos's shocked gaze, he saw Lin Quan's shot fly towards the near post instead of the far post. Damn it, even this kid conspired to trick me. Ramos realized he'd become cannon fodder, drawing enemy fire, but before he could complain, Martinez leaped high like a rocket, and with a powerful header, headed the ball towards the goal. Excellent header. With Ramos's keen eye for headers, he immediately recognized the high quality of Jama's header. Martinez is known for his versatility. He even played as a center-forward under Vicente del Bosque. Under Guardiola, he was frequently sent into the opponent's penalty area to contest headers. It's fair to say that within the Spanish team, Ramos is undoubtedly the best header, while Martinez firmly holds second place. Jama's header was perfectly placed and incredibly fast. Romero was helpless against it, reacting but failing to touch the ball. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and flew into the goal, 3-1. Spain extended their lead in the 80th minute. If Lin Quan's goal had secured the victory, then Jama's header effectively sealed the game. Even including stoppage time, only a dozen minutes remained, and scoring 2 goals in those final minutes was incredibly difficult, especially with Argentina's star player Messi exhausted. Therefore, after this goal, the entire Spanish team went wild. Martinez excitedly rushed to Lin Quan and gave him a bear hug. "Thank you, Lin." He had indeed delivered the ball perfectly, with the right position, angle, and speed. If Lin Quan hadn't provided such a superb pass, Martinez wouldn't have been able to head the ball so well. Therefore, he had to thank Lin Quan. "Haha, you're welcome. It was mainly your header that counted." Lin Quan's pass was indeed excellent, but if Martinez's heading skills were lacking, even the best pass wouldn't have mattered. Therefore, the credit for this goal largely belonged to Jama himself. "Hey, you two, stop with the polite formalities. Lin, you promised to pass me the ball, why did you stand me up?" Ramos wanted to score, even more than Jama. He might be a defender, but he had the heart of a striker. "Sergio, you're our team's strategic weapon, how can you expose yourself so easily?" Faced with Ramos's accusation, Lin Quan earnestly flattered him. "Really? Am I really that important?" Ramos was skeptical of Lin Quan's words, but the compliment about being a strategic weapon made him feel very pleased. "Of course, your heading ability is the strongest in our team. Since that's the case, we should definitely save that ability for the most important occasions. And isn't the final in a few days more important than the semi-final? Don't you want to use your superb heading skills to score a stunning goal in front of hundreds of millions of fans worldwide?" Flattery never fails. Lin Quan's affirmation made Ramos feel highly valued, as if his status within the team had suddenly risen significantly. Lin Quan's promises further instilled in Ramos a heavy sense of responsibility and mission. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, you make a good point. Let's save this header for the final." After saying this, he quickly returned to his defensive position with a serious expression, diligently preparing to fulfill his duties as a defender. Ramos was now incredibly looking forward to the final in 4 days, eager to showcase his heading ability in front of fans worldwide. Ideally, he would score a game-winning header that would be etched in the memories of every fan. Martinez's goal dealt a significant blow to the morale of the Argentine players, prompting Sabella on the sidelines to make a hasty substitution. However, he dared not substitute the exhausted Messi. Even though Messi had little energy left, he couldn't be taken off. His continued presence on the field meant that Argentina still had a glimmer of hope. But once he leaves the field, it means Argentina has to give up on the game, and the remaining players' morale will likely plummet even further. However, Messi, lacking stamina, can't even perform at half his usual level. Facing Spain's increasingly tight defense, Argentina's attacks, though seemingly powerful, are utterly ineffective. In the 88th minute, Di Maria suddenly fell to the ground after breaking into the penalty area. Argentine players excitedly rushed to the referee, demanding a penalty. The location of the foul was undisputed inside the penalty area. The key question now was whether the Spanish defenders had actually committed a foul. Slow-motion replays showed that Pique's hand appeared to touch Di Maria, But this seemed more like an unintentional action, not a deliberate push. But Di Maria didn't care. Feeling touched, he immediately fell to the ground, a golden opportunity to claim a penalty. Pique excitedly explained what happened in the penalty area to the referee, protesting Di Maria's dive. After consulting with the assistant referee, the referee ultimately awarded a penalty. This penalty greatly angered the Spanish fans in the stadium. Cries of biased refereeing and diving filled the air. Di Maria's performance was a bit over the top. He really just fell over after a slight touch? Pique looked like he accidentally bumped into him while turning. There was no intention to foul. Exactly, Di Maria's space to break through and his shooting angle were completely blocked. Who would be stupid enough to foul him at that moment? The Spanish fans' opinions were naturally met with scorn from the Argentine fans. A foul is a foul. If you're so capable, don't touch Di Maria. That's right, admit your mistakes, stand up straight. Messi steps up to the penalty spot. If he scores, Argentina will definitely seize the opportunity to equalize and defeat Spain. Amidst the cheers of the Argentine fans and the boos of the Spanish fans, Messi stepped up to the penalty spot. He took a few steps back, looking towards the Spanish goal. Messi closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, then took a deep breath and began his run-up. Casillas watched Messi's every move closely, judging the direction of the opponent's shot, ready to make a save at any moment. Left. He made the correct judgment, but failed to save the ball. Because Messi's penalty went into the top left corner. In such a crucial match, Messi actually chose such a risky way to take a penalty. This is reminiscent of the previous match between Spain and Mexico, where Lin Quan also scored a similar penalty. These two seem to have big hearts. After scoring the penalty, Messi quickly rushed into the goal, picked up the ball, and ran towards the center circle. There wasn't much time left in the game, and they were still down by 1 goal. If they wanted to equalize and drag the game into extra time, they had to attack with every second counting. Spain was also well aware of this, so after Argentina pulled one back with a penalty, they retreated entirely to the back of the court in the following minutes. The marking of Messi became even tighter, and he almost never received the ball. Whenever he did get the ball, he would immediately pass it out, only to be double-teamed or even fouled. With Messi contained, Di Maria became the most active player on the field. However, Di Maria's diving style of play was actually a disadvantage for Argentina at this point. Spain's tactic against Di Maria was simpler: fouls. Each foul disrupted Argentina's attacking rhythm. Di Maria would inevitably fall to the ground screaming after each foul, wasting Argentina's attacking time. This significantly reduced Argentina's attacking threat, and they failed to score a third goal. In the 4th minute of stoppage time, with only a few seconds left in the game, Argentina's final attacking opportunity came with the ball at Messi's feet. He mustered his remaining strength, dribbled past several Spanish players, created some space, and managed a weak long-range shot. Unfortunately, the shot posed no threat and was easily saved by Casillas. After checking the time, the referee blew the final whistle. Following over 90 minutes of grueling play, Spain ultimately defeated Argentina 3-2, securing the last ticket to the final and setting up a showdown with Germany. They are now just 1 match away from defending their World Cup title. I recommend the book, Will My Score Like This Hurt You?, by a veteran sports fiction author. Several of his books are available on other platforms, guaranteeing quality. The story has just begun. I look forward to seeing what happens next. Those interested should check it out. Chapter 313. An 18-year-old World Cup champion? Why not? The moment the final whistle blew, the Spanish players embraced each other in excitement. Players on the bench, and even some coaches, rushed onto the field to celebrate wildly with the players. After 4 years, they had once again reached the World Cup final. The Spanish had a real chance to lift the World Cup trophy, the symbol of football's highest glory. How could this not be exciting, not exhilarating? Vicente Del Bosque was incredibly excited, but to maintain his image as a renowned coach, he tried to control his emotions, appearing calm and collected as he stood up from the bench. After straightening his attire, he approached the Argentine coaching staff. "Your team was fantastic. It was a wonderful match." Del Bosque shook hands with Argentina's coach, Sabella, offering a polite greeting. "Thank you, and I wish you good luck in your next match." As the loser, Sabella was far less pleased than Del Bosque. He also offered only a polite greeting, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation with Del Bosque. After the loss, Sabella's job was essentially over. Even if the Argentine Football Association and fans didn't hold him accountable, he would still resign and not continue coaching Argentina. Although this World Cup wasn't held in Argentina, Brazil was right next door, making it practically their home ground after Brazil's elimination. Furthermore, Argentina's squad was incredibly strong on paper, boasting a superstar like Messi and a large number of players from top clubs in the 5 major European leagues. Yet, despite this, they failed to achieve their goal, falling again in the knockout stage. This result will likely disappoint countless Argentine fans. After this World Cup, Sabella has a clear understanding of his own abilities. He truly lacks the capacity to coach such a star-studded team like Argentina. Therefore, he decided to resign and escape this predicament. Vicente Del Bosque feels some sympathy for Sabella. Compared to him, his own position is very secure. Since taking over, Spain has won 1 World Cup, 1 European Championship, and 1 Confederations Cup. If Spain successfully defends its World Cup title, he will undoubtedly become the most successful coach in the country's history. With his illustrious track record, his position within the national team is extremely secure. Unless he resigns voluntarily, no one can remove him from his post. Of course, it's impossible for Vicente Del Bosque to resign voluntarily. The veteran coach is very satisfied with his current work. Although many older players will gradually fade from the national team lineup after this World Cup, with Lin Quan in charge and so many excellent young talents in La Liga teams, Del Bosque is confident he can lead Spain to continue its current glory. Compared to the excited Spanish players, the Argentine players were generally dejected. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Argentine players were all heartbroken. Some players, as if all their strength had been drained, knelt on the grass, their shoulders heaving as they sobbed. As the soul of the Argentine team, Messi did not shed a tear. He stood on the field like a statue, hands on his hips, head bowed, staring at the grass, motionless for a long time. This forlorn figure filled countless Messi fans with heartache. Even some neutral fans felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing this scene. Sigh. Speaking of which, this is Messi's 3rd World Cup journey, isn't it? Yes. Since the 2006 World Cup in Germany, Messi has participated in 3 World Cups. 8 years ago, he was only 19 years old, appearing on the field as a newcomer. Now, he is the absolute core of Argentina, but the result of the matches seems frozen in time, without much change. Argentina's World Cup journey has ended once again. In the previous 2 World Cups, Argentina faced Germany in the quarterfinals and fell to them. This time, they didn't encounter Germany, so they smoothly advanced to the semifinals. However, in the semifinals, they faced the even stronger Spanish team. Argentina ultimately failed to reach the final, falling in the semifinals. Although their ranking improved compared to 4 years ago, for an Argentine team aiming for the championship, falling in the quarterfinals and falling in the semifinals makes little difference. Both are failures. This result deeply disappointed Messi, and the taste of defeat was incredibly painful. Born in 1987, he is already 27 years old this year. He will be 31 at the next World Cup. Time is running out for Messi. If he fails to win the World Cup during his peak years, he lacks confidence that he can lead his team to achieve the same goal 4 or even 8 years later. Moreover, his opponent, Spain's Lin Quan, is simply too young. In 4 years, Lin Quan will be only 22, and in 8 years, he will be 26. In the foreseeable future, barring any major injuries, Lin Quan's strength will only increase. And as Messi ages, his form will gradually decline. This time, facing the fledgling Lin Quan, he failed to lead his team to victory. 4 years later, when Lin Quan is even stronger, can he still defeat him? Messi lacks confidence. If he fails to win the next World Cup, he may truly miss out on the World Cup trophy. At the post-match press conference, Argentina's coach Sabella, in an interview with reporters, took full responsibility for the defeat and publicly announced his resignation as national team coach. Someone always has to take responsibility for failure, whether it's the coach or the player. Messi scored 2 goals in this match, practically risking his life to carry the team. Although many fans still criticize him for failing to save the team despite being a superstar, such voices are in the minority. Compared to Messi's performance, many believe Argentina was tactically outmaneuvered by Spain. Vicente Del Bosque's substitutions were swift, decisive, and ruthless, with immediate results. In contrast, Sabella's tactics were indecisive, his on-field adjustments were slow and ineffective, He was completely outplayed by Del Bosque. With such a stark difference in their positions, Sabella would likely be fired even if he didn't resign. So why not do it with dignity? Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Compared to the dejected Sabella, Del Bosque walked out beaming, clearly in high spirits. Brazil truly is Spain's lucky ground. This time last year, they lifted the Confederations Cup here. And this year, they have a chance to win their second World Cup trophy. In high spirits, Vicente Del Bosque declared his intention to win the championship trophy. We came here to defend our title. Germany is strong, but we are stronger, and I believe the final victory will definitely belong to us. Del Bosque's declaration won the strong support of countless Spanish fans, but also successfully angered the German players. Guts stated on social media, "The Spaniards have been too successful before. And they've become arrogant. When we get to the final, we won't hesitate to let them taste the feeling of being crushed by the German machine." Boateng also posted, "The Brazilians were thrashed 7-1 by us, and the Spaniards probably want to taste the feeling of being bloodied too." With the German players on the field, the Spanish players naturally couldn't sit idly by. Pique, always eager for attention, was the first to speak. The Germans seem to have forgotten who eliminated them 4 years ago, and they've forgotten the fear of being dominated by our possession-based football. Ramos added fuel to the fire. "Hell, I think they haven't forgotten, otherwise Bayern and Germany wouldn't be specifically studying our possession-based football." Fabregas retorted without hesitation, "They shamelessly come to steal our techniques, and they dare say that we, their teachers, are afraid of them, their students? It's laughable." The Spanish players seized on the fact that the German team had started using possession-based football, even playing a few games without a striker, to mock them for their poor imitation. Faced with such accusations, the German players were furious, yet unable to refute them. After all, the German team was indeed learning possession-based football, a style pioneered by the Spanish. So they used the German team's thrashing of Brazil as further evidence that the German team was indeed stronger than the Spanish team. Both Germany and Spain have defeated the host nation, Brazil, making Brazil a tragic benchmark for both teams' strength according to their respective fans. Looking at the score, Germany scored 3 more goals than Spain, seemingly indicating a slight advantage. However, the Brazilian squads faced by the two teams were vastly different. Spain faced a fully fit Brazil in the Confederations Cup final, while Germany faced an incomplete Brazilian team. Germany can only bully a depleted Brazil. If Brazil's 2 key players hadn't been injured, the semi-final outcome would have been uncertain. I'm a Brazilian fan, and this time I'm on Spain's side. We accept losing to Spain, but we're not satisfied with losing to Germany. Let them play us again after Neymar recovers from injury and Thiago Silva returns from suspension. Do the Germans dare? German fans, of course, wouldn't take the bait. They comforted themselves, thinking, who would bother to retaliate against a defeated opponent? As a member of the Spanish team, Lin Quan also expressed his stance on social media. World Cup champion? Why not? I can't wait to lift the World Cup trophy on the final stage. No one can refuse the World Cup trophy, especially with only 1 match left. If Lin Quan does lift the trophy, he will become the youngest champion in Spanish team history, an 18-year-old world champion. After Lin Quan's statement, several players from the German team also came forward to express their opinions. However, their status was slightly lower, and the impact of their declaration was far less significant than that of Lin Quan's statement. Therefore, the Germans did not gain much advantage in the pre-match war of words. But the battle between the two sides was clearly not limited to the internet. Some curious reporters took Vicente Del Bosque's words to interview German coach Joachim Löw, asking for his opinion. "I also have full confidence in my team. We are not here to be anyone's stepping stone. We are here to win the championship." With the final stage of the championship race approaching, Löw naturally wouldn't back down. Not only did he not back down, but he even pointed out the weakness of Spain's lineup in lacking toughness, and confidently stated that the German team would use its strong physique and tenacious style to utterly crush the Spanish team, leaving them with an unforgettable painful memory. The German players are known for their tall stature and ability to tackle and challenge. German teams generally possess strong attacking power. When playing against them, you absolutely cannot let them get into a rhythm, because once they do, goals will be unstoppable, and a disastrous defeat could easily occur. Löw's words reached Del Bosque's ears, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that the German team had switched to a technical style of play? What did Löw mean by this? Was the German team going back to its old ways? To be honest, teams that play technical football are indeed somewhat afraid of teams that rely on physicality. And the old German team was not only physically strong, but also had a tenacious fighting spirit and dared to tackle, making them a very difficult team to deal with. While their technique wasn't as flashy as the Spanish players, it wasn't rough either. Some simple combinations actually yielded excellent results. Vicente Del Bosque took this very seriously, immediately working with his coaching staff to analyze Germany's past tactical approaches and whether they should play traditional German football. Germany's traditional strengths were simple and clear. They had played that way for many years. Germany excelled at launching attacks down the flanks, as evidenced by their league leaders, Bayern Munich. However, Germany's wing attacks differed slightly from the currently popular styles. Their wingers, after initiating attacks on the flanks, avoided the densely defended central areas. Unlike Spain's strikerless formation, which involved cutting inside from the flanks to combine or shoot, they instead crossed from the byline, allowing their tall striker and other tall players to threaten the opponent's goal with headers. This tactic was retro, but very effective. Germany's forwards were excellent headers, especially Miroslav Klose. Although not particularly tall, his heading ability was exceptional. The ball always found its way into the net in various skillful ways. Besides their attacks down the flanks, the German team excels at long-range shots and set pieces. Previously, German midfielders, exemplified by Ballack, generally possessed a powerful long-range shot, making them difficult for goalkeepers to save once they hit the target. Defensively, Germany utilizes its physical advantages, employing zonal pressing to limit the opponent's attack. German players are energetic, run tirelessly, and execute tactics flawlessly. This makes it easy for attacking stars to be double-teamed and heavily marked throughout the match, leading to poor performances. In several matches against Argentina, Germany successfully used this tactic to limit Messi, denying him many opportunities. It's foreseeable that Germany will use this tactic against Lin Quan in the final. This has caused some concern for Del Bosque. If Lin Quan is neutralized, Spain's attacking machine might crumble. Furthermore, Germany's long passing game also needs attention. They adapt their tactics by strategically shifting the ball wide to areas where the defense is weak, thus altering the rhythm of the game and compensating for their simpler tactical combinations, which prevent them from executing the elegant passing and combination play of teams like Spain. This advantage, combined with their counter-attacking strategy, often yields excellent results. Therefore, when facing Germany, it's crucial to avoid mistakes in attack. A mistake that the opponent capitalizes on could lead to a highly dangerous counter-attack. German players are known for their composure and excellent vision. Kroos is a prime example, adept at observing the game and possessing a precise long pass. Kroos's outstanding performances in previous German matches have forced Vicente Del Bosque to be wary of him. The presence of tall players inside the penalty area and powerful strikers in the center outside requires a multi-layered, three-dimensional defense against Germany's attack. However, can the current German team still execute these traditional tactics? Del Bosque has serious doubts. The German team he sees now is vastly different from the traditional German team. The German team, adopting a technical and possession-based style, is increasingly resembling the Spanish team, rather than the German team of the past. This is evident in Lowe's player selections. The starting lineup has seen a decrease in physically strong, tenacious players, replaced by more technically gifted players with average physical strength. For example, Guts, Ozil, and Kroos. Their playing styles are vastly different from their predecessors, entirely adhering to a technical approach. Moreover, Lowe has entrusted these players with significant responsibilities, showing no intention of completely overhauling the team's tactics, especially on such a crucial stage as the World Cup final. If he were to attempt something unconventional and ultimately lose the World Cup title, he would undoubtedly face a torrent of criticism from German fans upon his return. Without a complete overhaul of his tactical system, how can Lowe rely on the German team's superior physicality to defeat Spain? It's simply impossible. Therefore, Del Bosque is certain that the opponent is using a smokescreen, deliberately trying to mislead him. In that case, Del Bosque will also try something unconventional. Diego Costa's injury is recovering well, so we plan to field him alongside Lin Quan in the final, employing a two-striker formation. Vicente Del Bosque proactively announced his potential tactics for the final, immediately attracting the attention of countless fans and reporters. Diego Costa was injured in the group stage match against the Netherlands, but he had already recovered and returned to play in Spain's match against Costa Rica. However, against Argentina, Del Bosque chose to bench him. He not only didn't include him in the starting lineup, but didn't even give him a chance to come off the bench. This left many wondering, did Del Bosque consider Diego Costa a mascot? Why call him up but not play him? Or perhaps, in Del Bosque's mind, Torres was a better choice than Diego Costa? Del Bosque's decision to bench Diego Costa sparked numerous conspiracy theories. Many fans believe that Del Bosque didn't use Diego Costa because his injury hadn't fully healed. However, Vicente Del Bosque and the Spanish team chose to conceal his injury, keeping it secret to mislead their opponents and cause the German team to misjudge the situation. This conspiracy theory spread with considerable detail and gained traction among many fans. Some German fans even went to the German national team's training base to warn their team not to be fooled. Now, Del Bosque has publicly stated that he will bring Diego Costa back for the final and will play him alongside Lin Quan in a two-striker formation. This has raised many doubts among fans, as previous matches have shown that Lin Quan is not suited to the striker position. He is better suited to playing as a free-roaming forward, and placing him up front would hinder his effectiveness. So, is Del Bosque's statement just a smokescreen? Ordinary fans might think so, but German coach Joachim Löw was less inclined to jump to conclusions. What if it's not a smokescreen but the truth? Diego Costa and Lin Quan have only played together once before, and in that match, he was injured and forced to leave the field after only playing the first half. Therefore, it's difficult for outsiders to assess the chemistry that would occur if he and Lin Quan were on the field together. If, by some chance, their chemistry is exceptional, and their combined effect is greater than the sum of its parts, then the German team would be in trouble. Considering that both are highly efficient strikers, if Diego Costa is not injured, Vicente Del Bosque would most likely use him. Therefore, Löw preferred to err on the side of caution. He chose to believe Del Bosque's smokescreen. Chapter 314. The final battle is approaching, and 1 billion viewers worldwide are focused on it. While the two coaches were busy strategizing, the third-place match of the 2014 World Cup kicked off. Brazil, the host nation, thrashed by Germany, hosted their South American compatriots Argentina at the National Stadium in Brasilia. Both teams, now in dire straits, had their World Cup dreams shattered, watching Europeans meet in the final for the third consecutive time on home soil. For both teams and for South American football as a whole, this was a dark moment. Latin football, once a driving force in the sport, had gradually lost its edge in competition with European football, even falling behind the times. This outcome prompted countless South American football enthusiasts to reflect, had they truly taken the wrong path? If things continued this way, did South American football have a future? No one could answer this question, they had to find the answer themselves. If they didn't want to be relegated to the background for European performances in the next World Cup, they had to start reforming now. However, contemplating the future of South American football should wait. For now, let's focus on defeating this opponent. The two teams had a deep-seated rivalry, and both desperately needed a victory to bolster morale. Fueled by both old and new grudges, the match was played with great intensity. Although Neymar was absent, Thiago Silva's return significantly strengthened Brazil's defense, making it much more resilient than in the previous game. Without the pressure of results, Argentina's forwards also showed noticeable improvement. Including Messi, the form of their attacking players was visibly enhanced. In the 7th minute, Messi scored a one-on-one goal, making it 1-0. In the 11th minute, Brazil pulled one back from a set piece, with their captain, Thiago Silva, returning from suspension, scoring. In the 24th minute, Higuain displayed his striker prowess, receiving a pass from Messi in the penalty area and calmly sliding the ball into the far corner to put his team back in the lead. The score became 2-1. Brazil immediately launched a counterattack. Oscar unleashed a long-range shot from the center, which Romero saved with focused concentration. However, Brazil's striker Fred appeared like a ghost, pounced on the rebound, and scored, leveling the score for Brazil once again. The fans who came to watch the game were initially not in high spirits. Their team had lost hope of winning the championship and could only fight for a meaningless third place, which made them somewhat dispirited. But once the game started, the exciting performances of both teams, the intense and fierce attacks, and the frequent goals gave them a real adrenaline rush, making their trip worthwhile. It wasn't just the fans at the stadium who felt this way, even those watching on TV from their sofas at home shared similar sentiments. If they had shown this level of form earlier, they might have made it to the final. Yet, Brazil was just unlucky, while Argentina completely ruined their own chances. Argentina and Spain were in the same half of the bracket. Their luck doesn't seem much better than Brazil's. If Argentina were in the upper half, they might have beaten Germany and advanced to the final. It's hard to say. In the previous 2 World Cups, Argentina failed to Germany. They might not be able to beat this German team. I think FIFA should come up with a solution. Just put the 2 strong South American teams in the same half of the bracket. That way, they'd be guaranteed a spot on the final, preventing all European clashes. The World Cup is said to be a grand event for teams from all over the world, but due to the significant regional differences in football levels across continents, the World Cup is essentially a stage for European and South American football to clash, with the main theme always being the rivalry between these 2 regions. Other regions such as Africa, North America, and Asia can at best act as spoilers. The weak Asian team isn't even a spoiler. They've become easy targets in this World Cup. If South America also declines, it will truly become a European-dominated tournament, which is not good for increasing World Cup viewership and international influence. Come on, even if these 2 teams are really placed in the same half of the bracket, who can guarantee they won't get swept by a strong European team? That's right, there are just too many strong teams in Europe. Germany, Spain, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, these 6 teams are all formidable. Who knows if they'll suddenly explode in the next World Cup? So, unless FIFA openly manipulates the matches, South American teams still can't guarantee a spot on the final. If you ask me, the key is to improve ourselves. Instead of relying on draws and groupings, we should focus on improving our own football skills. Many European fans feel that after a series of defeats, Latin Americans should lower their arrogance and learn from Europe's advanced concepts. After all, European teams have proven with their outstanding achievements and honors that European football represents the future of modern football. And the strength of European football is built on the high-level training in the top 5 leagues and a robust youth training system. European countries are generally wealthy, with a large middle class and relatively sound social welfare systems. They have a large football-loving population, with many young people dedicating themselves to football without being able to make a living from it. This makes their professional football system very stable and healthy, completely different from the Chinese Super League and the money-burning leagues of Middle Eastern tycoons. Latin America lacks these conditions. Their best players have all gone to Europe to seek their fortunes, and their domestic leagues have limited appeal to these top stars. This makes it very difficult for them to raise the level of the Brazilian and Argentine leagues. Fans have discussed this extensively but haven't found a good solution. Some have even suggested that since their domestic leagues can't be improved, they should simply send as many promising young players as possible to Europe. This is exactly what some Asian countries are striving for. South American players can use the platform of the top 5 leagues to train and improve their skills, and even learn advanced European football concepts and bring them home. However, this will inevitably gradually erode the style of South American football, slowly converging toward European football. Fans are discussing this heatedly online, and the 2 teams are playing a fiercely contested match on the field. After the start of the second half, Argentina launched a relentless attack. In the 55th minute, Messi scored his 2nd goal of the match, giving his team the lead again. His total goals in this World Cup reached 8. After Messi scored, the Argentine fans in the stadium chanted his name, giving him a thunderous cheer and applause. Hearing the huge cheers from the fans, Messi, who had been in low spirits since the loss to Spain, finally smiled. He smiled and waved to the fans in the stands, thanking them for their applause and cheers. The Argentine fans were incredibly excited, but the Brazilian fans next to them were enraged. This is our home ground, how can we tolerate these Argentinians behaving so arrogantly? They booed Messi without restraint, and some even made insulting gestures towards him. The Brazilian players were also deeply provoked, launching a fierce counterattack and frequently fouling Messi. However, Argentina's form had completely improved, and their fouls on Messi did not solve the problem. In the 75th minute, Di Maria dribbled into the penalty area and was tripped by David Luiz, and the referee promptly awarded a penalty. Slow-motion replays show the decision was correct. The problem lies in the fact that it was Di Maria who was fouled, and Di Maria is known for his diving prowess. In recent years, Di Maria has won numerous penalties in European competitions, far surpassing other players. You could say he has strong individual skills, excels at dribbling, and easily draws fouls. However, in terms of dribbling ability, Lin Quan far surpasses Di Maria, yet Lin Quan has won far fewer penalties than Di Maria. The reason Di Maria has won more penalties is mainly due to his dramatic style. Once inside the penalty area, if he gets touched, regardless of whether it's a foul or not, he simply falls down. Of the penalties Di Maria won last season, slow-motion replays revealed that nearly half were suspected of being dives. This earned him the nickname the Flopper from fans. In the previous match against Spain, Di Maria displayed this kind of performance in the penalty area. This time, the victims were the host nation, Brazil. Naturally, the Brazilians were furious. Inside the national stadium in Brasilia, shouts of biased referee, and insults directed at the players rose and fell. Brazilian fans practically wanted to storm the pitch and slaughter Di Maria. However, the referee didn't change his mind despite the protests. He insisted it was a penalty. Messi stood at the penalty spot. Facing Caesar, Messi still chose to shoot into the top left corner of the goal. Caesar, with his superior skill and audacity, could only watch helplessly, completely unable to stop the shot. After scoring this goal, Messi completed his first World Cup hat-trick, increasing his total goals in this World Cup to 9. Currently, Lin Quan, ranked first in the World Cup top scorers list, also has exactly 9 goals. This means that Messi has finally caught up with his rival on this list. If Lin Quan fails to score again in the upcoming World Cup final, he will share the Golden Boot with Messi. If Messi could win a World Cup Golden Boot, it wouldn't be a complete loss. However, compared to the World Cup trophy, this kind of individual honor might be insignificant to Messi, considering he's already won 4 Ballon d'Or awards. After Messi scored the penalty, Brazil's morale was severely damaged. They became somewhat impatient again, just like in the previous match, and the players' emotions were unstable, resulting in several yellow cards for reckless tackles. Moreover, their defensive performance was subpar, almost allowing Argentina to extend their lead. Fortunately, Scolari made timely adjustments, stabilizing Brazil's defense. The score remained 4-2 until the end. In this South American derby, Messi's Argentina emerged victorious, securing 3rd place in this World Cup. As for the host nation Brazil, after 2 losses, they could only settle for 4th place. After the appetizer, it's time for the main course. The day after the Brazil-Argentina match, the World Cup final, Spain vs Germany, will be held at Americana Stadium in Rio de Janeiro. This stadium is famous for its 200,000 seat capacity. Brazilians had hoped to witness their team lift the trophy on home soil, but their team's defeat in the semifinals turned their carefully prepared performance into victory for their opponents. However, this isn't entirely a bad thing, as attracting German and Spanish fans to the game and generating spending will significantly boost the Brazilian economy. Before the match, FIFA predicted on its official website that the global audience for tonight's game could exceed 1 billion. This figure was based on the viewership ratings of the semifinals and the previous World Cup final. Germany's 7-1 thrashing of Brazil in the semifinals attracted a total of 390 million viewers. The other match, Spain's 3-2 victory over Argentina, attracted even more viewers due to the larger number of star players on both teams, including superstars like Messi and Lin Quan with huge fan bases. This match drew a staggering 670 million viewers, surpassing the previous record of 530 million viewers for the 2010 South Africa World Cup final. Therefore, FIFA's prediction that the final's attendance might exceed 1 billion is not an exaggeration. Before the final, both coaches tried to reduce the pressure on their players. The World Cup final is a tremendous test for any player. Many of them may only have one chance in their lifetime to stand on the final stage, and missing out on the championship trophy would be a source of deep regret. External expectations, coupled with the player's own tension and anxiety, create immense psychological pressure. This pressure can easily lead to poor performance and ultimately, defeat. Therefore, pre-match psychological intervention is crucial. Both teams brought psychologists with them to the match, who took turns providing psychological support to the players before the game, calming their emotions and alleviating their psychological pressure. Whether it would be effective or not is unknown, but if they didn't do something, they would definitely feel uneasy. However, it seems their efforts were in vain. That very evening, The King and Prime Minister of Spain visited the team's training base and warmly received the players. The players, who had finally managed to relax, were now tense again. The situation wasn't much better for the German team. German Chancellor Merkel also visited the team, meeting and encouraging all members, urging them to strive hard and bring glory to their country. Chapter 315. The World Cup final begins, Spain vs Germany. The current King of Spain is Felipe VI, who recently ascended the throne. 2 weeks ago, King Juan Carlos I abdicated, handing the throne to his son, Crown Prince Felipe. However, the entire nation's attention is focused on the World Cup in Brazil, and little is concerned about such a minor matter as the change of kings. After all, like many European countries, the Spanish monarchy is largely symbolic, lacking real power. Compared to the king, the prime minister is the one who truly wields power. However, Prime Minister Rajoy's trip was merely a political show, a way to gain visibility in front of the media and Spanish fans. He himself isn't particularly interested in football, but King Felipe VI is different. Although he lacks real power, the king is a true football enthusiast. Including the recently abdicated king, almost the entire royal family are die-hard fans of the Spanish national team. This is why, shortly after his coronation, Felipe VI couldn't wait to travel abroad to support the Spanish players. He wasn't really here to visit the players, he was clearly using the opportunity to watch the game, and doing so openly and at public expense. And the king didn't come alone, he brought his 2 children, Princess Leonor and Princess Sofia. These 2 little princesses, one 9 and the other 7, are very young, but already die-hard fans of the Spanish team. 4 years ago, when the Spanish team won the World Cup in South Africa, photos of the 2 princesses wearing Spain's red jerseys and holding the World Cup trophy were incredibly adorable, melting the hearts of countless fans. This time, as staunch supporters of the Spanish team, the 2 little princesses accompanied their father to the team, joining the group of fans who came to cheer them on. While the king and prime minister were having a friendly chat with Vicente del Bosque and some player representatives, the 2 little princesses, with their big, curious eyes, looked around the Spanish training ground. "You must be Lin. My grandpa told me about you. He praised you, saying you're the best player on the Spanish team." 9-year-old Princess Leonor walked up to Lin Quan, looking like a little adult, and asked him seriously. Lin Quan resisted the urge to wipe his sweat. Was this something he could say in public? Fortunately, his teammates didn't mind the princess's words. Instead, they chimed in, as expected of His Majesty the King, his judgment is spot on. "That's right, Your Highness, Lin is the best among us. This guy scored 9 goals in his first World Cup. Only 6 games, averaging 1.5 goals per game. Is he even human? I've participated in so many World Cups, and I haven't scored as many goals as Lin in one World Cup," Ramos said with heartache. His words drew a collective chorus of criticism from his teammates. "You're a defender, and you want to surpass the strikers in goals? You're asking for trouble." "Exactly. You already have a lot of goals among defenders. If you score all the goals, what's the point of having strikers? We might as well replace them all with defenders." Hearing the players' comments, Princess Leonor's eyes gradually lit up. She slightly raised her pretty face and asked with great anticipation, "Since you're so amazing, can you score a hat-trick in the World Cup final?" Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous players immediately fell silent. Scoring a hat-trick in the World Cup final, that's incredibly difficult. In the 84 years since the first World Cup, only English striker Hurst has accomplished this feat. Other super strikers, such as Fontaine with 13 goals in a single World Cup, close with a record for most goals, and Ronaldo, have all failed to achieve this. Finals are rarely legendary, especially World Cup finals. In this type of match, both sides tend to play conservatively, cautiously avoiding mistakes. Therefore, the final scores are usually not high, sometimes even ending in a penalty shootout to decide the winner. "It's difficult, but I can try." Lin Quan didn't guarantee he could complete it, but indicated he would give it a shot. He had already seen the result of the Argentina vs Brazil match and knew that Messi had equaled his total goals. For the World Cup trophy, and to solidify his position as the World Cup's top scorer, he would definitely give it his all in the final, striving to score. However, the German team's defense was very strong, and they would only give them 4 or 5 chances at most in a match. To seize such limited opportunities and complete a hat-trick was too difficult. Lin Quan could only do his best. Hearing Lin Quan's words, The little princess nodded contentedly. If you can complete a hat trick, I will definitely persuade father to award you a medal. Lin Quan was astonished upon hearing this. He wasn't interested in the so-called losses, but rather surprised that the little princess, at only 9 years old, was already making empty promises. As expected of the first in line to the throne, she's been adept at political maneuvering since childhood. Compared to her older sister, Princess Sophia appears much more innocent and adorable. After her sister finished talking with Lin Quan, she cautiously approached, looked up at him, and asked, "Super awesome big brother, could you please sign my autograph?" She then carefully took out the paper and pen she always carried and handed them to Lin Quan. "No problem." Lin Quan took the paper and pen and carefully signed his name. "Thank you, big brother." The little princess cheered with joy after receiving her idol's autograph, almost jumping for joy. He had long heard that the royal family loved watching football, but he hadn't had any experience with them before and wasn't sure if these rumors were true. After this personal experience, he had no doubts. It seemed that not only the two kings enjoyed watching football, but many members of the royal family were also fans. Especially the family of Felipe VI. The king himself was a professional athlete and had even participated in the Olympic canoeing competition. His two daughters inherited his athletic genes and have loved sports since childhood. Football is the #1 sport in Spain, and with Spanish football currently at its peak, it has garnered immense attention. It's not surprising that members of the royal family enjoy football. It's said that King Felipe VI plans to send his youngest daughter, Princess Sophia, to a women's football academy for training. Perhaps a professional player will emerge from the royal family in the future. To avoid disturbing the team's preparations, King Felipe VI and the Prime Minister did not linger at the training ground for long. After shaking hands and taking photos with the players and coaching staff, and offering a few words of encouragement, the two prepared to leave. Before departing, King Felipe VI said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will host a victory banquet for you at the Royal Palace in Madrid, awaiting your triumphant return." King Felipe VI appeared confident, seemingly very certain that Spain could successfully defend their World Cup title. They eliminated Germany in the last World Cup. This time, their strength is even greater, and their chances of winning are naturally higher. To witness Spain's title defense firsthand, King Felipe VI will personally travel to the Maracana Stadium with his two daughters. Attending matches in person is a Spanish tradition. There's even a cup competition named after the king, the Copa del Rey. The king always attends the Copa del Rey final to present the trophy to the winning team. This time, due to poor health and the distance, he couldn't attend. Otherwise, both kings would likely have come to the Maracana. Not long ago, during the Champions League semi-final, when Real Madrid played Manchester City away, the king, despite his frail health, still went to watch the game with a cane. When someone captured this moment, it sparked a heated discussion online. Netizens couldn't help but marvel at the old man's true love for football. Even in his condition, he still insisted on going to the game. The king's commitment put considerable pressure on the players. Seeing their serious expressions, the coaching staff exchanged glances, all seeing the helplessness on each other's faces. Well, it seems the pre-match psychological counseling was a waste of time. Del Bosque had originally planned to call another tactical meeting, but seeing the players' condition, he worried it would increase their psychological burden and ultimately had to abandon the idea. Fortunately, there weren't many young players on the team, and the veteran players were very familiar with the tactics and techniques, so there was no need for excessive pre-match emphasis. As for the young players, Lin Quan's football intelligence was very high. He grasped these things immediately, requiring little explanation. The other young players, however, could be given time during the match to be explained to the coaching staff on the bench, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding of the team's tactics and the demands placed on them. After canceling the tactical meeting, Del Bosque instructed the coaching staff to send the players back to the hotel and let them rest in their rooms early. Although many were destined to be sleepless tonight, even if they couldn't sleep, they were to lie quietly in bed and rest, and were not allowed to wander around or visit other players' rooms. The veteran players were experienced and generally had ways to regulate their own condition. He might read a book, listen to soothing music to relax, or meditate. The main concern was with the younger players, fearing they might get too excited and unable to sleep all night, potentially affecting others. Vicente Del Bosque's biggest worry wasn't anyone else, but Lin Quan. Although Lin Quan was very mature, he was only 18, and this was his first World Cup. Del Bosque worried he might get too excited and not get enough rest, affecting his performance the next day. While other young players also had some impact from lack of rest, most were substitutes and didn't necessarily get playing time, so the impact wasn't as significant. Lin Quan was different. He was an indispensable starter for Spain. If he wasn't in good form, Spain's chances of winning would likely drop considerably. Therefore, Del Bosque arranged for the experienced Puel to go to Lin Quan's room for a heart-to-heart talk, sharing some veteran player experience. "Captain, is something wrong?" "Nothing much. The coach asked me to ask you, are you able to sleep tonight?" If you were here, I'd probably have insomnia." Lin Quan joked. "I'm leaving then, you get some rest." Puel left without hesitation. He trusted Lin Quan's self-regulation ability. This guy had a big heart. You could tell from his performance in the Champions League final. A player who could score a hat-trick in the Champions League final couldn't possibly be someone who couldn't sleep before the match due to nervousness. And indeed, Lin Quan slept very well that night. However, when he got up for breakfast the next morning at his usual time, he found that very few of his teammates were up on time. "Good morning." Xavi greeted Lin Quan. "Good morning, Captain. Where are the others?" "They overslept. The coach cancelled the morning training. They'll probably go straight to the pitch this afternoon." "Is that okay?" Lin Quan asked with some concern. Training was still necessary on match days, although not intense. It was crucial for maintaining ball control and form. "There's no better way. We can't exactly go to their rooms and wake them up." Xavi chuckled. "But don't worry too much. Most of us old guys can get up, so not many people will be really affected." At 3 p.m., the Spanish players boarded a bus and headed to the Maracana Stadium. On the day of the final, the streets of Rio de Janeiro were filled with fans wearing all sorts of jerseys. Among them were Spanish fans in red jerseys and German fans in white jerseys. But the most numerous were Brazilian fans in yellow jerseys. As expected of the football kingdom, although the Brazilian team had been eliminated, it didn't seem to affect the Brazilians' enthusiasm for watching the game at all. The number of Brazilian fans who came to the stadium for this match was very large, almost equal to the total number of fans of the Spanish and German teams. During the pre-match warm-up, Lin Quan noticed that his teammates were in good condition, so he felt relieved. Relaxed, Lin Quan performed a few fancy tricks for the fans who had arrived early. From about 30 meters out, he unleashed 2 consecutive shots that struck the junction of the crossbar and post in the top left corner of the goal. This exquisite technique drew enthusiastic applause from the fans. "Wow, that technique is unbeatable. I thought the first shot was a mistake, but after the second and third, I'm completely blown away by Lin Quan. I have a feeling Lin Quan might score directly from a free kick in this match." Less than half an hour into Spain's warm-up, the German team arrived. Each team occupied half the field and began training without interfering with the other. Seeing the German team arrive, Lin Quan stopped his performance and began practicing dribbling. While the players warmed up, both coaches observed the opposing players' condition. German coach Löw focused on 2 things: Lin Quan, who had performed well in previous matches, and Diego Costa, who had been rested after recovering from injury. Löw felt that Lin Quan, being a young player, might be affected by the pressure of the match, leading to an underperformance. However, after observing Lin Quan's condition during warm-up training, Löw frowned. He appeared to be fine on the surface, but his true condition would likely only be confirmed during the match. He then turned his attention to Diego Costa. Many had previously speculated that Diego Costa's injury hadn't fully healed, and that the Spanish team was intentionally concealing this information. Löw was skeptical of these reports, harboring a sliver of hope. If Diego Costa hadn't recovered, it would be excellent news for the German team. But after watching Diego Costa's training, he was disappointed. Löw was certain that the player's injury had fully recovered. Therefore, Del Bosque's pre-match smokescreen was likely true, and Spain was highly likely to field a 2-striker formation. Lin Quan was already troublesome enough, adding Diego Costa would make this match extremely difficult. Löw's concerns soon became a reality. In the pre-match starting lineup, Diego Costa indeed replaced Torres as Spain's starting striker. With Diego Costa on the field, how should Löw arrange his attacking players? Should they continue to trust the 36-year-old veteran Klose, or opt for the young guts? It's a pity Reus is injured, otherwise, Germany would have more attacking options in this World Cup. To make matters worse, just as Löw was considering the starting lineup, an unexpected incident occurred during warm-ups. Khedira strained his calf during warm-ups and couldn't play in the final. Upon hearing this news, Lo's face darkened. With only a few hours left before the final, a key midfielder's injury was like an ancient army's flag being broken by the wind during a rally. This was not a good omen. Reluctantly, Lo had to temporarily replace Khedira with Borussia Mönchengladbach's young player Kramer. However, Lo, who had initially thought his team could compete with Spain in midfield, now lacked confidence. Without giving Lo time to adjust, at 5 p.m. sharp, the World Cup final between Spain and Germany officially kicked off. When Spain's starting lineup and formation were announced, Lo cried foul. What a load of rubbish, a 4-4-2. It was a complete smokescreen. They seemed to think that the unexpected injury to Germany's key midfielder before the match would give them an opening. From the start, Spain played very aggressively. Without much probing, they launched a fierce attack on Germany's half immediately. After a few passes, the ball quickly reached Lin Quan's feet. Seeing Lin Quan with the ball, the German fans couldn't help but tense up, even though the opponent was still far from their goal. Just the name Lin Quan put immense pressure on them. Lin Quan lived up to their expectations, even their fear. While dribbling, he observed Neuer's position, and when he was still more than 40 meters from the goal, he decisively unleashed a long-range shot. Seeing Lin Quan's shot, Neuer's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly retreated towards the goal. Chapter 316. The first goal scored, the first goal in the final. CCTV, viewers, welcome to the 2014 FIFA World Cup Final, Spain vs Germany. I'm Li Wei. I'm Su Yang. First, let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Spain's starting lineup is. In the CCTV studio, two commentators were introducing the starting lineups for both teams. However, before they could finish, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Without any probing, Spain launched a fierce attack on the German team. The ball is passed to Lin Quan's feet. Iniesta is in a good position. The two might combine. Lin passes, no, he shoots directly. Danger. Neuer is positioned very far forward. Seeing Neuer's positioning, both commentators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Neuer is known as the goalkeeper, his positioning is very far forward, and his range of movement is large. This aggressive positioning also makes Neuer vulnerable to lob shots from opposing players. Lin Quan had played against Neuer in the Bundesliga and was very familiar with the guy's playing habits. That's why he specifically observed Lin Quan's positioning while dribbling before choosing to take a long-range shot. The shot came very suddenly. Neuer was positioned near the edge of the penalty area, about 15 meters from the goal. Seeing Lin Quan's lob shot, Neuer's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, not daring to jump from his spot. The ball had a very high arc, and he might not be able to reach it if he jumped from his spot. However, the ball's flight speed was much faster than Neuer had imagined. He had only taken 2 steps back when the ball was already flying over his head. With no other option, Neuer could only grit his teeth and jump, stretching out his right hand to intercept the ball. The ball had a very high arc. If it were an average goalkeeper, they might not be able to reach it at all. But Neuer, standing at 1.93 meters tall, had an astonishing jumping ability. After jumping, he barely managed to touch the ball with his fingers, slightly altering its trajectory. With a thud, the ball hit the top of the crossbar and bounced out of bounds. Seeing the ball saved, the German fans instinctively patted their chests, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. That was incredibly dangerous. The opponent's long-range shot was of extremely high quality, and if it weren't for Neuer's heroics, the ball would likely have gone in. This narrow escape changed the way the German fans looked at Lin Quan. This guy was truly not to be underestimated. After falling to the ground, Neuer glanced at his own goal, and after confirming the ball hadn't gone in, he breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but look at Lin Quan, who had taken the shot, with a hint of lingering fear. This guy, after not seeing him for a few months, seemed to have gotten even stronger. He'd probably have to work twice as hard to beat him. Seeing the ball saved by Neuer, Lin Quan also felt a little regretful. This guy's physical attributes were incredible. That jumping ability, he could play basketball. To be fair, Neuer's sweeper-style play had created a new school of thought. In modern football, goalkeepers like De Gea, who spend almost the entire game inside the penalty area and rarely come out of their goal, are becoming increasingly outdated. Goalkeepers like Neuer, who like to come out of their goal, have a wide range of movement, can act as sweepers, and even initiate attacks, are becoming more common. However, few of these goalkeepers can match Neuer's level. Thanks to his excellent technique, stable mentality, and the continuous development by Bayern Munich's two coaches, Hanks and Guardiola, Neuer's style of play has become increasingly stable and mature. Not only have his errors decreased year by year, but his proactive approach to coming out of his goal has also effectively compensated for the slow turning speed of Bayern's center-backs, making them vulnerable to attacks behind their defense. It seems that seizing an opportunity to chip the ball over him won't be easy. Perhaps they could wait until he leaves the penalty area before trying, but in that case, the lob would likely have to be from near the halfway line or even further. After diffusing a wave of Spanish attacks, the German players began to increase their pressing and double-teaming of the Spanish midfielders. Khedira's absence significantly impacted the German team, while for Spain, Busquets, injured in the semi-final, was also unavailable for the final. Neither team had their full squad, making the outcome a test of which coach's ability to adapt was stronger. Germany fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation today, with Low opting for Kramer and Schweinsteiger as defensive midfielders. Kramer leans towards defense, while Schweinsteiger is more versatile, excelling in both attack and defense. Schweinsteiger is the team's midfield playmaker and metronome, but with Kroos's emergence, Germany's playmaking has become more decentralized. Of the three attacking midfielders, Müller primarily functions as a second striker. Ozil focuses on passing, essentially acting as a playmaker. Kroos is responsible for controlling the tempo of the game, similar to his club role. In attack, Kroos utilizes his vision and accurate passing to help Germany plan attacking routes, avoiding heavily defended areas and exploiting weaknesses. When defending, he would drop back to coordinate closely with his two teammates in the defensive midfield, forming an impenetrable interception network in front of the defensive line to stifle the opponent's attack in midfield. This tactic was already familiar to the German team, but Khedira's sudden injury had a negative impact on them. Born in 1991, Kramer is still very young and far less experienced than Khedira. Moreover, he lacks experience in major tournaments, and his individual ability is clearly inferior to Khedira's. In the German team's midfield, the role of the defensive midfielder is crucial, which puts a lot of pressure on Kramer. If he has a problem, the German team can easily lose control of the midfield. Spain naturally cannot ignore such a weakness. Before the match, Spain originally planned to target Ozil. Since transferring to Arsenal last summer, Ozil's personal weaknesses have been fully exposed to the world. Ozil's dribbling ability to get past defenders, and physical strength are all weak. Even more problematic was that this guy always seemed half asleep, lacking both individual fighting spirit and a desire to win. Such a player could easily become a weak point. However, after Khedira's sudden injury and absence, Del Bosque temporarily changed his strategy, deciding to test Kramer to see how it would go. In the 5th minute, Germany launched an attack, the ball reaching Ozil's feet. Xabi Alonso rushed forward, using his body to push past his former club teammate and steal the ball from the dead man. Müller immediately tried to win it back. But Alonso was faster. He passed the ball to Lin Quan first, who immediately launched a long pass to Diego Costa in the attacking third. Diego Costa, relying on his strong physique, tried to push past the opposing defenders. However, Boateng and Hummels combined well, closing down the goal and blocking Diego Costa. The ball was collected by the on-rushing Neuer. Diego Costa was somewhat disappointed, but still gave Lin Quan a thumbs up for the pass. His acceleration was too slow, he couldn't keep up with his teammates' pace. If he had started his run the instant Xabi Alonso intercepted the ball, he might have had a one-on-one opportunity. Lin Quan, however, didn't think so. He noticed that the two German defenders were deliberately creating an offside trap. If Diego Costa had accelerated too quickly, the pass would definitely have been ruled offside. It seemed that this simple attacking tactic wasn't very effective. They still needed to go for ground penetration. Neuer received the ball and made a precise throw-in, sending it back into the attacking third. Under pressure from Alonso, Kroos sent a through ball, preparing to pass it to Müller. Müller controlled the ball in the attacking third and was brought down by a defender as he prepared to break through, giving Germany a free kick just outside the penalty area. Kroos stood in front of the ball, glanced at Casillas's position, and tried to lob the ball to the top right corner of the goal. Unfortunately, his free kick was blocked by the wall. Diego Costa's height played a crucial role. The ball landed on the perimeter, where a German player intercepted it. Schweinsteiger attempted a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, but unfortunately, he couldn't control it, and the ball flew over the crossbar and out of play. For the first 5 minutes, both sides were evenly matched. They exchanged attacks and defenses, neither team completely dominating the game. After testing each other's strength and form, both teams focused on midfield battles. Due to Busquets' injury, Del Bosque started Xabi Alonso. This meant Spain had two veterans over 33 years old in midfield. On the other hand, Germany's midfielders were all very young. Except for Schweinsteiger, who was slightly older, the other players were all under 25. Younger players meant more stamina and stronger physical strength. Therefore, Le Guin envisioned that once Germany intensified their midfield pressing, they could easily overwhelm the aging Spanish team. However, once the midfield battles began, he realized he might have overestimated the strength of the German midfield. Spain initially focused on neutralizing the newly substituted young player, Kramer. Lin Quan, Iniesta, David Silva, and others took turns attacking his area of responsibility. Perhaps due to nervousness, Kramer made several mistakes under the relentless pressure from the Spanish players. Fortunately, Captain Lahm and Schweinsteiger consciously protected him, preventing any serious consequences. After adapting to the pace of the game for a while, Kramer's performance gradually stabilized, even showing signs of improvement. Seeing Kramer establish himself, Le Guin on the sidelines felt reassured. However, Ozil was the problem. As the midfield battles intensified, Ozil's weakness in physical duels quickly became apparent. Taking advantage of this weakness, Spain not only frequently dispossessed Ozil but also immediately launched counter-attacks. This made things very difficult for the German team. Ozil's ability to deliver threatening passes was strong, giving him the ball during attacks effectively increased the threat of their passes. However, the more times Ozil received the ball, the higher the risk of a turnover. The opponent constantly pressed Ozil, and he struggled to hold on to the ball, making it seem as if the German team was constantly giving the ball to the Spanish team. In the 17th minute, Spain once again dispossessed Ozil. The ball was quickly passed to Lin Quan, who took 2 steps, dodging the pressing crews, and then looked up to observe the German team's positioning. Because Lin Quan had passed the ball to Diego Costa many times before, the German players had developed a habitual mindset, assuming it would be the same this time. However, Lin Quan only glanced at Diego Costa's position before decisively abandoning the idea of passing the ball to him, instead passing it to Silva on the wing. Silva skillfully executed a 1-2 pass with him, and Lin Quan received the ball again, cutting inside towards the penalty area. Kramer appeared in front of Lin Quan, trying to stop his advance. However, Lin Quan easily fooled him with a single feint, breaking past him and entering the penalty area. Boateng immediately rushed towards Lin Quan, but having learned from his previous defeats, he maintained a reasonable distance, not getting too close and not giving his opponent an easy chance to get past him. Boateng didn't want to be the backdrop for Lin Quan's goals again. He had once been a contender for the world's best center-back, but because videos of him being beaten by Lin Quan were made into GIFs and widely circulated online, fans generally no longer recognized his ability. You tricked yourself without any physical contact, and you dare call yourself the world's best center-back? Have some shame. Boateng is a man of pride, he wants to get back up where he fell. Therefore, for Boateng, this World Cup final is his chance to prove himself. If he can successfully neutralize Lin Quan and lead his team to victory, then all the past humiliations could be completely washed away, and Boateng can start anew. But neutralizing Lin Quan, how easy is that? Seeing Boateng was far enough away, Lin Quan used Boateng's body as a shield and decisively took a shot. Boateng, not expecting such a decisive move, quickly raised his foot to block. However, Boateng failed to touch the ball. Instead, his position blocked Neuer's view, preventing Neuer from making a timely save. The German fans in the stands felt a chill run down their spines. Were their team about to fall behind so quickly? At the crucial moment, a short player wearing the German captain's armband appeared in front of the goal, sliding in and hooking the ball away. Philipp Lahm, the shortest player on the field, had stepped up. After clearing the ball, Lahm roared with excitement. Neuer, having escaped a close call, couldn't help but hug his teammate and gratefully kiss his forehead. The other German defenders also rushed over to hug Lahm, thanking him for his crucial clearance. Lin Quan glanced at Lahm. He had seen Lahm's position before shooting, but hadn't expected such a difficult clearance. If only he had shot higher, aimed for the top corner, or even a half-high ball, the outcome might have been different. However, Lin Quan wasn't discouraged. Such a miraculous clearance wouldn't happen every time. Last time it was the crossbar, this time it was Lam, and next time, luck might not be on Germany's side. Although it didn't go in, Lin Quan's shot still gave the German team a scare. "We have to stop Lin Quan." On the German television commentary booth, the commentators, after being relieved that their team had escaped a close call, began to worry again. Although Lin hasn't scored with his shots today, he's in excellent form. If he continues like this, a goal is only a matter of time. "We have to find a way to break this passive situation." German fans thought the same way, and they knew exactly where the problem lay. It was that damned Ozil. But less than 20 minutes had passed. Should they make a substitution now and take Ozil off? Would that be too drastic? Ludwig hesitated. While Ozil lacked physical strength, his passing was incredibly powerful. Substituting him early would significantly impact Germany's attack. Hesitation leads to trouble. Ludwig quickly paid the price for his indecisiveness. In the 31st minute, taking advantage of Germany's possession of most players in the attacking third after a corner kick, Spain launched a counter-attack. Xabi Alonso delivered a precise long pass from an extremely long distance, which Diego Costa intercepted. Unable to turn, he passed a ball to the on-rushing Lin Quan. Lin Quan received the ball, dribbled past Kramer's interception, glanced at Neuer's position, and once again opted for a lob. This time, Lin Quan's lob was incredibly far, a full 48 meters from the goal. However, Neuer was even further from the goal than before. He was already outside the penalty area. At such a distance, Neuer was completely helpless against the ball. If Lin Quan's long-range shot hit the target, it would be a goal. Fans from both teams stood up tensely, their eyes glued to the ball as it hurtled through the air. The German fans, who had previously witnessed Lin Quan repeatedly hitting the corner of the goal from 30 meters out, were now filled with despair. That guy could hit even such a small spot on the goal post, how could he possibly miss such a large one? Under the watchful eyes of nearly 100,000 fans, the ball drew a beautiful arc through the air and whistled into the German goal 1-0. Spain took the lead, and Lin Quan scored a crucial goal in the World Cup final. Chapter 317 This is so unethical. Goal. Lin Quan unleashed an incredible long-range shot from about 50 meters out. The shot was fast and accurate, leaving Neuer, positioned far forward, helpless and forced to watch the ball go in. Neuer has indeed paid the price for his aggressive positioning. In previous matches, no one could punish him, but on the World Cup final stage, he unfortunately encountered Lin Quan. On CCTV's commentary booth, the two commentators couldn't help but laugh after seeing this lob shot. Neuer's positioning was like Fang Tangjing repeatedly jumping back and forth on the yellow line in court, shouting, "I'm in, I'm out, I'm in again, hit me, you idiot." Bao Longsing said he'd never seen such a strange request, so he beat Fang Tangjing up. Lin Quan was the same, with Neuer positioned so far forward, not lobbing the ball into his goal would be simply outrageous. On German television's commentary booth, the commentators were devastated and utterly disappointed after conceding the goal. Neuer's positioning is too far forward. Lin Quan already tried a lob, he should have been wary. "We're behind now, the situation is very unfavorable for us, we need to score as soon as possible." That's right, the longer we're behind, the greater the psychological pressure on the players, and they'll probably become more and more anxious. On the Spanish bench, when Lin Quan scored, Vicente Del Bos clenched his fists excitedly, let out a roar, and then hugged his assistant tightly. So excited was he that he didn't even notice his chewing gum falling out, but this scene was captured by the cameras and became a classic moment of this World Cup. After scoring, Lin Quan rushed to the corner flag and excitedly performed a stylish sliding celebration. His teammates rushed over from behind and followed suit. The substitutes also rushed onto the field to join the celebration. Despite having scored countless goals for both club and national team, he was still a formidable force. However, the goal in the World Cup final is completely different in significance from any other goal before. The World Cup, held every 4 years, is the ultimate goal pursued by almost all players worldwide, and the final is more important than any other match they've played. It's no exaggeration to say that this goal is worth a fortune. If Spain ultimately wins the championship thanks to Lin Quan's goal, the entire country's GDP might increase significantly. In the stands, Spanish fans excitedly waved banners and flags, cheering enthusiastically for the hero of the goal, Lin Quan. At this moment, he was a god in the eyes of the Spanish people. Beautiful shot. In the VIP box, King Felipe VI of Spain, watching the game with his two princesses, stood up excitedly after seeing Lin Quan's goal, and like many other Spanish fans, spontaneously applauded him. "She really is as amazing as Grandpa said." 9-year-old Princess Leonor couldn't help but calculate in her mind the possibility of Lin Quan completing a hat-trick in this match. With 60 minutes remaining in the match, and at a rate of 1 goal every 30 minutes, he might actually be able to achieve a hat-trick in the World Cup final. In another box, Rajoy, watching the game with German Chancellor Merkel, couldn't help but stand up and applaud his team after the goal. While clapping, he smiled and said to Merkel, "It seems our teacher is a bit more impressive." Merkel's lips twitched slightly. She understood the sarcasm. In the pre-match war of words between the two countries' media, Spanish media insisted that Germany's passing and possession style of play was copied from Spain. Merkel calmly responded, "Football originated from Quzhou in China, but can you see the shadow of the Chinese team on the World Cup stage?" Just as Spain ushered in the age of exploration, Germany was still a disorganized mess at that time, but now Germany is the leading economic engine of Europe, while Spain is burdened with debt. Now it was Rajoy's turn to break out in a cold sweat. Spain was burdened with debt and was one of the PIGS countries. Their debt problems require the help of economic powerhouses like Germany, so they really don't have the confidence to challenge Germany on this issue. On the German side, after conceding the goal, Löw couldn't help but lean back and run his fingers through his hair. If it were a positional attack where the opponent dribbled past several players or executed a brilliant combination, he would accept it. But this goal, how to put it, it just felt wrong. This kind of goal can easily deal a serious blow to the team's morale. Löw sighed and looked at Neuer with some concern, hoping that Neuer wouldn't be affected and that it would impact his performance. But how could this kind of goal not affect the player's mentality? Neuer kicked the ball away in frustration. Ever since his first encounter with Lin Quan in the Telecom Cup, it seemed that he had lost every direct confrontation between the two. When would he finally be able to defeat this guy? Although the German fans were anxious about their team's deficit, they still didn't forget to fulfill their duty as the 12th man. They dutifully cheered for their team, hoping they could equalize the score as soon as possible. After falling behind, Germany indeed increased their attacking intensity. The 36-year-old veteran Klose relentlessly battled the Spanish defenders, exhausting his stamina. In the 35th minute, Germany executed a brilliant attacking move. Thomas Muller feinted a shot and then delivered a clever pass. Klose received the pass on the right side of the penalty area, had no time to adjust, and decisively took a shot. The angle of the shot was shallow, and Casillas made a good block, deflecting the ball back into the box. Muller attempted a follow-up shot, but Ramos intercepted it first. Spain immediately launched a counter-attack, and after 3 passes, the ball entered the German penalty area. This time, the German defense held firm, with Boateng withstanding Diego Costa's attack, rendering the latter's shot less threatening and easily collected by Neuer. After completing this successful defensive play, the German defenders high-fived each other in celebration. Boateng finally felt a sense of relief. He had come to terms with reality. Against agile players like Lin Quan, his advantages were ineffective, resulting in a low success rate in defense. However, against traditional center forwards like Diego Costa, he could rely on his physical attributes to go toe-to-toe with them, leading to a high success rate. Therefore, he shouldn't try to go one-on-one with Lin Quan, but rather cooperate more with his teammates, or simply leave him to agile defenders like Lahm. The German team had 2 tactics. When ground penetration failed, they immediately switched to attacking down the flanks. In the 39th minute, Germany attempted an attack down the flanks. Lahm crossed from the right at a 45-degree angle, but Klose, under pressure from Peak, failed to reach the ball. 1 minute later, Klose was fouled by Ramos just outside the penalty area. The referee verbally warned Ramos and awarded Germany a free kick in a good position. Kroos passed the ball directly to Hueds at the far post, but the intention was too obvious, and Ramos cleared the ball first. It proved that Ramos' headers were not only threatening in attack but also helpful in defense. In the 41st minute, Schweinsteiger suddenly sent a long ball over the top near the center circle, and Klose's run was perfectly timed. It looked like Germany was about to have a one-on-one opportunity, but fortunately, Spanish goalkeeper Casillas was focused and rushed out immediately, catching the ball before Klose could reach it. Klose couldn't stop in time, and the two collided and fell to the ground. Fortunately, neither was injured, and after being helped up by their teammates, the game quickly resumed. The game seemed to have returned to the rhythm before the goal was conceded. Germany, after falling behind, was eager to equalize, while Spain capitalized on this mentality, continuously attempting quick counter-attacks. The pace of the game became very fast, and the fans in the stadium watched intently, afraid to miss any exciting moments. In the 42nd minute, Schweinsteiger tripped Iniesta during a defensive play and received a yellow card. In the 43rd minute, Lin Quan passed the ball to David Silva on the right flank. The moment Silva crossed the ball into the box, two German defenders moved forward in unison, causing Diego Costa to be offside. Diego Costa tapped the ball into the goal and was about to celebrate when the linesman raised his flag, indicating the goal was disallowed. Damn, was that offside? That was clearly a good goal. The two German defenders were right in front of me. Diego Costa quickly shut up, as the big screen showed a slow-motion replay of the offside goal, clearly indicating his offside. On the sidelines, Spain's coach, Vicente Del Bosque, frowned. Germany's offside trap had been very successful today. Diego Costa had been called offside several times. He needed to remind the guy at halftime to be more careful with his timing and avoid falling into the offside trap again. In the final moments of the first half, Germany's attack became increasingly aggressive. They desperately wanted to seize the last moments of the first half to equalize, so their tactics in the second half wouldn't be so passive. However, the Spanish players were experienced, and after gaining possession, they began passing the ball back and forth in their own half to run down the clock. The German team immediately committed more players to pressing high up the pitch, hoping to intercept the ball and launch a counter-attack. Under these circumstances, even players like Klose and Müller, who were tireless, couldn't help but perk up. He seemed to realize that because of his poor performance in the first half, he might experience loss or dryer treatment at halftime. The German team's pressing had some effect, and the Spanish defenders had less and less space to pass the ball, forcing them to pass it forward. Lin Quan received the ball and pulled it to the wing, avoiding the opponent's densely packed midfield. The German players were now in a frenzy, and regardless of whether he was on the wing or in the middle. As soon as they saw the ball at his feet, three of them rushed towards him. Seeing this, Lin Quan immediately passed the ball out. Iniesta's reaction after receiving the ball was even more dramatic. All four German players around him rushed towards him. Startled, Iniesta quickly passed the ball back to Lin Quan. The German players were furious. Are you guys playing tricks? Passing the ball around in your own half is one thing, but passing it around in the attacking third. We'll beat you to pulp. In an instant, 5 players charged at Lin Quan, and this time, they weren't just after the ball, they were after him too. Lin Quan didn't stay put, he immediately dribbled the ball down the wing. Lam marked Lin Quan closely, not giving him a chance to accelerate. At the same time, Kramer made a vicious tackle, trying to bring Lin Quan down, ball and all. The Spanish fans in the stadium gasped in shock. They could almost picture Lin Quan injured and falling to the ground. However, facing Kramer's sliding tackle, Lin Quan deftly flicked the ball up, kicking it behind Lam, then slipped past the sideline, avoiding both the tackle and Lam's positioning. This clever move caught the attention of the fans, who cheered him on. Unfortunately, Cruz seemed oblivious, pulling Lin Quan back from his near breakthrough. Lin Quan lost his balance and fell to the ground. The referee immediately blew his whistle, indicating a foul by Cruz. At this point, the game was in the 44th minute, with 1 minute of added time in the first half. The referee's free kick decision essentially extinguished Germany's hopes of a comeback. Spain would undoubtedly capitalize on this free kick opportunity, exhausting the remaining time in the first half and denying them any further chances to attack. Frankly, the free kick's location wasn't ideal. It was too close to the sideline and also quite far from the goal. But at this point, what more could they ask for? Even if the referee awarded them a free kick in Spain's own half, they would definitely plan their strategy carefully. Whether it would be effective was secondary, the main thing was to waste time. Both Zetas were experienced veterans. After seeing the referee award a free kick, they pretended to walk to the sidelines and discussed free kick tactics with Lin Quan. Who'll take it? Xavi and Alonso glanced at Lin Quan and asked. Alonso's free kick skills were very high, and he had a powerful shot. It was most suitable for him to take this kind of free kick from such a long distance from the goal. We can devise a tactic. Lin Quan glanced at the German players who were ready for action and felt that simply lobbing the ball into the penalty area might not be very effective. What tactic? Xavi and Alonso looked at him curiously, wondering what kind of clever idea he had up his sleeve. We can do this. Lin Quan explained his idea. After listening, the two men's eyes lit up, and they both gave him a thumbs up. I think it's feasible. I'll provide cover for you. The three quickly assigned tactics, with Alonso stepping in front of the ball, and Lin Quan and Xavi positioned on either side of the penalty area's edge. Seeing this positioning, the German players couldn't help but wonder if the opponent would simply loft the ball into the box and instead execute a tactical play. So, two of them left the penalty area to mark Lin Quan and Xavi. Seeing the German team's choice, Xavi Alonso couldn't help but laugh. Lin Quan had guessed correctly. He took a few steps back, quickly rushed towards the ball, and swung it into the penalty area. The German players were stunned. The Spaniard had actually lofted the ball directly into the penalty area. What happened to the planned tactical free kick? This was so unsportsmanlike. Xavi Alonso's long passes were renowned for their precision. This time, he was targeting Ramos, who was contesting the header in the penalty area. It was a connection between two Real Madrid players. Ramos leaped high, outjumping the opposing defender Hummels to win the first header. Hummels, at 1.92 meters tall, possesses exceptional heading ability. Ramos, at only 1.84 meters, is half a head shorter. Yet, he managed to outjump Hummels and win the header, showcasing Ramos's unparalleled heading prowess. However, the physical contact with Hummels during his jump significantly impacted his power. Although Ramos gained the upper hands in the jump, even without winning the header, Hummels had ways to prevent a goal. That's his defensive experience. Affected by this, Ramos headed the ball, but in a poor position. The ball thudded against the crossbar. German fans were on edge when they saw Ramos's header. With only a few seconds left in the first half, another goal could end the game prematurely. Thankfully, their goalpost stepped up, protecting them once again. Seeing the ball denied by the crossbar, Ramos clutched his head in frustration, wishing he could rip his hair out. Damn Hummels. If it weren't for his interference, that might have been a goal. But that's the job of a defender. Expecting an opposing defender to just stand by and watch you shit without doing anything is unrealistic. Although Hummels successfully defended, his eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at Ramos. How could this guy have such a strong header? Hummels had defended against many forwards, many of whom possessed excellent heading ability. While Ramos wasn't a forward, his heading ability was definitely among the top, perhaps even in the top 3. Had he chosen the wrong position? He should be a forward, not a defender. With Spain's shot going wide, the first half stoppage time was up. The referee immediately blew the final whistle. At halftime, Spain led Germany 1-0. They were just one half away from successfully defending their title. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Spain scores twice, 2020 against Germany. During halftime, Vicente Del Bosque specifically inquired about the stamina of both Xavis. Both were getting on in years, and the intense battles with the German midfield in the first half had taken a toll on their energy. Del Bosque was worried they wouldn't last long, so he wanted to know their fitness levels and prepare for substitutions. Xavi and Alonso could last around 75 minutes, while Xavi's was less, needing a substitution around 60 minutes. With this information, Del Bosque felt more confident. Listen up, guys, we're one step closer to defending our World Cup title, but we can't let our guard down. Germany won't give up so easily, they'll definitely launch a fierce counterattack in the second half. In the locker room, the players all focused intently on Del Bosque. Lin Quan, hearing Del Bosque's earlier words, assumed he was planning a defensive strategy. Unexpectedly, Vicente Del Bosque changed his tone, saying, "We can't play passively in the second half. That will overwhelm us with wave after wave of German attacks. We need to seize our opportunities, score another goal, and try to kill the game." This view is unanimously agreed upon by the players. They had already witnessed the Germans' relentless attacking power in the final moments of the first half. Those continuous attacks were truly overwhelming for the Spanish defenders. Having learned from Spain's possession-based football, the Germans could now both penetrate the defense and continue using their traditional tactics of crossing from the byline. The German fullbacks were very capable of attacking, and could easily dribble down the flanks and deliver a cross. Klose's heading ability was also formidable, and Spain could easily concede a goal if they weren't careful. A passive defense would inevitably lead to defeat. Therefore, they needed to bring the attack to the opponent's half, continuously threatening their goal and forcing them to hesitate to commit too many players to the attack. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. This is precisely the philosophy of possession-based football. 15 minutes passed quickly. Back on the pitch, Spanish fans were surprised to find that the German team hadn't made any substitutions. Ozil, who had performed poorly in the first half, was inexplicably still on the field under Loa's supervision. This puzzled both teams' fans. German fans couldn't understand why Loa would keep Ozil on the field when there were so many players available on the bench. They were vaguely worried that Ozil would become Germany's Achilles heel again, just like in the first half. "This guy seems different from the first half," Ramos said to Lin Quan as they entered the field, glancing at Ozil beside him. Lin Quan followed his gaze and noticed that Ozil's expression had become serious, and his eyes seemed more determined. He didn't know what Loa had said to him during halftime, but it seemed to have had some effect. At least he saw renewed fighting spirit and a serious attitude towards the outcome of the match in Ozil. However, fear of physical contact isn't something that can be corrected overnight. Spain can continue to target this weakness in the second half. With the referee's whistle, the second half officially began. Germany launched a fierce attack on Spain from the start. Klose passed the ball to Müller, who passed it back to Ozil, who then played a through ball. The pass was excellent. But Klose couldn't break through the Spanish defender's interception, and the ball was collected by the on-rushing Casillas. Casillas then passed the ball to Alba, who dribbled down the wing and, after being intercepted, quickly passed it to Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso was also under pressure and passed the ball back to Pique. While Pique's heading ability isn't as good as Ramos, his passing ability is superior. A center-back with good passing ability is well suited as a safe outlet in possession-based football. Klose rushed towards Pique, attempting to disrupt his possession. Pique calmly passed the ball to Ramos, who controlled it and waited for Klose to charge towards him before passing it to a teammate on the wing. Seeing the Spanish players begin passing the ball around in their own half, the German fans in the stands immediately booed. They desperately needed time to launch an attack, but their opponents were employing time-wasting tactics, making them anxious and fearful that time would be slowly worn down by the Spanish. On the sidelines, Loa waved his hand, and the German team pressed high up the pitch, applying high pressure on Spain. Although several Spanish counter-attacks in the first half had been very threatening, causing them some hesitation, they had no choice but to push forward now. Otherwise, Loa suspected that the Spanish could really pass the ball around in their own half for 45 minutes. The German players' aggressive pressing prevented Spain from passing the ball around in their own half. In fact, they didn't intend to continue doing so. Doing so would probably put the fans in the stadium and those watching on television to sleep. Pique seized the opportunity and passed the ball to the dropping back Xabi Alonso. At this moment, Alonso was surrounded by 4 German players. As Pique passed the ball, they all moved closer to him, intending to double-team him. Alonso didn't have time to observe his back, but relying on his extensive experience, he anticipated the Germans' choice and passed the ball back to Pique. Pique gestured and then passed it back to Alonso. Alonso saw the gesture, indicating that the defenders behind him couldn't turn around. So he passed the ball back to Pique again, which angered the German players. Klose and Müller both rushed towards Pique, trying to double-team him. Meanwhile, the Spanish players' positions changed. Lin Quan moved to midfield, ready to support Xabi Alonso. Cruz, seeing Lin Quan's movement, had to move closer to him. At the same time, another German player, drawn by Xabi, temporarily moved away from Xabi Alonso. Pique, facing the opponent's half, observed this. He calmly dribbled laterally, dodging Müller's challenge, and gestured again to his teammates that he could turn, while simultaneously completing the pass. The ball was again passed to Xabi Alonso, and this time, Alonso could finally turn. After turning, the 2 German players who could potentially intercept him were indeed drawn away by his teammates, giving him ample time to handle the ball. Alonso didn't hold on to the ball, glancing at the positions of both teams in the attacking third before delivering a precise long pass to the wing. David Silva dribbled inside, attempting to break into the penalty area. After attracting the opponent's fullback's attention, he passed the ball to the center. Iniesta received the ball, using a change of pace to get past Kramer and enter the penalty area. Hummels moved in, blocking Iniesta's shooting angle, while simultaneously directing his teammates to intercept Diego Costa. Hummels' defense was successful. Iniesta lost the space to continue his breakthrough. However, he didn't risk passing the ball to Diego Costa, but instead passed it back to the open space at the edge of the penalty area. A red figure appeared there. Lin Quan received the pass from Iniesta. He didn't continue charging into the crowd, but adjusted his position and decisively shot. Neuer was very focused. Seeing his teammates block Iniesta's shooting angle, he was wary of the ball being passed to Lin Quan. So, when Lin Quan completed his shot, the well-prepared Neuer leaped high and tipped the ball over the crossbar with one hand. It was a brilliant save because Lin Quan aimed at the corner of the goal. If Neuer hadn't been prepared, he wouldn't have been able to save it. Xiaozhen, well done. Great save. After seeing Neuer's divine save, his teammates all came over to applaud and hug him. After making that save against Lin Quan, Neuer's confidence soared. Finally, he hadn't conceded another goal to that guy. On the sidelines, Loa saw Neuer block Lin Quan's shot and finally felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Spain's attacks were too fast. From the back to the front, a few passes were enough to create a shot. Xabi Alonso's presence gave Spain the ability to bypass the midfield and launch direct attacks on the German goal. His effectiveness needed to be further limited. With this in mind, Loa called Müller back onto the field to convey his tactical adjustments. Müller nodded seriously after listening and quickly relayed the coach's instructions. Germany's defensive strategy quickly changed. Their backline moved further forward, closing the gap with the midfield. At the same time, the two fullbacks pushed towards the flanks, participating in the midfield defense. When the two wingers pressed high, they protected the space behind them, preventing Spain from penetrating the ground. As for the opponent's long passes, they neutralized them through proactive offside traps or by having the deep-lying defenders and goalkeeper rush out. This arrangement certainly carried significant risks, but without it, Spain's counterattacks were far too threatening. Meanwhile, Loa began to rethink his strategy. With the opponent's passing option shifting to center-back, Germany had to add more players in the attacking third, otherwise, it would be difficult to win the ball back. No wonder Guardiola converted Martinez to center-back. Was he planning something like this? Loa's adjustments proved quite effective, as Spain's subsequent counterattacks failed to produce results. In the 53rd minute, young Kramer suffered an elbow to the head during a header challenge with Diego Costa and was unable to continue, being substituted by Schürrle. Germany changed their formation to 4-1-4-1, with Schweinsteiger playing as the lone defensive midfielder, Kroos dropping slightly deeper and Ozil returning to the center as the two attacking midfielders, and Schürrle on the left wing. The referee's decision was controversial. He considered it an accident and did not show Diego Costa a card. The German players, however, believed it was a serious foul and that Diego Costa should have been sent off with a red card. Slow-motion replays showed that Diego Costa appeared unaware of Kramer's approach before the header, and the elbow strike occurred after the header ended, accidentally striking Kramer upon landing. Unless he admits to intending to injure, the referee's decision was correct. The game continued. Schürrle's introduction weakened Germany's defense but revitalized their attack. In the 56th minute, Müller broke down the left flank and crossed. Schürrle's follow-up shot was brilliantly saved by Casillas. This shot was very dangerous. Had Casillas not reacted exceptionally well, Germany might have already equalized. Germany took a corner. Kroos passed to the far post. Klose headed the ball wide, posing no threat. Klose had been playing at full strength for nearly 60 minutes, and his stamina was becoming a concern. If Klose were still in his prime, he likely would have scored with that header. Seeing Germany's attack gradually improve and even getting closer to scoring, the German fans in the stadium became excited. They sang loudly, cheering for their team and hoping they could score soon. However, just when the Germans thought they were about to equalize, Lin Quan's powerful shot stunned them. In the 59th minute, Lin Quan successfully broke the offside trap and, using his speed, outpaced Huweds and entered the German penalty area. Neuer attempted to rush out, but failed to dispossess Lin Quan, who instead chipped the ball away cleanly. Facing an empty goal, Lin Quan didn't make any sudden slips or miss the ball. He calmly slotted the ball into the net. This was his second goal of the match, completing a brace in the World Cup final. After scoring, Lin Quan sprinted along the field towards the Spanish fans section, placing his hand to his ear as if listening intently. The Spanish fans were stunned for a moment, but after confirming the goal was valid, they roared Lin Quan's name at the top of their lungs, the sound seemingly about to shake the entire stadium. They were ecstatic. If the first goal gave them the advantage and a glimmer of hope for defending their title, then Lin Quan's second goal practically sealed the victory, firmly pulling the World Cup trophy into the arms of the Spanish. How could this not be exciting? How could this not be exhilarating? Some fans near the field even tried to climb over the barriers and rush onto the pitch to hug and celebrate with Lin Quan. Fortunately, security personnel arrived in time to stop them. Lin Quan was then tackled to the ground by his teammates, and all the Spanish players, including the starters and substitutes, celebrated the goal wildly. Vicente Del Bosque excitedly ran along the sidelines, almost wanting to do a sliding celebration. Coach Tony and former captain Pual embraced each other excitedly, shouting, "We are the champions." Compared to the jubilant celebrations of the Spanish team, the atmosphere on the German side was much more somber. Neuer sat frozen on the ground, staring incredulously at the ball rolling inside the goal. He seemed unable to accept the reality that his defense had been breached once again. The other German players were equally frustrated. Their attack was almost paying off. If they had just held on for a few more minutes, they could have equalized. But then, the opponent scored again. On the sidelines, Lois' expression turned extremely serious. This goal came at the worst possible time, a huge blow to the team's morale. Could they come back from a 2-goal deficit? In the stadium's VIP box, Spanish Prime Minister Rajoy stood up again to applaud the players. This time, he didn't provoke Merkel, who looked very displeased. Rajoy himself wasn't particularly interested in football, but Merkel was a very passionate fan. She had once watched a German team match live on her phone during an EU meeting, a scene that caused a media sensation after being reported by reporters. Being down by 2 goals in the World Cup final, Merkel knew all too well what that meant. In World Cup history, only once had a team come back from a 2-goal deficit to win the title, the 1954 World Cup in Switzerland. In that final, West Germany faced Hungary, who scored 2 goals in the first 8 minutes. Almost everyone thought West Germany was doomed, but they pulled off a miracle, scoring 3 goals in quick succession to win 3-2 and claim the World Cup. 60 years later, when the German team stood on the final stage again, they faced the exact same situation. Could they pull off another miracle this time? Chapter 319 Free kick goal, hat-trick in the World Cup final. Lin Quan's goal dealt a significant blow to the German team's morale. Following Lin Quan's goal, Vicente Del Bosque made Spain's first substitution, replacing veteran Xavi with 22-year-old Koch to strengthen the midfield and further curb Germany's counter-attacks. This adjustment proved effective. After the restart, Germany found themselves at a disadvantage in midfield, and the players became increasingly anxious. Their attacking play lacked composure and patience, resulting in disorganized attacks. While their offensive pressure appeared strong, they couldn't penetrate Spain's defense and posed no real threat. Their anxiety even led to several fouls and cards. In the 63rd minute, Schürrle's unsuccessful interception of Lin Quan resulted in a foul from behind, earning him a yellow card from referee Rizzoli. In the 65th minute, Müller tackled Xavi Alonso while challenging for the ball in the attacking third, also receiving a yellow card. With the team trailing and their players so anxious, the German fans in the stadium were understandably frustrated. They seemed to have already foreseen the outcome of the match. If Germany continued playing like this, they were certain to lose. Seeing this, Miroslav Klose, the oldest and most experienced player on the German team, stepped up. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, he reassured several teammates who were clearly anxious, using West Germany's comeback in the World Cup final to inspire them and keep them hopeful. "We've performed miracles in finals before, and we've also fallen into despair, but now I'm certain we're on the road to recovery. So being 2 goals down isn't a big deal. Be patient, we still have time." Klose's words seemed to have a magical power, successfully calming the players' restless hearts and rekindling their hope. After the match restarted, the Spanish players noticed that the German team's fighting spirit had suddenly increased significantly. Their pressing became more aggressive, even frantic. A moment's delay could mean losing possession. Moreover, the Germans, taking advantage of their physical strength, frequently engaged in physical battles with the Spanish players. This made things difficult for the Spanish side, and the players began to make mistakes. In the 71st minute, Spain made a mistake in their own half, and Muller cleverly intercepted the ball and passed it to Ozil. Ozil received the ball on the edge of the penalty area, and despite the interference from the Spanish defenders, he passed it into the box before falling. Klose received the ball with his back to goal, but Ramos covered him tightly, preventing him from turning. Klose passed the ball back to the on-rushing Cruz, whose shot deflected off a defender's leg. Casillas was momentarily stunned and could only slap the ball away, unable to hold on to it. Klose. At the crucial moment, Klose stepped up, cleverly seizing the opportunity for a rebound and using his body to deflect the ball into the goal 2-1. Germany pulled one back, and the game was still in doubt. After scoring, Klose didn't waste a second, running straight into the goal, carrying the ball towards the center circle, and signaling to his teammates to return to their positions to prepare for the restart. Germany was trailing, and at this crucial moment, they needed to attack with every second count, not waste precious time on celebration. If they could score another goal to equalize, then they could celebrate properly. But now was not the time. Well done. Seeing Klose's goal, Merkel excitedly stood up and clapped loudly. The Spanish Prime Minister, standing nearby, twitched his lips. It was just one goal back, why so excited? We were still leading. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Hang in there, Spanish lads. Just 20 more minutes, and the championship would be ours. Well done, play like that. On the sidelines, Germany's coach, Löw, saw Klose complete the goal and clenched his fist, pumping it in a fist. This goal came at the perfect time. There were still 20 minutes left in the game, and if you included stoppage time, it would be about 25 minutes. That was enough time for them to score another goal. Löw was extremely confident in his team. As long as Germany built up their morale, scoring wouldn't be a problem. That was exactly what happened in the previous match against Brazil. The situation on the field seemed to be unfolding as Löw predicted. After Germany pulled one back, their players' morale soared, and they launched a frenzied attack on Spain, seemingly on steroids. In the 73rd minute, Muller received a pass from Cruz, cut inside the penalty area on the left, and delivered a cross. Klose, exhausted, was a fraction too slow to react and failed to capitalize on the opportunity. 2 minutes later, Germany won a corner. Cruz's corner was headed towards goal by Hoods, but the header hit the post and went wide. This German offensive sent Spanish fans into panic. Seeing the German header heading straight for their own goal, they felt breathless. Thankfully, the post saved them in the final moments, otherwise, the score would have been equalized. At this moment, Spanish fans finally understood the feelings of the Brazilian fans from the previous match. The German team, playing with incredible intensity, is truly terrifying. Hold on. Just a few more minutes, and victory will be ours. Spanish fans couldn't help but pray silently, wishing time could speed up these final 10 minutes. Every second felt like torture. On the sidelines, Spain's coach, Vicente Del Bosque, realized the situation was dire. He immediately made a substitution, replacing the exhausted Xabi Alonso with Martinez. This was a like-for-like change. Martinez, with his abundant energy and vast interception range, formed an impenetrable barrier with Coke, effectively protecting Spain's defense. This substitution had an immediate effect, effectively halting Germany's attacks from midfield. Germany quickly followed suit, with Löw replacing the exhausted and somewhat sluggish Klose with a younger Guts. With Guts on the field, Germany's formation shifted to a strikerless formation, with all attacking players coming from midfield. This formation left the fans somewhat bewildered. Why did the German team seem more like Spain than Spain? Seeing the substitution board raised on the sidelines, Klose wasted no time. Dragging his weary steps, he quickly ran to the sidelines, high-fived and hugged Guts, then turned to applaud the fans before leaving the field. Many fans stood up and gave him a warm round of applause as he left the pitch. This was likely Klose's last match in the World Cup. At 36 years old, it was unlikely he would continue until the next World Cup. Since the 2002 World Cup, Klose has participated in 4 World Cups. In those 4 tournaments, he scored a total of 17 goals, making him the all-time leading scorer in World Cup history. From his stunning opening World Cup debut with a hat-trick of headers to his perfect farewell with a crucial goal in the final, Klose seemed to be on fire, always managing to score in critical matches. Now, Klose has aged, and the reins of the German machine has been handed over to a new generation of young players. It remains to be seen whether they can perfectly take over from the older generation of players like Klose. Guts's introduction didn't change the fact that Germany struggled to gain an advantage in midfield. With Koch and Martinez dominating, Germany found it difficult to open up the game from the midfield. Therefore, they had to try attacking down the flanks. In the 76th minute, Schürrle crossed from the left side of the penalty area, but both Müller and Guts missed the opportunity, failing to reach the ball. Spain launched a counter-attack, with Lin Quan dribbling towards the German half. At this point, most of the German players had pushed past a midfield, leaving their defense vulnerable. This gave Lin Quan enormous space to dribble, allowing him to relentlessly charge towards the opponent's penalty area. With the game approaching the 80th minute, seeing Lin Quan's rapid acceleration and sprint, the German fans were utterly astonished. Was he made of iron? Did he get tired? The other players on the field were showing signs of fatigue by this point, but he showed no signs of it. He was like a tireless monster, still possessing boundless energy after a long and intense match. This instinctively instilled fear in the German fans. Their goal had already been breached twice, surely not twice more? As Lin Quan sprinted forward at high speed, Diego Costa cleverly moved to his flank, diverting the defender's attention and providing cover. Simultaneously, David Silva on the wing and Koch in midfield were also accelerating. Spain's attack was relentless. Boateng and Hummels, who were covering deep, exchanged a glance, knowing this couldn't be delayed any longer. Hummels decisively moved forward, intending to use a foul to stop Spain's counter-attack. At this point, even getting a card was better than letting the opponent get through. Lin Quan immediately saw through their intentions, so he passed the ball to Diego Costa, then decisively surged forward after completing the pass. Diego Costa faced Boateng, the two having played against each other several times before and knowing each other's abilities well. Diego Costa's dribbling skills weren't nearly as exceptional as Lin Quan's, so he didn't try to get past him directly, instead seeking a 1-2 pass with Lin Quan, returning the ball to him. Hummels' turning speed wasn't as fast as Lin Quan's, and having played most of the game, his stamina was significantly reduced. After completing the pass, Lin Quan accelerated past him, while Hummels had barely finished turning. Seeing Lin Quan about to receive the ball and create a one-on-one opportunity, Hummels decisively tripped him from behind. Beep. The referee immediately blew his whistle, jogging over with a serious expression to show Hummels a yellow card. This decision angered the Spanish players, who ran over to argue with the referee, believing the foul should have been a red card. After getting past Hummels, Lin Quan was now one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Given his success rate in one-on-one situations, this was almost certainly a goal. Hummels' foul from behind prevented Spain's goal, and a red card was entirely justified. The referee didn't change his decision, but instead gestured for the Spanish players to leave, threatening to issue them cards otherwise. Seeing the referee's firm stance, the Spanish players didn't persist. Their surrounding the referee served two purposes: to defend their teammate and to buy time. Secondly, they aimed to put pressure on the referee, making him doubt his decisions or even feel remorse, thus favoring Spain in future decisions. This tactic was frequently used by Barcelona players with good results, so the Spanish national team copied it. However, World Cup matches differ from League and Champions League games. Most World Cup referees are top-tier referees from their respective countries, more confident in their officiating abilities, and backed by FIFA, making them more assertive and less easily swayed by players. While Lin Quan wouldn't resort to such tactics, he wasn't opposed to using free kicks to waste time. After all, Spain's squad was aging, and 3 substitutions weren't enough. Seeing his teammates panting heavily, he knew the team's stamina was at its limit. "Should I take it, are you?" Both Zavis had gone to rest, leaving the team with few free kick specialists. Iniesta and David Silva approached Lin Quan and discussed the situation. Lin Quan glanced at the goal. The free kick position was in midfield, about 35 meters from the goal. A good position, a direct shot was possible. "I'll take it. You guys set a screen, I'll try shooting." The two nodded, following the set-piece tactic, and ran outside the penalty area to distract the defenders. However, the Germans had already fallen for this once. They weren't about to repeat themselves. They ignored the two outside the penalty area, focusing their defense on marking the Spanish players inside who might have the ball. Ramos, Pique, Martinez, and other tall or strong-heading players in the Spanish team were heavily targeted. Ramos remembered Lin Quan's promise and was very active inside the penalty area. He had a premonition that Lin Quan would pass the ball to him, helping him score in the final. Seeing Ramos so active, the German players dared not relax their defense against him even more. Even Neuer's attention was diverted considerably. Ramos's heading ability was undeniable. If he really headed in a goal, the game could be declared over early. Seeing Ramos like a catfish, stirring up a school of sardines, Lin Quan mentally gave Ramos a thumbs up. Well done, Ramos. He took a few steps back, took a deep breath, looked towards the penalty area, and gestured for his teammates to prepare to attack. Seeing Lin Quan's gesture, Ramos was overjoyed. He was going to pass to me. So he ran even more aggressively. Just then, Lin Quan accelerated towards the ball, and under the gaze of a billion fans worldwide, powerfully kicked the ball into the penalty area. The ball drew a beautiful arc, cleared the wall, and fell into the penalty area. Seeing the ball's trajectory, the German players cried out in disbelief. It wasn't a cross into the penalty area for a header, but a direct shot. Here it comes. Neuer's eyes widened, his focus intense. Although Ramos had distracted him somewhat, his primary concern remained Lin Quan. Neuer had conceded a goal to Lin Quan from a free kick in a friendly at Camp Nou, so he was acutely aware of the threat Lin Quan's free kicks posed. However, Lin Quan's arsenal included numerous free kick techniques. The knuckleball and dipping shot were among his specialties. So, what method would he use for this one? A distance of over 30 meters, for a football traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour, only takes a second or two to fly into the goal. And from seeing the shot to making a save, there's approximately 0.3 seconds of reaction time. In other words, Neuer had less than a second to think. Neuer didn't have much time to judge, he had to make a choice immediately. Based on his experience playing against Lin Quan and his instinctive reaction, he chose the right side of the goal. Neuer, seeing the ball's trajectory, recalled the goal he conceded earlier. He thought it was Juninho's S-shaped free kick. However, the ball didn't suddenly change direction. Instead, it tipped sharply near the goal, grazing the crossbar and falling into the net. It was a free kick. After a few seconds of silence, the stadium erupted in deafening roar. At that moment, Spanish fans worldwide were in a frenzy. Lin Quan, with a free kick, breached the German goal for the third time, completing an incredible hat-trick in the World Cup final. The score became 3-1, and the lead Germany had painstakingly narrowed was widened again. Chapter 320 We are the champions of the World Cup. Seeing this goal, in a Belgian house, a man resembling a cartoon character smiled knowingly. I thought you'd forgotten this trick after learning the free kick master's techniques. De Bruyne recalled the days when Lin Quan taught him the knuckleball at Werder Bremen. Back then, Lin Quan was a fringe player Barcelona was eager to offload. In just 2 years, he stood on the World Cup final stage as the team's core player. He even completed a hat-trick that hadn't been seen for nearly 50 years. His growth rate was truly astonishing. Equally astonished was Werder Bremen's coach, Thomas Schaff. When they loaned Lin Quan, he saw he was an extremely talented player who would definitely become a star. He just hadn't expected Lin Quan to grow to this level. One wonders if Barcelona now regrets letting Lin Quan go. If they hadn't sold him, Barcelona would now have two superstars, Messi and Lin Quan, and they might truly be invincible. In an apartment somewhere in Spain, Enrique glanced at the invitation in his hand, then at the Spanish players celebrating wildly on television. He was overcome with emotion. After forcing Guardiola out, Rosell had also instructed him to get rid of Lin Quan. Yet, after leaving Barcelona, both Guardiola and Lin Quan thrived at their respective clubs. Lin Quan, in particular, seemed to be improving year after year, now showing signs of surpassing Messi. Meanwhile, since Lin Quan and Guardiola left, Barcelona's fortunes had steadily declined. Last season, Barcelona was thrashed 7-0 by Bayern Munich in the Champions League semi-finals. Last season, they suffered 2 defeats against Manchester City, failing to even reach the semi-finals and falling in the quarter-finals. Furthermore, they won nothing in La Liga and the Copa del Rey. After this trophyless season, the Barcelona board's patience finally ran out, and Martino was sacked. In 2 years, 3 managers had changed, and the team's performance had only worsened. Barcelona was now in a precarious situation. At this moment, they thought of Enrique and extended an invitation to him, hoping he would return to Camp Nou to take the helm of Barcelona. If it were before, Enrique would have accepted Barcelona's invitation without hesitation. After all, coaching a powerhouse like Barcelona was his dream. But now, Enrique had little confidence in Barcelona. The moment Lin Quan scored, the commentators in the commentary booths of various television stations erupted in cheers. They excitedly explained the historical significance of this goal to the viewers watching the live broadcast. This is the first time in 48 years since Hearst that someone has scored a hat-trick in a World Cup final, and the player who completed the hat-trick is only 18 years old. I think we are witnessing the birth of a superstar, with hundreds of millions of fans around the world. Let us remember his name. Lin Quan, a talented player from Spain, is only 18 years old and may have created an unbreakable record, the youngest player to score a hat-trick in a World Cup final. It's not just commentators on major TV stations who are praising Lin Quan wildly. Online, fans from all over the world have already worshipped Lin Quan's goal. A hat-trick in the World Cup final. Lingard is amazing. I never thought I'd witness history. Poor Neuer, he only conceded 4 goals in the previous 6 games, but 3 in the final alone. He was completely overwhelmed. Spain's championship trophy is practically guaranteed now. Congratulations to Spain on successfully defending their title. Congratulations to Lingard for winning the Golden Boot at this World Cup. He, including the 3 goals in the final, Lingard has scored a total of 12 goals in this World Cup, just shy of Fontaine's record. 1 goal, 12 goals in 7 games, that's already incredible. It's hard to imagine how Fontaine managed to score 13 goals in the World Cup. Who knows? Great players only come in the ancient times. But Lin Quan is still young. He almost broke the record in this World Cup. Who knows, he might really break the record in the next World Cup. Actually, if Lin Quan hadn't played so selflessly, if he had been a little more selfish and taken more shots himself, this record might have been broken. Yet, he's such a team player. I'm devastated. In Portugal, in Ronaldo's mansion, after seeing Lin Quan score his 3rd goal in the World Cup final with a free kick, Ronaldo turned off the TV. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He felt that his status in the football world was under tremendous threat. On the other side, the other half of the 2 greatest players, Messi, was even more motivated after seeing Lin Quan's goal. If Lin Quan could lead Spain to defend their World Cup title and almost single-handedly defeat Germany in the final, why couldn't he? Messi didn't think he was inferior to Lin Quan. He had previously thought such a feat was impossible, but Lin Quan's actions proved it was possible. This seemed to give Messi a guiding light, a direction to move forward. He believed he could do what Lin Quan could do. Lin Quan's 3rd goal completely sealed the game. After the ball flew into the goal, Lin Quan replicated his classic celebration, lifting his collar, surveying the stadium like a king. Seeing Lin Quan's imposing celebration, the Spanish players who rushed to join in the celebration seemed to have planned it beforehand, bowing down to him in reverence. The Spanish fans in the stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers, so loud it seemed they had shouted themselves hoarse. At this moment, no words could describe their excitement. On the other side, German fans shed tears of sorrow. Lin Quan's 3 goals shattered their championship dreams. With just over 10 minutes remaining, Germany theoretically had a chance to pull back 2 goals. However, even the Germans themselves felt it was impossible. How easy was it to come back from a powerful Spain? Time and again, the same player scored in different ways, each time they were about to gain momentum or even score, only to have their morale crushed by a goal. This prevented Germany from gaining momentum and from returning to their familiar rhythm. This was the primary reason for their defeat. Therefore, the Germans truly hated and feared Lin Quan, the culprit behind this result. On the sidelines, Ludwig was silent. Klose, who had been substituted, also looked very serious. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he were 10 years younger and had more stamina, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been like this. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. For a full 4 or 5 minutes after Lin Quan's goal, the German players seemed to have lost their minds, playing chaotically without any strategy. Spain seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the opponent's goal. After conceding several shots from Spain, the German team finally woke up. They regained their form and tried to increase their pressing in the attacking third to create shooting opportunities. This tactic did have some effect. In the 87th minute, Germany won the ball back in the attacking third. Kroos delivered a through ball, Schürrle made a run down the left flank and sent a low cross into the box, where Ozil, exhausted and slow to react, failed to receive the ball. Seeing Ozil miss this chance, the German fans in the stadium couldn't help but sigh. Apart from setting up Klose's goal, Ozil's performance in this match was truly terrible. In the 88th minute, Lahm sent a long pass into the box from the right flank. Muller got to the ball, but unfortunately, he couldn't adjust his angle properly, and his shot went wide of the far post. Muller, having missed the chance to pull one back, held his head in disbelief, filled with self-blame. If that ball had gone in, they would only be one goal behind, and the game would still be in suspense. Unfortunately, Muller failed to step up and become the team's hero. Seeing that Germany was still relentless in attempting another attack, Spain immediately responded with their own attack. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan, in combination with Martinez, intercepted Kroos in the middle. After observing Diego Costa's positioning, Lin Quan delivered a long pass, and Diego Costa avoided Germany's offside trap. This time, his timing was perfect. Neuer saw Diego Costa receive the ball and immediately rushed out. Diego Costa, unsure of getting past him, chose to shoot before the opponent completely blocked his shooting angle. Neuer's rush out was intended to put psychological pressure on the opponent while simultaneously blocking his shooting angle. Seeing Diego Costa's shot, Neuer, prepared, immediately dived to make a save, deflecting the ball out of bounds with his hand. Spain earned a corner kick, and at this point, regular time had just ended. On the sidelines, the fourth official held up the board indicating the stoppage time for the match, 4 minutes. 4 minutes of stoppage time was bad news for the German team, who were eager to score. After Spain completed this corner kick, their time would be even shorter. Moreover, Spain might use this corner kick opportunity to score again. Lin Quan walked to the corner flag, ready to take the corner. The high-intensity match had taken a toll on the players' stamina. Both sides were exhausted in the penalty area. However, Martinez, who had only come on as a substitute in the second half, was an exception. As Spain's second-best header, the 1.94-meter-tall player was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for heading the ball. Therefore, before taking the corner kick, Lin Quan glanced at Martinez and made a gesture, seemingly communicating with him. Seeing this, the German players consciously increased their marking on Martinez, not giving him a chance to head the ball. Martinez saw Lin Quan's gesture and, in perfect unison, ran back towards the far post with his teammates. The German player marking him naturally stayed glued to him, not giving him any space. However, at that moment, a defender who was only 1.84 meters tall, while running towards the far post, suddenly turned back and rushed towards the near post. Just then, Lin Quan took the corner kick. Seeing the trajectory of the ball in the air, Neuer's heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. The ball wasn't going to land at the far post, but at the near post. They had been fooled by Lin Quan's feint again. Although Ramos had been fooled by Lin Quan before, this time he still chose to believe him. His belief paid off. This time, Lin Quan really didn't lie to him. Seeing the ball flying towards him, Ramos was moved to tears. It hadn't been easy. Ramos had finally gotten a chance to score on the World Cup final stage. Not wanting to let Lin Quan down, Ramos used all his strength, leaping high with all his might, overpowering the defender, winning the first touch, and then powerfully heading the ball towards the goal. Neuer, after judging the ball's trajectory to be at the near post, immediately moved towards it. However, such close-range headers are much harder for goalkeepers to save. The reason headers are so difficult to save is simple: they don't require the foot to shoot, and there's no leg swing for the goalkeeper to anticipate the direction. Even the player heading the ball probably doesn't know where it's going. Faced with such headers, goalkeepers have no choice but to rely on reaction speed and anticipation. Neuer's reaction was already very fast. Seeing the ball heading towards the goal, he immediately made a blocking motion. But the ball's speed was faster than he anticipated. His movement had barely finished when the ball had already passed him. With a crisp swish, the ball flew into the goal. In the first minute of stoppage time, Ramos scored with his signature header, netting his third goal of the World Cup. This goal extinguished even the theoretical hopes of the Germans. With only about 3 minutes of stoppage time remaining, and a little over a minute left until Spain finished their celebrations, scoring 3 goals in just over a minute was a feat that even replacing all of Germany's players with Ronaldo wouldn't have been enough. After scoring, Ramos excitedly took off his jersey, confidently displaying his muscular physique to the camera. Lin Quan gave him a thumbs up, praising his header. Seeing Lin Quan's gesture, Ramos ran over, knelt down, and placed Lin Quan's right foot on his knee, mimicking polishing his shoes. While Ramos' header was beautiful, he truly had to thank Lin Quan. Lin Quan's corner kick was of exceptional quality, with perfect speed, angle, and height. Ramos has headed many balls, but only a few passes have allowed him to consistently deliver such perfect headers. Lin Quan was one of those players. This is why he thanked Lin Quan by polishing his shoes. Having fulfilled his promise to Ramos and even provided an assist, Lin Quan was in a very relaxed mood. He readily accepted Ramos's hospitality, and after his teammates arrived, he embraced Ramos and celebrated with him. "Now, our championship is finally secured, right?" someone asked with a laugh. If they're still not convinced, then we'll keep scoring until they are." Ramos, who had just scored, was full of confidence and couldn't wait to seize the opportunity to score a few more goals. Unfortunately, the opposing German team was truly defeated. After Ramos's goal further extended their lead, the German team completely lost their fighting spirit. Seeing that the German team had lost their fighting spirit, the Spanish side didn't take advantage of their predicament. Both sides peacefully used up all the remaining stoppage time. As soon as the 4 minutes of stoppage time were up, the referee immediately blew the whistle to end the game, not wanting to give a second more. The German players had already lost their fighting spirit. Even if they were given more time, they couldn't turn the game around. It would be better to end the game sooner and end their suffering. The moment the final whistle blew, the German players on the field truly felt as if a nightmare had ended, each one breathing a sigh of relief. However, when they realized they had lost the World Cup final and missed out on the trophy, the players couldn't help but break down. Many young players, like Müller and Götze, couldn't help but cry. Since 1990, the German team hadn't touched the World Cup trophy for 24 years. They thought this was their best chance, but in the end, they still fell short. They were very unwilling. But the result of the match was already decided. If they wanted revenge, they could only wait until the next World Cup 4 years later. On the sidelines, Loa took a deep breath, congratulated Spain's coach Vicente Del Bosque, and then went onto the field to comfort the disappointed players one by one. Losing in the World Cup final was a huge blow to the players, but it wasn't the end of the world. Their squad was still young and had the ability to fight again. It's just that Germany had lost to Spain a few too many times. In the 2008 European Championship final, they were defeated by Spain, losing the championship. In the 2010 World Cup semi-final, Spain eliminated them again, preventing them from reaching the final. This time, after finally making it to the final, they unexpectedly faced Spain again. And then the German team was defeated once more, falling at the feet of Spain once more. Not only the players, but even Loa himself seemed to have developed a kind of Spanish phobia. It was precisely because of the repeated defeats by Spain that they began to study Spanish football techniques. But now it seems that learning Spanish passing and possession football did not close the gap between the two sides. Instead, it made their defeats even more crushing. The 4-1 score in the World Cup final was an incredibly lopsided score. It's no exaggeration to say that the German team was thrashed by Spain. How to defeat the powerful Spain will likely be a major research topic for German football for many years to come. Compared to the disappointed Germans, when the final whistle blew, the Spanish fans in the stadium were enjoying the happiest moment of their lives. Countless fans, tears streaming down their faces, cheered wildly as they celebrated Spain's second World Cup trophy. On the pitch, the Spanish players erupted in celebration, while the Spanish coach and substitutes on the bench charged onto the field like madmen, chanting, "We are the champions." Chapter 321 World Cup Awards Ceremony, winning awards left and right. Chaos erupted on the pitch. The moment the final whistle blew, the Spanish players went into a frenzy. Forwards rushed to the corner flag, kneeling and embracing. In the backfield, several defenders and goalkeeper Casillas also joined in. Although they had already won the World Cup 4 years prior, they were still incredibly excited to claim this highest honor in football once again. Since Pelé led Brazil to a successful World Cup title defense in 1962, no team had managed to do so for 52 years. In the increasingly competitive modern football environment, defending the World Cup title seemed like an impossible task. However, the Spanish proved to the world that nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. The broadcast camera focused on Lin Quan. Undoubtedly, Lin Quan was the best player among the 22 on the field. He was involved in all 4 of Spain's goals in this match, with 3 goals and 1 assist. In this World Cup, Lin Quan scored a total of 12 goals, surpassing his teammate Villa to become Spain's all-time leading scorer. In addition to these 12 goals, Lin Quan also contributed 10 assists, creating 22 goals in total. It can be said that his participation made Spain's attacking firepower the most formidable in the world during this World Cup. In 7 matches, Spain scored a total of 25 goals, averaging 3.5 goals per game. This scoring efficiency is the highest in the last 50 years, bar none. With these 25 goals, Spain surpassed Brazil and France to become the team with the second highest number of goals in a single World Cup, second only to Hungary. In the 1954 World Cup in Switzerland, the Hungarian team, boasting legendary strikers Kocsis and Puskás, scored 27 goals in 5 matches, averaging over 5 goals per game. This remains the most offensively potent team in World Cup history. Unfortunately, in the final, Hungary, leading by 2 goals in 8 minutes, suffered a devastating defeat against West Germany, missing out on the championship and leaving a huge regret. It was clear that Lin Quan was also very excited, embracing each of his teammates on the field. Whether they were starters, substitutes, or even staff and reporters, Lin Quan never refused a warm hug if someone offered one. After all, joy should be shared. In the CCTV commentary booth, seeing Lin Quan's joyful face on camera, He exclaimed, "In just 2 short years, Lin Quan has gone from an unknown young player to one of the world's top stars." Su Yang nodded in agreement. Before the World Cup began, there were concerns that Lin Quan was too young and wouldn't be able to handle the intense competition. However, Lin Quan dispelled all doubts with his outstanding performance of scoring in 7 consecutive matches and a total of 12 goals in the World Cup. This is Lin Quan's year. So far this season, he has won 5 trophies, including the Premier League title, FA Cup and League Cup titles, Champions League title, and World Cup title. In terms of individual honors, Lin Quan has also won the Premier League Best Young Player Award, Premier League Player of the Year Award, Premier League Golden Boot, Champions League Golden Boot, Champions League Player of the Year Award, World Cup Golden Boot, World Cup Player of the Year Award, and a dazzling array of other honors. In the past, fans jokingly called Lin Quan a record breaker, but now, perhaps he will have another title, an honor harvester. The last person to embrace Lin Quan was the retired national team captain, Puyol. In this World Cup, Puyol did not participate as a player but accepted Lin Quan's invitation to join the team as an assistant coach. His addition significantly helped Spain's defense. Under his guidance, even Lin Quan's defensive abilities improved significantly. Therefore, Puyol deserves a great deal of credit for this trophy. "Captain, we did it." Puyol's eyes reddened as he patted Lin Quan's back heavily. "Yes, we did it, thank you, Lin." Winning this championship trophy with the team meant Puyol had no regrets in his life. Easy, put me down." Vicente Del Bosque excitedly entered the field, ready to celebrate with the players. Unexpectedly, he was immediately lifted up by the excited players and thrown into the air. The old coach, at his age, couldn't withstand the tossing. After only a few throws, he began to beg for mercy. He was genuinely frightened by the players' actions. A few more throws and he'd have a heart attack. The players were just joking with the old coach, they didn't really intend to prank him. So, after hearing Del Bosque's pleas, they put him down and instead grabbed another major contributor to the team's victory, throwing him into the air. Needless to say, this person was none other than Lin Quan. Lin Quan had originally intended to run, but when he saw his teammates lift Vicente Del Bosque up, he realized something was wrong. However, these guys were incredibly despicable. They even assigned Ramos and Martinez to mark him. If this were on the field, Lin Quan might have been able to try and take on both of them. But now, without the ball at his feet, he was truly helpless against these 2 burly men. Fortunately, his teammates weren't as malicious as his club teammates. After tossing Lin Quan into the air a few times, they didn't let him free fall and have a close encounter with the ground. Instead, they gently placed him down. While the Spanish players were celebrating on the field, the on-site staff had already begun setting up the awards ceremony stage. There was still some time before the awards ceremony, and because of the intense match, the players were all filthy. Players like Lin Quan, who had been fouled multiple times, had their jerseys covered in grass clippings and mud. So, reminded by the assistant coach, the players scattered and returned to the team's locker room. Lin Quan was also about to leave, but as he entered the player tunnel, he encountered German national team legend Miroslav Klose. "Lin, can we exchange jerseys?" Klose seemed to have been waiting for him there, and asked him proactively upon seeing him. He had heard of Lin Quan's name before, but the two had never had the chance to face each other. This World Cup final was their first encounter, and probably their last. Klose was already 36 years old, and his contract with Lazio was only for 1 year. By next year, he might be retiring. Lazio finished low in Serie A last season and failed to qualify for European competition. This meant that the two were unlikely to meet in European competition, and if they didn't take this opportunity to exchange jerseys, they might not have another chance. Klose had high hopes for Lin Quan, especially after learning that Lin Quan liked to imitate his front flip celebration when he played for Werder Bremen, which sparked his strong interest in this younger player. During this World Cup, Klose had the opportunity to witness Lin Quan's playing style up close, and even faced him once in the final. Lin Quan's playing style and personal character suited Klose's tastes very well, making him admire and even like Lin Quan even more. It's a pity that the opponent is a little short, otherwise, if he could pass on his heading ability to him, then Lin Quan would truly have no weaknesses. Okay. Lin Quan readily accepted Klose's invitation, quickly taking off his jersey and exchanging it with him. "Play well, the future belongs to you." Holding Lin Quan's jersey, Klose offered him his blessings. "Thank you, and I hope you have a smooth career ahead." Lin Quan also sincerely offered his blessings to Klose. Klose is not the kind of prodigy player, but rather a model of a grassroots player. He didn't come from a professional youth training system, but rather from playing amateur football, so his starting point was lower than most players. If it weren't for Regel's keen eye for talent, bringing him to Kaiserslautern at the age of 22, the future World Cup top scorer might have ended up as a carpenter. Meanwhile, his contemporary, Ronaldo, was already the top scorer in the South American Super Cup at 17 and had been called up to the Brazilian national team. At 19, the phenomenon was already the top scorer in the Dutch Eredivisie, and at 21, he became the top scorer in La Liga, winning the Ballon d'Or and Golden Boot. Meanwhile, at 21, Klose was still struggling in the third tier of leagues. Compared to top stars, Klose wasn't fast, physically strong, had poor awareness, or refined technique. He seemed like a very mediocre player. At that time, it would have been hard to imagine such a player becoming the future World Cup top scorer. During the Japan-Korea World Cup, Klose's footwork was still very rough. He couldn't volley high balls with his feet, only heading them from below. All 5 of his World Cup goals were headed in. Although this unintentionally set a record, at the time, it was clear that his footwork was significantly inferior to that of other German players on the field. However, in the following period, Klose, who had a weaker foundation and a late start, gradually made up for his shortcomings through hard work and doubled effort. His footwork continued to improve, eventually overcoming not only his weaker foot but also developing ambidexterity, giving him more offensive options and consistently delivering the ball efficiently into the goal. Compared to superstars like Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, Klose's style was simple and unpretentious, yet effective. His peak period lasted a long time because his technique continued to improve, only age limited his performance. Perhaps not everyone can become Messi, but everyone can try to learn from Klose. Don't strive for top-tier talent, simply hone what you already possess to the best of your ability, and you might just leave your own mark on the football world. After a brief chat with Klose, Lin Quan returned to the locker room. As soon as he opened the locker room door, several streams of water carrying a fruity scent rushed towards him. Lin Quan couldn't dodge in time and was soaked. Haha, surprised? Unexpected? Looking up, he saw several teammates holding champagne, looking smug. Lin Quan wiped the champagne off his face, grabbed an unopened bottle, and retaliated by spraying it at them. Before the final, many people had prepared champagne to celebrate after winning the championship. Champagne is drinkable, but who drinks it properly? It's for spraying. Quick, get ready, the coach is coming. Just as Lin Quan and his teammates were spraying each other, the lookout outside brought the latest intelligence. The players grabbed their champagne and aimed it at the door. Vicente del Bosque was accompanying King Felipe VI of Spain to the locker room when he opened the door and smelled a fragrance of apples, lemons, and other fruits. What's this? The old coach was puzzled, then heard a loud bang and several jets of water sprayed at him. Vicente del Bosque frowned, sensing something was amiss, and quickly shielded King Felipe VI in front of him. Before Felipe VI could react, he was drenched in champagne by the players. The players were stunned. It was His Majesty the King. The intelligence said it was the coach. "You bunch of rascals, you're so unruly." King Felipe, standing at 1.97 meters tall, was completely unaffected by Del Bosque standing behind him. It's all right, everyone's having fun, this is great." Felipe VI didn't seem to mind, instead taking off his wetsuit jacket and jokingly saying, "I was feeling a bit hot, wearing a suit in this weather is quite uncomfortable, thank you for giving me an excuse to take it off." The king's approachable demeanor earned him unanimous praise from the players. Many had felt a jolt of fear when they sprayed champagne on the king, thinking they'd made a huge mistake. They hadn't expected the king to be so easygoing. This instantly bridged the gap between the players and the king, and they quickly became friendly. Because King Felipe VI had some events to attend later, he borrowed a jersey from several taller players, intending to wear it to the championship celebrations. While somewhat unbecoming of royalty, this gesture won him immense favor with the fans, giving the newly crowned King Felipe VI high public support, at least among Spanish fans. The players didn't linger in the locker room for long. After quickly showering and changing into their specially made championship jerseys, they lined up and left the locker room, returning to the pitch. At that moment, FIFA officials escorted the World Cup trophy to the stadium and placed it on the podium. Seeing the gleaming golden trophy, the Spanish fans were mesmerized. Although they also had a World Cup trophy in their trophy room, it was only a 1-to-1 replica. This was the original. "I really hope to bring this trophy back to Spain and keep it forever," Torres said greedily. "Maybe if we win the World Cup again, we can take it home." Ramos's eyes were also filled with a golden gleam, his covetousness for the beautiful trophy growing stronger. The World Cup trophy wasn't originally the Jules Rimet trophy, it was the Jules Rimet trophy. After Brazil won 3 titles, they permanently took the Jules Rimet trophy, and FIFA redesigned the World Cup trophy, creating the Jules Rimet trophy. Based on the Jules Rimet trophy's precedent, a team that wins the World Cup 3 times can permanently take the trophy home. Following this precedent, Spain, having already won twice, only needs one more title to seem poised to permanently take the Jules Rimet trophy home. Hell, I'm afraid that won't work. Seeing his teammate somewhat unrealistic hopes, Xabi Alonso stepped in, pouring cold water on their dreams. Although Brazil permanently took the Jules Rimet trophy, FIFA stipulated from the outset that the World Cup trophy cannot be permanently kept. So, even if we win the championship again, it probably won't work. When was this rule changed? I didn't know. That's outrageous. It feels like we're being targeted. This rule doesn't seem to be targeting us, but rather the Brazilians. After all, back then, Brazil wasn't a team prone to disastrous defeats. Their competitiveness in the World Cup was undeniable. After permanently taking the Jules Rimet trophy, 5-time World Cup champions Brazil went on to win 2 more World Cups. Their dominance in the World Cup was truly breathtaking. While the Spanish players chatted, the award stage on the field was already set up. Countless cameras were focused on the stage and on the champions about to receive their awards. The first award presented was the first individual award, the FIFA Best Young Player Award. Without a doubt, Lin Quan won unanimously. At just 18 years old, Lin Quan wasn't the youngest player in this World Cup. Cameroon's Erlinga was almost 3 months younger. However, Lin Quan was undoubtedly the most outstanding young player in the tournament, leading by a significant margin. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Quan waved to the fans and cameras in the stands, then walked steadily towards the podium. After receiving the trophy from the presenter, Lin Quan walked to the center of the podium and showed it to the cameras. It was a silver trophy with a football on top and a square base. It looked ordinary, but it was quite heavy. Lin Quan weighed it in his hand and felt it was over 10 pounds, making him wonder if it was made of pure silver. Even if it was pure silver, it wasn't worth much, at most €2,000. Although its value wasn't high, Lin Quan was still very happy. No one ever complains about having too much honor. Next up was the Golden Glove Award, which was presented to Spain's goalkeeper, Iker Casillas. This was Casillas' second time receiving this honor. In this World Cup, Spain conceded only 4 goals in 7 matches, the fewest of any team. In addition, they kept 4 clean sheets, with Casillas' crucial saves playing a vital role in these victories. Casillas walked onto the podium, raising his golden glove and waving to the crowd. Seeing Casillas' gleaming gold trophy and then looking at his own silver one, Lin Quan instantly felt a pang of envy. Why did the goalkeeper get the golden glove, while the best young player award was only silver? Fortunately, his name was called again soon. The third award presented was the Golden Boot, which Lin Quan won with a commanding 12 goals. Congratulations, Lin, you are truly amazing. FIFA President Sepp Blatter personally presented the award to Lin Quan, his heart filled with admiration. A year ago, in almost the same place, when Blatter presented Lin Quan with a Golden Ball and Golden Boot awards for the Confederations Cup, Lin Quan made a promise to him, saying that he hoped to receive the awards from him again a year later. Blatter thought at the time that the other party was joking. After all, to stand on the podium, one either had to win the championship or the Golden Boot, otherwise one was not qualified to receive his awards. But he hadn't expected that the other party would actually accomplish this near impossible task. Seeing that it was him presenting the award, Lin Quan smiled and replied, "You truly keep your word. I hope to receive another award from you next time." FIFA will be holding its general election next year, and Lin Quan's words were a wish for Blatter's re-election. The Golden Boot award is different from the Best Newcomer award. It's made of gold. However, it's a bit light, even lighter than the previous Silver Ball award. Lin Quan guessed it was just plated with gold. After receiving the trophy, Lin Quan was momentarily unsure whether to step down or remain on the podium, because the next award to be presented was the World Cup Most Valuable Player Award, also known as the World Cup Golden Ball. And for that award, there was no suspense. It should be him again. In the end, Lin Quan stepped down and returned to his teammates. Holding a Golden Boot award while accepting the Golden Ball felt a bit too ostentatious. He should be more low-key and accept the awards one at a time. Hold this for me for a moment. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Quan stepped down, his name was called again on the podium. Lin Quan casually handed the Golden Boot award, representing the top scorer, to Ramos beside him, and walked to the podium for the third time. Ramos looked down at the Golden Boot in his arms and couldn't help but touch it. This was something he had always dreamed of. Seeing Lin Quan walk to the podium for the third time, the fans in the stadium burst into laughter. The commentators from various countries couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Quan has really given us a vivid demonstration of what it means to win awards until your hands are sore. He's won 3 awards by himself, plus the championship medal and trophy. He could practically open a personal honors display room. If you include the League and Champions League awards, he might actually be able to. Blatter was still the one presenting the award to Lin Quan. He smiled and patted Lin Quan on the shoulder, jokingly saying, "Your prediction was right, I'm presenting you with the award again this time." Lin Quan couldn't help but laugh as well. If Blatter weren't corrupt, he would be a pretty good chairman. Because he supported the development of football-poor regions and insisted on preventing the World Cup from becoming a European-dominated arena, he had significant implications for the development of football worldwide. Unfortunately, his own conduct was questionable, and he offended powerful figures he couldn't afford to offend, ultimately ending up in prison and suffering a tragic fate. Receiving the Ballon d'Or trophy from Blatter, this trophy was noticeably more ornate than the previous ones. It was entirely gold-plated, even the base, looking dazzling and beautiful. However, compared to the equally gleaming World Cup trophy, it still paled in comparison. After the Ballon d'Or was awarded, all the players who had received individual awards went on stage for a group photo. Although there were 4 awards, only 2 players went on stage. This was because Lin Quan had taken 3 of them. Lin Quan quickly returned to the field, taking the Best Young Player award from Torres and the Golden Boot from Ramos. However, Ramos seemed reluctant. "You can't carry them all, so let me keep them." Lin Quan laughed. "Sure, why don't you come up on stage with me for a group photo?" Ramos quickly shook his head. No, I'm not going, I can't bear the embarrassment." Although he had scored 3 goals, he was still far from being the top scorer. If he dared to go up on stage for a photo, it would definitely become a black mark on his record. Holding 3 trophies in both hands, Lin Quan struggled back to the podium. Casillas, seeing his disheveled appearance, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Lin Quan sighed. It seems that winning too many awards isn't a good thing. Casillas, hearing his teammates' words, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Listen to that, is that even human language? After the photo session, the German players took turns going up on stage to receive their runner-up medals from Blatter. After the German players received their awards, it was finally the Spanish players' turn to go up on stage. 23 Spanish players, clad in red jerseys, walked excitedly onto the podium to receive their championship medals. Captain Iker Casillas then carefully lifted the World Cup trophy, cautiously approaching his teammates. The players opened their arms, respectfully welcoming the trophy. Casillas swayed his body and the trophy, causing his teammates to sway along with him. Once he reached the center, he suddenly raised the trophy high. Confetti rained down on the Maracana Stadium, and fireworks erupted both inside and outside the stadium. Amidst the colorful fireworks, the cheers and laughter of the Spanish players were frozen in that moment. Chapter 322 Lin Quan wants to become the king of football? After Casillas lifted the trophy, he handed it to Lin Quan. Lin Quan raised the trophy high, attracting countless photographers and flashing lights. The fans cheered enthusiastically. Lin Quan didn't linger too long with the trophy, immediately passing it to his teammates so they could take turns lifting it. At that moment, King Felipe VI, wearing a red Spanish jersey, entered the stadium with his two daughters, also dressed in Spanish attire, through the players' tunnel. Xavi handed the trophy to Lin Quan, who then presented it to the king. Felipe VI appeared very excited. He bent down and kissed the trophy, but instead of lifting it himself, he handed it to his two daughters. Princess Leonor and Princess Sofia excitedly received the trophy from their father, and together they raised it high. This was almost a replay of the classic scene from 4 years ago, reminding Spanish fans at the stadium and watching on television of that happy memory. This generation of Spanish fans is undoubtedly fortunate, as their national team is at its strongest point in history. They won the World Cup twice in just 4 years, a title they hadn't touched in 80 years. If we count from 2008, in those 6 years, Spain won 2 World Cups, 2 European Championships, and 1 Confederations Cup. In major tournaments, Spain was virtually unbeatable, winning almost every title they could. However, every dynasty eventually declines. In this Spanish team, Xavi is 34, while Casillas, Xabi Alonso, and Villa are all 33. Of these 4, except for goalkeeper Casillas, the other 3 will likely announce their retirement from the national team after the World Cup. They are too old to continue playing in the top 5 European leagues. Therefore, they will most likely choose to leave the top 5 leagues to seek opportunities in the Middle East or North American leagues, or simply retire, like Puyol. Besides these players, Torres and Iniesta, born in 1984, are both 30 years old and can at most play in 1 more World Cup. Furthermore, players like Albiol, born in 1985, David Silva, born in 1986, Ramos, and Pique, Fabregas, and Pedro, born in 1987, will likely only be able to play in 1 more World Cup, making it difficult for them to continue until the 2022 World Cup. Compared to the young squad of 4 years ago, with an average age of only 25.7, Spain's average age has now reached 27.5. This average age is relatively high among all World Cup winning squads. The aging squad is the primary problem Spain needs to face in the coming period. And this problem is essentially unsolvable. However, the optimistic Spaniards haven't thought that far ahead. They believe that La Liga is currently thriving, and the young players constantly emerging in the league will be able to perfectly inherit the mission of their predecessors and lead the Spanish team to continue their winning streak. Not only do the fans think this way, but even the Spanish news media believe so. In the post-match interview, a large group of reporters surrounded Lin Quan, asking him about his feelings on the match and winning the World Cup. After Lin Quan answered the question, a Spanish reporter asked, "Lin, do you know that you almost broke the historical record set by Pelé 56 years ago?" Lin Quan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what record the reporter was referring to. When Pelé led his team to its first World Cup victory, he was only 17 years and 249 days old, which is still the youngest champion in World Cup history. And when you led your team to victory in this World Cup, you were 18 years and 140 days old. The difference between you two isn't that big. Although, besides the two of them, Ronaldo, who was 17 years old, participated in the 1994 World Cup, and Brazil also won the championship, he himself did not play, so the reporter ignored his record. The reporter was more impressed with players like Lin Quan and Pelé who participated in the World Cup, scored multiple goals as key players, and ideally scored crucial goals in the final. Those who simply coasted to the championship with their teams obviously didn't count. I haven't paid attention to this question. After all, when I was 17, I didn't even get to play in the World Cup. The reporters laughed at Lin Quan's answer. The World Cup is held every 4 years, not annually. Furthermore, young players with the immense talent of Pelé and Lin Quan are extremely rare. This makes Pelé's record very difficult to break, especially given the stringent conditions set by the Spanish journalists. It requires players to be not only young enough, but also to be the core of their team, perform exceptionally well on the field, and ultimately lift the trophy. Each of these requirements is incredibly difficult to achieve. Are there any other records that I, at my age, could try to challenge? Lin Quan, known as a record breaker, was very interested in the records Pelé had set. Hearing Lin Quan's question, the reporters were immediately intrigued. Lin Quan wanted to challenge Pelé's World Cup record. Did he want to become the new king of football? Yes, Pelé is an unprecedented 3-time World Cup champion. This record has stood for many years, and almost no one can break it. After saying this, the reporters looked at Lin Quan with great interest, waiting for his response. Winning the World Cup 3 times is an incredibly difficult feat, as evidenced by the fact that no one has achieved it since Pelé. To a large extent, Pelé's status as the king of football is a direct result of this near-impossible miracle, making him widely recognized as the first generation of football kings. If Lin Quan can surpass Pelé's record, he truly deserves to be called the new king of football. However, can Lin Quan really accomplish this impossible task? Some even doubt whether he has the courage to take on the challenge. This task is impossible because a player's career is limited, rarely exceeding 20 years. Even if one's debut and retirement coincide with the World Cup, 20 years would only amount to a maximum of 6 World Cups. In the fiercely competitive World Cup arena, it's unlikely that even a national team can win 3 World Cup titles within 20 years, let alone an individual player. Brazil, the team with the most World Cup titles in history, hasn't won the trophy in 3 World Cups since their 2002 victory, failing to even reach the final. As expected of the king of football, this record is indeed very difficult to break. But I just feel I can try to challenge it. What if I succeed? Lin Quan answered casually, not because he was absolutely certain he could complete the task, but because he felt he could try it out. Success would be great, but failure wouldn't matter. After all, it was an impossible task. Hearing Lin Quan's answer, the reporters at the scene's eyes lit up, and they were all extremely excited. Big news! Lin Quan actually wanted to challenge for the title of King of Football. Others wouldn't even dare to think about Pelé's record, yet Lin Quan actually wanted to try. This alone showed how confident he was in his abilities. Such courage was not something ordinary people possessed. Of course, based on Lin Quan's performance in this World Cup, he was absolutely qualified to challenge for the title of King of Football. The media didn't care about all that. To attract readers, they exaggerated and embellished Lin Quan's interview reports. Among them, the BBC's headline was the most eye-catching: Lin Quan, I want to be the king of football. These reports caused a sensation throughout the football world. Online, the highly enthusiastic fan community, fresh from the World Cup celebrations, immediately launched into heated discussions after seeing the report. Holy crap, Lin Quan actually wants to be crowned king? I had no idea he had such ambition. Lin Quan is so powerful and domineering. If anyone else said this, I just consider it bragging, but coming from Lin Quan, it somehow feels plausible. Maybe it's because Lin Quan really has the ability? How, you Lin Quan fans actually believed it? Winning the World Cup once is that difficult, winning it 3 times? How, I can only say go to sleep, you can dream about anything. 3 World Cup titles are indeed difficult, but not entirely impossible. Let's analyze this rationally and objectively. Spain successfully defended their title this time, and Lin Quan already has 1 World Cup title. In the next 10 years or so, he only needs to win 2 more. Indeed, Lin Quan is only 18 years old this year. He can play in at least 3 more World Cups, and if he maintains his form, playing in 4 wouldn't be a problem. Winning 2 out of 4 World Cups isn't easy either. Spain's lineup looks like it's on the decline. Although they're declining, as long as Lingard is still there, they're still a top team. If other teams don't improve their strength during this period, Spain might actually be able to defend their World Cup title next time. I think Germany is quite strong, and Argentina should be very competitive in 4 years. I think France might rise, Their league has produced quite a few young talents. Young talents? The professor is ecstatic. The professor has become more generous with his spending these past few seasons. He might not even be interested in young talents anymore and wants to buy big-name stars. No, 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 the professor is still the same professor who'd split every penny. Buying established stars doesn't stop him from stockpiling young talents. Even if they can't use them, loaning them out for development is a good idea, and maybe they can even sell them for a profit in the future. Damn, when did Arsenal start doing black market business? Don't put it so harshly. Arsenal is supplying other teams with experienced captains. How can that be considered a black market? Stop talking, stop talking. Arsenal fans are about to cry. Alright, let's stop provoking the eager fans and get back to discussing whether Lin Quan can break the record. Do you think it's possible for Lin Quan to win 3 out of the next 4 World Cups? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The probability is too low. Hell, then the World Cup should probably be renamed the Spanish Cup. In fact, many people believe that Spain will likely struggle to win even one more World Cup title in the next 4. Whether the next generation of Spanish players will possess such strength after this generation retires is a big question mark. While Lin Quan is very strong, football is a team sport. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on the entire opposing team single-handedly. Besides, if his teammates aren't up to par, they might become liability, hindering the team. Because the probability of this happening is so low, many people think Lin Quan is joking. Some fans of certain stars seized the opportunity to mock him, believing Lin Quan was far too arrogant. Trying to challenge Pelé's miracles? The discussion surrounding this matter was so intense that even Pelé himself was alarmed. However, unlike the usual cynicism, the king of football himself magnanimously stated, records exist to be broken by future generations. Lin is a genius-level player. Watching him play is a joy for anyone. He's still young, with unlimited potential, so I won't easily dismiss him. Pelé's statement greatly boosted the confidence of Lin Quan's fans. Hate them. Even the king of football himself has expressed his support for Lin Quan. Do you think you know more than the king of football? Why don't you just change your name to King of Knowledge? While this matter was making headlines, Lin Quan and his teammates had already boarded a flight back to Spain, returning to Madrid with the World Cup trophy. Fans who had received advance notice flocked to the airport, completely blocking it. When the Spanish players appeared in the arrival hall, they were met with a sea of people. My God, how many people are there? There must be tens of thousands. More than that, look, there are people outside too. It's probably half of Madrid. Will we even be able to get out of the airport today? Seeing the scene outside, the players were startled. However, the fans remained relatively calm, only chanting championship, without engaging in any extreme behavior. This relieved the players, and after discussing it with the coaching staff, they brought out the World Cup trophy and their individual awards to show the fans their achievements in this World Cup. Seeing the trophy, the fans became even more excited, spontaneously rushing forward, wanting to touch the mesmerizing championship trophy. Fortunately, the Spanish national team had contacted airport security in advance before their return flight, and they had deployed a large number of personnel for security and maintaining order. Therefore, under the protection of security personnel, no incidents occurred. After the Football Association officials announced that the World Cup trophy would be publicly displayed for fans to view, the emotions of the fans gradually calmed down. Instead, the fans began chanting the names of every player. Veteran players who had participated in 2 World Cups received special treatment, receiving even more applause and cheers when their names were called. However, one player was an exception. Although he had only participated in 1 World Cup, the cheers and applause he received when the fans called his name were no less than those of the veteran players, and perhaps even more. This person was none other than Lin Quan. He was the #1 contributor to Spain's World Cup victory, the undisputed core of the team. His performance on the World Cup field was undeniable. No one could deny his outstanding contribution to the team. Therefore, he deserved special treatment. Not only did the fans treat Lin Quan specially, but even the Spanish royal family showed him special favor. After the entire Spanish team returned home, King Felipe VI hosted a victory banquet at the palace, inviting all members of the Spanish team. Following this banquet, the king specially awarded Lin Quan the Order of Queen Isabella. This order, re-established in Spain in 1998, is specifically awarded to individuals and organizations that have made outstanding contributions to the country or promoted international relations. In addition to the medal, Princess Leonor also honored his appointment by granting him a baronial title. While Spanish titles aren't particularly valuable, at least it gives one a noble title, right? Lin Quan wasn't the first national team member to receive this honor. 4 years earlier, Vicente del Bosque had been granted a marquisate by the former king for leading the team to Spain's first ever World Cup victory. This made Lin Quan wonder if, instead of Princess Leonor, it had been King Felipe VI who bestowed the title. He might have received a Viscount or even a Count's title. Chapter 323 Summer Transfer Announcement begins. Real Madrid saves money to buy Lin Quan. After the King's victory banquet, the Spanish team, as is customary, held a parade. The streets of Madrid were deserted as fans from all over the country, dressed in their national team jerseys, gathered in the city square, patiently awaiting the arrival of their heroes. At 9:30 a.m., led by Captain Casillas, the entire Spanish team appeared. Casillas, holding the World Cup trophy aloft, rode in the first bus. Upon seeing the trophy and the national team players, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. This scene was broadcast live on television to homes across the country. Streets, squares, and bars throughout Spain were filled with Spanish fans celebrating. All of Spain was immersed in a sea of jubilation. Just as Madrid was deserted as the Spanish people joyfully celebrated their second World Cup title, the European football transfer market was in turmoil. This was a World Cup year, and many players would choose to transfer after the tournament. This year's transfer market is exceptionally lively, filled with transfer rumors involving many big-name stars. Although Lin Quan has publicly denied the offer from Paris Saint-Germain, rumors about him still abound. One rumor claims that after watching Lin Quan's performance at the World Cup, Real Madrid president Florentino Perez is determined to bring him to the Bernabeu. It's said that if Lin Quan expresses any desire to leave Manchester City, Real Madrid will immediately begin negotiations with Manchester City, offering their most sincere offer to bring him back to Spain. The exact amount of this most sincere offer was not disclosed by the reporter, but it was hinted at being no less than €200 million. Before Manchester City could even respond to this report, another La Liga giant, Barcelona, was unhappy. Laporta, who is about to run for club president, publicly stated, "Lin is a treasure of La Masia, and we absolutely will not allow him to fall into the hands of our arch-rivals, Real Madrid. If Lin wants to return to La Liga, his next stop will definitely be Barcelona." Reporters dismissed Laporta's statement. He's no longer a Barcelona player, where he transfers is none of their business. Besides, judging from Lin Quan's previous statements, he clearly has a grudge against Barcelona. Before this grudge is resolved, bringing him back to Camp Nou is nothing but wishful thinking. However, Laporta's statement did win over many Barcelona fans. After Spain successfully defended their World Cup title, Lin Quan's status among Barcelona fans skyrocketed thanks to his outstanding performance in the tournament. Young, possessing strong individual skills, suited to possession-based football, and a product of La Masia's youth academy. In the hearts of countless Barcelona fans, Lin Quan is the best candidate to lead the Blaugrana to a revival and return to the top of the world. Barcelona fans are eager to see Lin Quan and Messi lead the team to victory at Camp Nou. Unfortunately, achieving this goal will be incredibly difficult. Laporta's plan is well thought out, but his opponent, Bartomeu, clearly won't let him succeed. After Rosel's imprisonment, Bartomeu, Barcelona's first vice president, temporarily assumed the presidency. While it was initially predicted that Barcelona would hold an early presidential election this summer, Bartomeu postponed it to the summer of 2015. Clearly, Bartomeu is not willing to relinquish the presidency to Laporta. He has brought back Enrique and plans to bring in James Rodriguez and Suarez to further strengthen Barcelona's squad, aiming for a Champions League title next season. If Barcelona wins the Champions League this season, he can use this achievement to win over more fans, increasing his chances of defeating Laporta in next summer's election. Bartomeu's move caught Laporta off guard. Much of his prior preparation was wasted. Bartomeu acted swiftly, while other teams were hesitant to sign Suarez after his frequent biting incidents and subsequent suspensions. Barcelona, however, took a huge risk and signed the Uruguayan for €81 million. Suarez's arrival created the MSN trio of Messi, Suarez, and Neymar in Barcelona's attack. The true strength of this combination remains to be seen, Their formidable power will only be revealed when they dominate in the league and Champions League at the start of the new season. Suarez's transfer is currently the biggest in the summer transfer market, and his €81 million price tag makes him the most expensive signing of the summer. However, this record is destined to remain unbroken for long. Because, in the transfer market, there's another player who shone brightly at the World Cup, James Rodriguez, whose next destination is still uncertain. There are significantly more teams pursuing James than the disgraced Suarez, including Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, and Liverpool, all interested in signing him. Real Madrid, James, and Monaco had essentially reached an agreement, but after selling Suarez, Liverpool are filled with anxiety about their performance next season. Last season, although Liverpool failed to win the Premier League title, they secured Champions League qualification with a second-place finish. Liverpool haven't played in the Champions League for 5 years, and they are eager for the competition. However, this long absence from European competition has caused anxiety within the club, unsure how far their current squad can go. Especially with the departure of their top scorer, Suarez, without reinforcements, their performance this season could decline, not only in the Champions League but also in the Premier League. Therefore, Liverpool was eager to bring in a high-level player to fill the void left by Suarez's departure. James Rodriguez perfectly fit their requirements. So, using the funds from Suarez's transfer and adding their own money, Liverpool offered Monaco €85 million to bring James to Anfield. This offer caused Monaco to temporarily halt negotiations with Real Madrid and decide to wait and see. After Lin Quan confirmed he didn't intend to leave Manchester City, the major clubs seemed to have the funds to buy players. While James Rodriguez wasn't as strong as Lin Quan, he was still a rare and promising young star. Such a player wouldn't be hard to sell, and since it was a sale, Monaco naturally hoped to make a larger profit. Upon receiving the news, Real Madrid was furious. For them, James Rodriguez wasn't indispensable. Especially with the club president stating his intention to buy Lin Quan, they needed to raise funds in advance to prepare for his acquisition. Therefore, Real Madrid briefly considered withdrawing from the competition. Liverpool want him? Fine, we'll let them have him. We'll save up for Lin Quan, isn't that better? Real Madrid's change of attitude has made James Rodriguez a little anxious. If he had to choose between Liverpool and Real Madrid, he would definitely choose Real Madrid. Real Madrid is the greatest and most successful club on the planet, the childhood dream of countless players. To wear that sacred white jersey at the Bernabeu and play for the best team in the world is also James Rodriguez's dream. Therefore, James Rodriguez instructed his agent to pressure the club to lower the transfer fee so he could go to Real Madrid. At the same time, James Rodriguez publicly expressed his admiration for Real Madrid, making no secret of his love for the club. This move won him the favor of Real Madrid fans. James Rodriguez has a good appearance and temperament, exactly the kind of player that Real Madrid fans like, both good-looking and talented. Moreover, winning the silver boot at the World Cup and attracting so many teams to spend over €80 million to pursue him proves that he has real talent. Therefore, if the price is right, buying him would not be a bad thing for Real Madrid. Even if they need to raise money to buy Lin Quan in the future, they can easily sell him to free up funds and salary space. A player of his caliber, as long as he doesn't suffer serious injuries on the field and his performance doesn't decline significantly, will likely not result in a large loss, and might even be profitable. Ultimately, Real Madrid and Monaco reached an agreement on James Rodriguez's transfer, with Rodriguez transferring to Real Madrid for €82 million. This price also allowed him to surpass Suarez by a very narrow margin, becoming the most expensive signing of the 2014 summer transfer window. Following their £100 million acquisition of Bale last year, Real Madrid once again became the most expensive signing in the transfer market. The two La Liga giants invested far more in the transfer market than that. After acquiring Suarez, Barcelona made a series of signings. They first spent €12 million to buy Real Sociedad goalkeeper Bravo, and then brought Ter Stegen from Borussia Mönchengladbach to Camp Nou for the same price. The arrival of these two players solved Barcelona's lack of a starting goalkeeper for the new season. Meanwhile, Valdés, who previously refused to renew his contract with Barcelona, found himself in an awkward position. The Spanish national team's second-choice goalkeeper faces the prospect of being without a club for the new season, a rather pitiful situation. Besides spending €24 million to acquire two top-class goalkeepers, Barcelona also spent €18 million to bring in Sevilla's key midfielder, Rakitic. Barcelona also strengthened their defense. They first acquired Arsenal defender Vermaelen for €19 million, and then Valencia's key defender Matthew for €20 million. At the last minute of the transfer window, Barcelona also brought in a defender named Santos from Sao Paulo for €4 million. This summer, Barcelona spent a total of €160 million, demonstrating Bartomeu's ambition. Of course, it's unrealistic for the club to spend so much money all at once, so while buying players, Barcelona also sold quite a few. Cesc Fabregas, who had initially insisted on returning to Barcelona at his own expense, ultimately left Camp Nou, joining Chelsea for €33 million and returning to the Premier League. Alexis Sanchez, who lost his starting position after Luis Suarez's arrival, was sold to Arsenal for €42.5 million. Additionally, Marcelo Tello was loaned to Porto for €3 million. Notably, Bojan, who broke numerous Barcelona youth team records and was considered the next Messi, struggled for several years before being sold to Stoke City for €1.8 million. These transfers reduced Barcelona's summer losses to below €100 million. Compared to Barcelona, Real Madrid, while making a record signing, sold more players this summer. Di Maria was sold to Manchester United for €75 million, Morata to Juventus for €20 million, Xabi Alonso to Bayern Munich for €10 million, and Şahin to Borussia Dortmund for €7 million. In this way, Real Madrid not only didn't lose money, but actually made a net profit of €30 million. Besides Barcelona and Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid also had a significant summer spending spree. After selling Diego Costa and Felipe Luis for £50 million, they had ample transfer funds. Although Torres returned to the team, considering Torres' form and the departures of Villa and Diego Costa, Simeone felt it necessary to further strengthen the attack. Therefore, taking advantage of the discord between Mandzukic and Bayern Munich coach Guardiola, Simeone spent €22 million to buy Mandzukic and €15 million to buy Torino striker Cerci. Then, Simeone bought Granada defender Sequeira for €10 million and brought in Benfica's starting goalkeeper Oblak for €16 million to fill the void left by Courtois' departure. After these transfers were completed, Simeone set his sights on Real Sociedad's young striker Griezmann. Last season, Griezmann played 50 games for Real Sociedad, contributing 21 goals and 5 assists. His outstanding performance in Real Sociedad's 3-1 home victory against Barcelona, with a goal and an assist, caught Simeone's attention. Simeone was very optimistic about Griezmann, and coincidentally, Real Sociedad was too. Atletico Madrid initially offered €20 million to Real Sociedad, which was immediately rejected, with the club stating that Griezmann was not for sale. What not for sale nonsense? It's just that the offer wasn't enough. Simeone made a bold move, increasing the offer by €5 million, and resubmitting an offer to Real Sociedad for €25 million. Real Sociedad softened their stance, no longer insisting Griezmann was unsellable, and instead emphasizing his crucial role and indispensability. Simeone was furious. Did they mean they wanted more money? After nearly 2 weeks of negotiations, Atletico Madrid was ultimately forced to activate Griezmann's release clause for €30 million, forcibly bringing him to the club. This summer, Atletico Madrid invested €120 million in the transfer market, recouping €95 million through player sales, resulting in a net investment of €25 million. This summer, the 20 La Liga teams invested a total of €480 million in the transfer market, with the top 3 clubs accounting for €360 million, highlighting the significant disparity in spending within La Liga. This €480 million transfer spending also places La Liga second among the top 5 leagues. However, compared to the English Premier League, La Liga's spending is minuscule. In the summer of 2014, Premier League teams spent a total of €1.02 billion in the transfer market, almost the sum of the other 4 major leagues. The reason for this fierce arms race in the Premier League was Manchester City's sudden rise the previous season. With investment from the Abu Dhabi consortium, Manchester City transformed from a mid to lower table team into one of the Premier League's top clubs in just a few years. Feeling seriously threatened, the other top clubs had no choice but to join the arms race to maintain their status. The Premier League's promotional efforts were excellent, with each team earning significantly more broadcast revenue than in other leagues. Even some mid to lower table teams could earn around £80 million a season from broadcast revenue alone. This gave these teams the confidence to spend so lavishly. Therefore, this season's Premier League arms race was exceptionally fierce. Chapter 324 The Premier League's crazy arms race. Is Manchester City going to tank? The Premier League is incredibly competitive this season. On a beach somewhere in Catalonia, under a large parasol, Lin Quan and Guardiola were lounging on deck chairs, enjoying the sea breeze. Guardiola held a newspaper, reading it with great interest. "Really?" Lin Quan asked casually. Guardiola was a workaholic. Although it was his vacation time, he still kept up with the football world, even remotely managing a Bayern Munich transfer, selling the unruly Mandzukic. Yes, the Premier League's big clubs have been quite active in the transfer market, especially your neighbours Manchester United, who have been on a spending spree lately. Lin Quan remembered that after Moyes was sacked, the Dutchman Van Gaal took over as manager of the Red Devils. This guy seemed to have spent a lot of money during his tenure, and most of it was wasted. Lin Quan took a look at the newspaper. Indeed, Manchester United had been very active this summer. As soon as the transfer window opened, they eagerly bought Luke Shaw from Southampton for £33 million. They then spent £31 million to acquire midfielder Herrera from Athletic Bilbao, £60 million to buy Di Maria from Real Madrid, and £20 million to bring in defender Rojo from Benfica. In addition, they loaned Falcao from Monaco for £6 million per year. Manchester United spent a whopping €180 million in the transfer market this summer, making them the biggest spender in Europe. While Barcelona also spent heavily, they recouped €70 to €80 million through player sales. Manchester United, despite losing many players this summer, only recouped €43 million through player sales. This means their net expenditure reached a staggering €140 million. Van Gaal is truly a spender. However, if Van Gaal's extravagant spending succeeds, all is well. If it fails, he'll likely face severe criticism. However, Lin Quan checked online and found that Manchester United fans seemed to be applauding Van Gaal's big spending signings. While there were dissenting voices, they were relatively few. The vast majority of fans were happy and excited about the club's ambitious signings. The club has invested so much this season, looks like they were preparing for a big push. Looking forward to revenge against Manchester City in the league. Manchester City's squad hasn't changed much, and with Lin, can we really beat them this season? Some were less certain. Although Manchester City were nouveau riche, they were the reigning Champions League champions, and their strength should not be underestimated. Last season, Manchester United were defeated twice by Manchester City, both home and away, by large margins. The image of Lin Quan scoring a hat-trick at Old Trafford and celebrating with Cantona's King of the Field gesture still deeply stung the hearts of Red Devils fans, even becoming a nightmare for them. Don't worry, we have a whole bunch of top stars in our squad this season, including Van Persie, Rooney, Falcao, Mata, Di Maria, and more. With this lineup, how can we possibly lose? That's right, this lineup basically guarantees the Premier League title this season, and a top 4 finish in the Champions League is a sure thing. Sure enough, money is a good thing. Even a country bumpkin like Manchester City can achieve good results by spending money. Our Red Devils have a much stronger foundation. With this much investment this season, we'll definitely crush Manchester City next season. The Red Devils fans are extremely confident in the team's performance this season and are just eagerly awaiting its start. Seeing the Manchester United fans' anticipation, Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. Van Gaal is a master at spending money, but his team's results. Besides Manchester United, Chelsea's spending is also considerable, and they were the first club to make moves. On May 24, just after the Premier League ended, before the World Cup even began, Chelsea impatiently reached a transfer agreement with the French Ligue 1 powerhouse, Paris Saint-Germain. Chelsea sold their key centre-back David Luiz to Paris Saint-Germain for £50 million. This price broke the world record previously held by another PSG centre-back, Thiago Silva. David Luiz also became the most expensive centre-back ever transferred in the world. Interestingly, both Thiago Silva and David Luiz were key centre-backs for Brazil in this World Cup. PSG probably tasted success after acquiring Thiago Silva and assumed that David Luiz, also a key Brazilian centre-back, would be just as good. Moreover, the two were teammates on the national team, so their understanding would be guaranteed, and he wouldn't need much time to integrate into the team. Therefore, even though the price was higher, it was still worthwhile. It must be said that Paris Saint-Germain's calculations were quite clever. However, after Brazil's 7-1 thrashing by Germany in the World Cup, their smiles faded. Chelsea fans, on the other hand, were beaming with joy, as if they had found the culprit behind their team's losses last season, thanks to the Middle Eastern tycoons for clearing the mines for Chelsea. Selling a defensive bomb for £50 million, what a steal. No wonder Chelsea's performance was so bad last season. It turns out there was a ticking time bomb in the defense. Of course, not all Chelsea fans thought so. Some spoke up for David Luiz. David Luiz is quite strong, but his positional awareness is a bit lacking. Every time I see him make a defensive mistake, it's when he's pressing high. That's right, this guy loves to press high and expand his defensive area, and when he fails to press, he becomes very conspicuous, which makes him look like a defensive bomb. This kind of defender isn't suited to be a commander in the backline, but rather a general charging into battle. With someone directing them, they'll be very effective. These fans truly understand football. In fact, after Brazil's loss to Germany, many experts believe that Thiago Silva's suspension, as the team's defensive commander, had a far greater impact than Neymar's. Marcelo and David Luiz are both players who like to leave their positions, and coupled with Germany's early lead, Brazil's eagerness to catch up led to rash play, which allowed Germany to tear apart their defense. This doesn't mean the two teams were actually that mismatched. Of course, saying David Luiz is worth £50 million is blatant exaggeration. Therefore, Chelsea definitely made a huge profit from this deal. If this transfer had happened after the World Cup, it would have been worth at most £30 million. After selling David Luiz, the Blues raised enough transfer funds to finally buy their desired striker. As the reigning World Cup champion, Spain's striker Diego Costa attracted the attention of many top clubs. Chelsea, plagued by a lack of attacking firepower last season, had long coveted Diego Costa, a striker who performed admirably in both the Champions League and the World Cup. So, before the World Cup ended, they made a £35 million offer to Atletico Madrid, hoping to sign him. Chelsea were shrewd. They made their offer just as Diego Costa was injured and unable to play in the World Cup group stage. At that time, Diego Costa's consecutive absences from the Champions League final and the World Cup due to injury led to widespread speculation that he was injury-prone, significantly impacting his transfer value. Atletico Madrid shared these concerns, so they began transfer negotiations with Chelsea. However, as negotiations progressed, Spain won the World Cup, and Diego Costa recovered from his injury and returned to play in the final. Although he didn't score, his performance in the final wasn't bad. He was simply overshadowed by Lin Quan's brilliance. Seeing that Diego Costa's injury was no longer a problem, Atletico Madrid gained more confidence in their negotiations and firmly refused to lower the price. Chelsea made £50 million from selling David Luiz, but would they really be willing to pay less than £50 million for a World Cup winning striker like Diego Costa? This offer clearly put Chelsea in a difficult position. They're not some Middle Eastern tycoon with unlimited funds. Even if they were, they wouldn't be taken advantage of. Is £50 million for Diego Costa worth it? If he stays healthy and fits perfectly for Chelsea, the price isn't outrageous. However, spending that much money would likely strain their transfer budget. Last season's loss to Manchester City left the Blues seething with anger, and this season they're gearing up for a major signing spree to avenge their defeat. Therefore, besides strikers, they've also set their sights on players in other positions, such as Atletico Madrid's left-back Felipe Luis and Barcelona's midfielder Cesc Fabregas. Buying these stars would likely require at least £50 million. Thus, Chelsea has no choice but to continue negotiations with Atletico Madrid. After arduous negotiations, an agreement was finally reached. Chelsea sent Torres away and brought Felipe Luis and Diego Costa to Stamford Bridge for £50 million. For Chelsea, they traded a Spanish striker whose abilities were declining for a younger, more mature Spanish striker in his prime. They also acquired a highly promising left-back and cleared some salary space, a truly worthwhile deal. For Atletico Madrid, after sending Diego Costa away, They also needed to bring in a high-level striker, and Torres, a product of Atletico's youth academy in Spanish, was a good choice. Crucially, Torres' transfer fee was only €5 million, practically a freebie. For Torres, his seasons at Chelsea had been incredibly difficult. Rather than continuing to be marginalized at Chelsea, a change of environment was better to rediscover his form. Moreover, he came through Atletico's youth academy at the age of 11 and only left after making a name for himself. Now, returning to his former club after 7 years, Torres feels like he's finally home. After this transfer, Chelsea began their all-out effort to negotiate with Barcelona to acquire Fabregas, completing their final piece of the puzzle. Barcelona weren't keen on letting Fabregas go, but needing to buy Suarez and compete with Real Madrid for James Rodriguez, they had to sell players to raise funds. After negotiations with Chelsea, the two clubs finally reached an agreement for €33 million. This summer, Chelsea spent €110 million on transfers. However, after selling players like David Luiz and Lukaku, they recouped €100 million. In total, they only spent less than €10 million, barely breaking even. Actually, for Chelsea, lacking a quality striker, Lukaku, who performed well at Everton, shouldn't have been sold. However, Abramovich's strained relationship with Mourinho prevented him from providing substantial funds for transfers, forcing Mourinho to raise money through player sales. While Lukaku is a good player, selling him would bring in €40 million, so it was better to sell him. Chelsea worried that his performances might be short-lived and his value might depreciate in the future. However, this decision foreshadowed Lukaku's 3 stints at Chelsea. Manchester United and Chelsea were both big spenders, and Liverpool naturally didn't want to be left behind. This summer, after selling Suarez, Liverpool had a lot of money and bought a whole bunch of players, including Emre Can, Lallana, Markovic, Lovren, Origi, Marino, and Balotelli. These players generally didn't have high transfer fees. The most expensive was the homegrown midfielder Adam Lallana, at only €31 million. Players like Markovic, Lovren, and Balotelli all had transfer fees around €20 million. Although the individual transfer fees weren't high, the sheer number of players made up for it. Liverpool spent a total of €150 million on these players, breaking the club's single-season transfer spending record. However, despite the large number of signings, apart from Balotelli, none of the others have the star quality. And Balotelli is a notorious problem player. Thus, a strange phenomenon has emerged. Despite spending the highest transfer budget in the club's 131-year history, Liverpool fans are still worried. They feel that all that money spent on players isn't as effective as Suarez alone. But Suarez is frequently banned for biting, with FIFA and FA bans totaling 19 matches. Half a season's ban, who can withstand that? Among the Premier League's traditional 4 giants, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Liverpool all spent over €100 million on players, and Arsenal naturally couldn't remain inactive. Since spending £45 million on Ozil last summer, the manager has become willing to spend. This summer, Arsenal has shown its strength. First, they bought Sanchez from Barcelona for €42.5 million, then spent €20 million to acquire striker Welbeck from Manchester United. Wenger then spent €35 million on 2 defenders and €4 million on a backup goalkeeper. In total, Arsenal spent €100 million this season. After deducting player sales, their net expenditure reached €80 million, a significant financial blow. It seems the Premier League's arms race has indeed had a major impact. Even Wenger, known for his frugality, has been forced to spend lavishly. Meanwhile, Manchester City, the instigator of this arms race, has been relatively quiet this summer. They spent €15 million to acquire Keylor Navas, La Liga's best goalkeeper who performed well at the World Cup, from Levante. They then bought Porto midfielder Francisco and defender Mangala for €15 million and €30 million respectively. That's it. Manchester City's total transfer spending was only €60 million, far less than the big 4 clubs. Moreover, this summer, City let go of a large number of players, including Javi Garcia, Negrito, and Rodwell, recouping €65 million through player sales. So, their total spending was actually negative. What happened to money-driven football? This hardly resembles money-driven football at all. Such low transfer spending has led to questions. Is Manchester City starting to tank? Chapter 325. His net worth skyrocketed by €80 million, surpassing Messi and reaching the top. As the reigning Champions League champions and boasting some of the world's top superstars, Manchester City has received far more attention this summer than ever before. In recent years, while City has attracted attention through big money signings, this approach is unsustainable and can negatively impact the team's image. Many fans viewed City's reckless spending as disruptive to the transfer market and increased costs for other clubs. Consequently, City has long been perceived as a nouveau-riche club. However, this summer is different. City has been very cautious in the transfer market, showing restraint in their signings. Their high profile is primarily due to their performance last season and their star players. Winning the Champions League has significantly increased City's global influence and recognition, attracting many new fans. Furthermore, City's rapid rise has drawn the attention of numerous top European clubs. Last season, Manchester City defeated formidable teams including Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona on their road to the title. This proves they won the Champions League trophy through sheer strength, not luck. As the defending champions, if their squad remains largely unchanged for the new season, they will still be highly competitive in the Champions League. This is not good news for these top clubs. Consequently, they have all set their sights on poaching Manchester City players. By acquiring valuable players from their own squads, they can strengthen their own teams while weakening Manchester City. This shift in power will significantly reduce the threat Manchester City poses in the new season. Manchester City boasts a number of top stars. Of their starting 11, all but Kolarov Serbia team participated in the World Cup. Lin Quan and David Silva won the World Cup, Cruz finished as runners-up, and Agüero, Zabaleta, and Emichelis reached the semi-finals. De Bruyne, Company, and others made it to the quarter-finals. Aside from Agüero, who didn't secure a starting position, all the other players were absolute starters for their respective teams. Among them, Lin Quan was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, leading his team to victory in his first World Cup appearance and even defeating Messi in a head-to-head match against Argentina. His popularity skyrocketed. Many commentators and stars believed Lin Quan would become the strongest player in football history. Perhaps he already is. Therefore, Lin Quan is undoubtedly the player that major clubs most want to acquire from Manchester City. However, Lin Quan has 4 years left on his contract with Manchester City, and with the player himself stating he doesn't want to leave, taking him from the Etihad Stadium is extremely difficult. Even if the player himself is willing to leave, how much a player of this caliber is worth on the transfer market is truly difficult to say. The most recent transfer involving a star of Lin Quan's caliber is Cristiano Ronaldo in 2009. Back then, Real Madrid paid Manchester United £80 million British pounds, equivalent to €94 million, to acquire Cristiano Ronaldo. This price immediately broke the historical transfer record at the time. Now, 5 years later, player values have skyrocketed, making that price less relevant. However, one thing is certain, acquiring Lin Quan will undoubtedly break the current world record. Just as major clubs were uncertain about Lin Quan's value, Transfermarkt updated its latest player valuation rankings. This ranking is based on players' performances in the World Cup, calculated using a more scientific method. In the latest rankings, Lin Quan, who just led his team to victory in the World Cup, saw his value surge by €80 million, reaching €150 million, surpassing Messi and temporarily ranking first among active players. While Messi didn't lead his team to victory, his 5 goals in the last 2 World Cup matches added considerable luster to his career. As a result, Messi's market value increased slightly to €135 million, temporarily ranking second among active players. Considering the age difference between Messi and Lin Quan is only 18 years old and still developing, likely to become even stronger in the future. Messi, on the other hand, is already 27 years old, and further improvement in his ability is unlikely, possibly even declining due to injuries and age. Therefore, the €15 million gap between the two is unlikely to be closed. Below Lin Quan and Messi, ranking third is Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo's Portugal performed poorly in this World Cup, with Ronaldo scoring only 2 goals and Portugal being eliminated. Therefore, Ronaldo's market value did not increase, remaining at €120 million, placing him third behind Lin Quan and Messi. Of these three, Ronaldo is the oldest, already 29 years old. His market value is unlikely to increase further, only declining with age. Even so, Ronaldo is one of only 3 active players with a market value exceeding €100 million. Following these 3 dominant players, fourth on the list is Gareth Bale, the speedy winger from Wales. Losing the Champions League and failing to qualify for the World Cup finals led to a drop in Bale's market value, from €90 million last year to €80 million. Fifth on the list is Brazilian superstar Neymar. Initially, many expected Neymar to surpass Bale, but he was unlucky, suffering an injury during the World Cup. Furthermore, Brazil's crushing defeat to Germany reversed the pre-tournament hype surrounding Neymar and the Brazilian team. As a result, Neymar's market value increased less than expected, only reaching €70 million, temporarily placing him 5th. 6th to 10th on the list are Di Maria, €65 million, Iniesta, €65 million, James Rodriguez, €60 million, Suarez, €60 million, and Falcao, €60 million. It's worth noting that, thanks to his outstanding performance at the World Cup, Lin Quan's 2 teammates, Toni Kroos, saw their market value rise to €50 million. De Bruyne's market value has also increased to €35 million. Reus, who performed brilliantly last season, although unfortunately missing the World Cup, still saw his market value surge by €20 million, reaching €55 million. He is currently the most valuable German player. Because of this, many German media outlets are lamenting that if Reus hadn't been injured and had participated in this World Cup in good health, Germany might not have suffered such a crushing defeat against Spain. Transfermarkt has a significant influence in the football world, and many clubs use player valuations from Transfermarkt as a reference when making transfers. Therefore, the latest Transfermarkt market value rankings immediately sparked heated discussions in the football community. Holy crap, Lingard has reached the top? Really? A €150 million price tag? Has Transfermarkt gone mad? Such a high price? Yet, Messi's highest price was only €135 million. Lingard is only 18 years old and already at €150 million? Is there any justice? Take a look at inflation. If Messi were 5 years younger, his price might not be lower than Lingard's. Indeed, seeing this summer's transfer fees makes me dizzy. 70 or 80 million euros at a time. That was the highest transfer record 10 years ago. Yet, Zidane's transfer to Real Madrid was only 77.5 million euros, which shocked the world at the time. Inflation is really too much? Didn't PSG recently offer 200 million euros for Lingard? If that goes through, Lingard will have doubled the current highest transfer record. Lin Quan, currently on vacation, couldn't help but complain on social media after learning about Transfermarkt's latest price tag. Am I really that expensive? He had previously estimated that his market value might increase this time, but he thought it would be at most 110 or 120 million euros, exceeding 100 million euros. He never expected Transfermarkt to be so aggressive, raising his value by 80 million euros, from 70 million to 150 million. This increase was like a rocket launch, truly outrageous. Lin Quan's post was flooded with comments from fans. It's really expensive. A pound of pork is only 12 yuan now. Lin Quan's market value could buy 140,000 tons of pork. This comment from a domestic fan made Lin Quan's lips twitch slightly. Using pork to calculate his market value. Although he thought this to himself, Lin Quan couldn't help but do the calculations. A pig weighs about 100 kilograms, so 140,000 tons of pork would be equivalent to 1.4 million pigs? Outrageous. The latest market value announcement from Transfermarkt immediately attracted the attention of major clubs. Upon seeing Lin Quan's transfer fee, they couldn't help but gasp. Transfermarkt's player valuations are only a reference point during transfers, unless a player's contract has only 1 year or 6 months remaining. The transfer fee is usually significantly higher than the player's market value. Lin Quan's contract is far from expiring, yet his market value has already soared to 150 million euros. This means that to buy him, at least 200 million euros would be required. No wonder Manchester City rejected PSG's 200 million euros offer without hesitation. What seemed like an exorbitant price to outsiders was simply not at Manchester City's bottom line. To acquire Lin Quan, they would likely need to prepare 250 million euros or even more. Clubs that can afford 250 million euros at once are extremely rare, even some established powerhouses. Even if they had that much money, they might not be willing to spend it on Lin Quan. After all, Such a high market value means his salary would be outrageously high. Apart from a few wealthy clubs, other teams, even the big ones, couldn't afford such a massive contract. Forcibly buying Lin Quan would likely ruin their finances and salary systems. However, there are few exceptions. For example, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and PSG. Although the first two don't have Middle Eastern consortiums investing in them, with their accumulated wealth over the years, they could potentially raise that much money by selling some players. PSG, backed by a Qatari consortium, has no problem with funding. The problem is that even with the money, they can't buy players. They can't buy Lin Quan for 200 million, and they probably can't buy him for 250 million either. As for Ronaldo and Messi, neither of them has any interest in joining PSG. Therefore, their targets can only be players below the three superstars. For example, Neymar. Neymar's value is only 70 million euros. If PSG offers 150 million euros for him, will Barcelona let him go? PSG is prepared to try. What if they succeed? Recognizing the reality that they can't buy Lin Quan in the short term, the major clubs have begun to settle for second best and have set their sights on Lin Quan's teammates. Manchester City has several young and talented players who are the focus of attention for major clubs. For example, Toni Kroos. His outstanding performance in this World Cup has earned him increasing recognition from top clubs. Those teams that mocked Manchester City for spending too much money last winter are now regretting their words. Given Kroos's performance in the World Cup, a price tag of 50 million euros is not expensive at all. In the current transfer market, it would probably cost 60 million euros or even 70 million euros to acquire Kroos from Manchester City. And Manchester City might not even sell. Regardless of whether Manchester City sells or not, they'll make an offer and see how it goes. Real Madrid has taken the lead. After Xabi Alonso transferred to Bayern Munich, they lacked a key midfielder. Although they acquired James Rodriguez, he is an attacking midfielder, not the same type of player as Xabi Alonso. As for Casemiro, whom they acquired from Brazil, he was loaned to Porto this season to develop and cannot be relied upon for now. Real Madrid then offered Manchester City 55 million euros to acquire Toni Kroos. This price was naturally unattractive to Manchester City. They had spent 50 million euros to buy Kroos, and selling him for a mere 5 million euros profit seemed utterly foolish. Manchester City rejected Real Madrid's offer without hesitation. Real Madrid, unsurprised by Manchester City's reaction, raised their offer to 60 million euros for a second attempt. Simultaneously, they contacted Kroos's agent, Walker, privately, intending to persuade Kroos through the player himself. Walker, after receiving an invitation from Real Madrid president Florentino Perez, gladly traveled to Madrid for a private meeting. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.